8 days of action here on the European Cricket Network of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. Day number 9 is here and we're ready to rumble here on this Tuesday morning. I hope you're ready. I know I am. Let's get things underway. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Vasilevsky Academy Sports Centre here in Sofia, Bulgaria, for the 9th day of action here on this European Cricket Series Bulgaria edition. Of course, we've been here year upon year, but with the action just keeps on coming. We've had viral moments already here in Bulgaria. We'll touch on that a little bit later. But of course, here in the first game of the day, it is a big clash. It's an all-star studded affair here in match 42, as the Sofia Stars will take on the All-Stars here in this one. Let's go out to the middle. Tyrone Peters is back after a well-deserved day off. The two captains are with him out in the middle for the coin toss.
Sofia Stars to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's tails.
Batting first.
They're going to have a bat.
There you go then. News from the toss is that the skipper, Harikuma, is going to go ahead and have a bat first with the All-Stars. I don't mind that choice. I think they know that realistically they need to get runs on the board against this Sofia Stars side. They've always struggled chasing. We saw that yesterday. We've seen that the day before that. So it has been a real difficulty for this Sofia Stars side, that when there's runs on the board, they just almost look to panic a little bit. They're very heavily reliant on Mike Jones at the top of the order. Of course, we know that Jack Watmoe can certainly get runs in there, as can Prakash Mishra. But unfortunately, if those three don't click, there certainly is issues, and there have been issues for that Sofia Stars at the top of the order. I think that's why they've really struggled against the sort of sides looking in that top 4, or maybe even in that top 5. A little bit on the All-Stars. A great day for them yesterday. 3 wins out of a possible 3, making it a very good returns point-wise for them. Of course, once again, as they look to now chase down the likes of the Falcons CC Viren side. Again, that top 4, of course, is what they're all playing for going into the last couple of days of this group stage as we head into finals day on Friday. We'll go over to the Ice Cube then. I'll be waiting in there, and we'll go through a little bit what happened yesterday, and we'll run through with the lineups. Yeah, welcome from commentary position here in the Vasilevsky Academy. Of course, it is match day 9 of this European Cricket Series here. And, well, let's run you through what happened back yesterday in match day. It was Nish's last day. And, of course, yesterday was, as I mentioned, a very good day for the BSCU All-Stars, as, of course, they took on Afyonkarahisar in the first game, and it was a relatively comfortable chase for them. Nitin Sunil and Harry Kumar, the most contributors, but, of course, Jaren Padavath with a couple of those big sixes hitting for 18 off 7 as they hit the winning runs in that one, and they did it by 5 wickets. It was one of 3 victories for the All-Stars yesterday. Afyonkarahisar in the doubleheader between these two really did struggle. And you saw it again in the second innings. This time, though, Brett Hassett, who was able to get things going with the bat this time. He bowled well in the first game, batted really well in the second game, 29 of 14. Of course, the best was yet to come from him, as we saw later in the day. But again, Afyonkarahisar just a couple short of a real strong side. Big third game, and it was a close encounter between the Spartans and the Sofia Stars. And yet again, as I mentioned earlier, the Stars struggled against the higher opposition. And Spartan got through with that one. 46 off 27 for Siddharth Nair. And Ali Rasul 2 for 6 was in a player of the match performance in that third game of the day. Match 4, though, was, of course, the return of Afyonkarahisar, this time against Academic Sofia. And yet again, this was the most one-sided game yet, as they struggled to get to 76 off their 10. And Academic Sofia, with the likes of Manan Bashir, going ballistic, 51 off 17 for him, chased it down with relative ease. Last game of the day, and it was again a relatively close fixture, but unfortunately, even though the likes of Manan Bashir got going, they couldn't quite get there. And of course, it was a 17-run victory for the All-Stars against the top side, the top-ranked side at the moment in this tournament. It was impressive, again, from the likes of Brett Hassett, you saw there with a good score. And this is how we left things in the standings. Sofia Stars and the All-Stars, you can see there, third taking on fourth, as the fourth are looking to take on the Stars, and they're looking to chase down them as they're, 6 points ahead of them at the moment. They've jumped, leapfrogged Falcons CC, so they are in the top 4. And of course, in an all-star studded affair in this one, it's going to be a very, very close encounter. You can see their net run rates, they're pretty similar. It's just the points tally due to the two matches in hand that the All-Stars will have. Of course, Sofia Stars looking to play some of their last games. They'll, of course, come back again in the next couple of days, but not far away from finishing and completing their group stage campaign. You can see there at the moment, second loss for Academic Sofia, so they could be getting chased down potentially by the Spartans, but I think the crucial thing is for this academic side is that they have got so many bonus point wins under their belt, so that's why they're 10 points ahead, even though there's only 1 game in it. Or 3 games in it, I should say. At the bottom there, you can see their Blacksmiths struggling at 2 wins for them. Those 2 wins, of course, only came against Pleven. Afyonkarahisar, of course, 4-4. A little bit of an up and down time for them. Same with the Pack Falcons again. Just does feel that gap potentially between the sort of 4th and 5th and then the rest of the table is starting to sort of appear and crack more wide open as sort of time goes on. Of course, Tuesday today, and then Wednesday and Thursday, and then we're all the way straight into finals day. And of course, it will only be the top 4 sides that will get through into that all-important finals day in that one. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's a pleasure to have you with us here and to have your company as we get ready and steady for this match 42 of what is set to be a big encounter. It is 4th taking on 3rd as the All-Stars take on the Sofia Stars. So that's something that we are looking forward to massively here on the network. You can see there, conditions again are warm and bright here. Coming up to 8:30, around about 20 degrees, looking to be another warm one, looking about 29, 30 degrees again. Not the warmest we've had, but warm enough. Big news, Adrian Dunbar back for the Stars. So he certainly, as I was saying, just adds a little bit of support for that top 3 that, as I said, have sort of clicked at times, but when they don't, they look to struggle. So that's a big in for them, and also with the gloves, as sure as Negi won't take the gloves now, it will be Dunbar back behind the stumps. All-Stars, though, again, as I've mentioned, Kadian, very crucial. Harry Kumar, not only with the bat, but with the spin. His spin is crucial. They get 2 overs from him, will be crucial as well. Brett Hassett, what a day he had yesterday. First time ever on the network, and had a good couple of games out in the middle. 42%, plays 58% in this one. It's going to be a close encounter. It doesn't take a wizard to work that one out. Players making their way out to the middle then here this morning. Umpires Naran and Satish are your 2 umpires out on the field. Third umps is Tyrone Peters as we look forward to seeing how this one plays out. It's a big day for the Sofia Stars. As I mentioned, they've got 4 games left to play in this group stage. They will, in fact, at least play 2, I believe it is, today. Of course, they start off here against the Sofia Stars. They then return in the next game against Afyonkarahisar. So a tricky first encounter. Second encounter shouldn't be too much to negotiate. Of course, the Blacksmiths will play their last 2 games as well. They take on the All-Stars and the Spartans in matches 44 and 45. We'll finish off the day with Afyonkarahisar taking on Pack Falcon CC Viren. Big day on the European Cricket Network as it's a new dawn and a new day here in Bulgaria. You can see there, Dunbar does return, comes back into the frame of things. Of course, known well on the network, resides back in Serbia. Of course, make the short drive down. And back being involved here this morning. I know quite a lot of people were tuning in over the last couple of days, and of course, there has been that viral moment. Let's get things underway, though. Gagandeep Singh up against Hassett. And we're going to start with a European Cricket Network wide on the offside. But yeah, that one, that clip, of course, of Dalian going completely off the charts recently. And so far to say, it's got all the way out to Australia. 10 News first picking it up. And yeah, they picked it up and did a little bit of a piece on it, which was always lovely to see. This is the thing, spreading the word that is the European cricket. That's what we're trying to do. What's going on here? Just making sure that everyone's where they should be. Of course, their 2 fielders out at the moment are a very fine deep backward point and a deep third. Another wide. Gagan getting early signs of movement, but not quite finding the radars thus far. Good morning to everybody. To Rob, pleasure to have you with us. Of course, Prakash Mishra in the lineup as well. Always there, isn't he? Of course, got to talk about Sal Kumar yesterday for the Sofia Stars. How incredible was he? Out of nowhere, was able to really pick things up, and with the bat just sort of went ballistic, didn't he? It's pretty impressive. First ever innings on the network, and it was a half century. Oh, this one gets through, and Dunbar gets rushed for pace. This one could be tipped round the post for 4. It is. It's going to be 5 wide, so Minimo, and still yet to see runs off the bat, but the extras column is certainly flowing here this morning. Gagan can't get it right. Was playing for the swing, but he didn't get it, and that one rushes Dunbar. A little bit slow to react early this morning. Is there a chance here for Gagan to right some wrongs after some early struggles? 7 off of just the legal delivery. And this time it is legal, and this will just be pushed to right demand in the covers. We'll just get a single off the mark. Here's Hassett. Hassett, as I said, had a very good day yesterday. Of course, took a 2 for 10, I believe it was, off his 2 overs in the first game that he ever played. Struggled with the bat. He just got done by a sort of short ball that just popped up a little bit, came off the splice. Pretty much just like that. As Kadian is number 2. And he gets off the mark again straight away. So just dealing in singles at the moment. No need to really stress considering the extras have flown. But yeah, Sahal Kumar out of nowhere yesterday, striking at a 294 in his first ever innings on the network. Mighty impressive, if I do say so myself. Carved away. And this is why they have put Mike Jones out there, because they know that these are where a lot of runs flow. Jones, you just teetering a little bit here, and well, this is a bit of a quiet start. Could be close here. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, just looks as if everyone's slightly jaded this morning. Not quite woken up. See this here, Jonesy. Not a clean take himself, and again, that'll disappoint him. But again, just a little bit slow to get going here, and then there was a sort of yes, no, maybe between the two out in the middle. I think they weren't too sure if it went for 4, but you can see there, this is what happened. Hassett was keen to get back. Kalian, not so much. Oh, off the pad. This one just stays a little bit lower. Narayan, the umpire, unmoved. Oh, just stayed low a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, a little nip away as well. Probably doing too much, to be fair. But a good delivery from Gagan. Finding the radar right finally. Well, spoke too soon. Good take, though, by Dunbar. Good early footwork. Well, good to see the Brett fan club's back. Good morning to you, Bob. And now, just frustration starting to flare for Gagandeep, as he can't get the radar right. And again, this time, once more, and now the old double teapot comes out. You see this here. You can just see the way he sort of follows through. It's not the normal classic where he continues on through. He stops very quickly. Normally there's at least a couple of follow-through steps, but you can just see he hasn't got that rhythm through the crease, and he's not following through, and therefore the body's just falling over. Wonder if that's the issue. And this one does get full and straight, and just pushed, nurdled into the offside. It'll be a single to end the over. Not a bad way to start for the All-Stars, as at the end of the first, the score 15 without loss. Big in is Hassett. It's been very crucial. Let's have a look at the stats then so far. 41 matches now being played. We reached the 300 wickets yesterday. You can see that maximum rate, just 4.5. Not too much. Of course, 50 lowest. Of course, that's batting first. We have seen a 37 just a couple of days ago. But you can see that highest successful chase is only 100. So it just proves that batting second is not easy. And you can see there, we're slowly getting up towards that 10.9. We're slowly getting there. A couple of games yesterday would have helped. But nevertheless, still not one of the highest scoring locations to come here on the network. You can see there, the All-Stars very much out ahead when it comes to the maximum rate, and that's just coming down to the success. See all the way at the bottom, Pleven, 1.3. Oh, rough. Here's Watmo. Outside edge. Runs down to the fielder out there in the deep. He does very well down in the vortex region. Good work by Suraj Negi. Still, in this one, looks as if it's a bit of a quiet start for the Stars. Not too much chat going out there in the middle. Or the Sofia Stars, I should say. How many times do you reckon I'll do that in this game? And again, wider, but once again, just quite literally dab down. Rotating the strike, not really dealing with two. We had one dot ball so far. That last over, by the way, wide, dot, 5 wides, 1-1-2. Leg by, wide, 1. 11 deliveries in that first over. Already going to be struggling time-wise then. Flat batted, bit of work to do for Sahil Kumar. Doesn't take it cleanly. Again, just get a single. You see Watmo just sort of trundles in, doesn't he? It's all in the shoulder. It's where he generates most of his pace, because there's no real build-up no build-up of energy. It's a trundle in, you can see. It's all in that slight moment there. Kadian just getting a single. Short and launched. First Maximo of the day then. And it does come off the bowling of Watmo. This one just sits up. And Hassett's not going to miss out on that one. This is going to be a good contest between these two, even in the other way when the roles are reversed. But this time, all Hassett has to do is worry about hitting it for 6, and he does so perfectly. Morning to Terry as well. Pleasure to have you with us. A bit of pressure on him now after an early boundary against his bowling. Of course, I want to take a moment. Say a huge thank you to Nish, by the way, for being here for the last week. Oh, this time opens the face. Bit of work to do for Jonesy. He does well. And again, good cricket though, just rotating the strike. Still yet to see a dot ball here at the moment. Is there a method here to the madness of Kadian? Is he going to look to maybe go for a big one here? He's got a ball to go. Of course, they'd love to make the most of these power play restrictions in the field. Oh dear, and again, Dunbar. This one just dies on him. There's not really too much he could do. It's actually a really good stop. A little bit unfortunate that it just dies on him. They'll get through for a bye though, and it will be 11 to come off the over. The score at the end of 2 is 26 for none. Get another very quick look at the standings. You'll see there once more that Pleven at the bottom. They're not going to move from there. Of course, they're finished and they've done their time. Thank you for them. But Afyonkarahisar still in with a shout. They're not out of it. You've got to remember that. Of course, the All-Stars here, if they get a victory here, it does extend that gap, but not out of the game. Well, Sahil Kumar. He was on a mission with the bat yesterday. What can he do with the ball here today? It's going to be a wide ball to start. That's Kadian who swings and misses. Not far away though from Kumar, so not a bad loosener. Just not quite straight enough. And again, this time does go straighter. And Kadian misses out. Wild swing. Looking to go over the top on the offside. We know that he tends to favour the onside. Good delivery though, bit of away movement and nips away as well. No foot movement at all. Again, this one launches off a length as well. Good take by Dunbar behind the stumps, but this one just a lack of feet. Not really getting those happy feet moving. See there, just completely pushes it. It goes more with the arms. Outside edge certainly in play here. Dunbar feels as if he's very much in the game. Can he look to maybe just take the counter-attack to him here? comes down and does exactly that, and it's a glorious shot over the top. That's going to be 6 runs into the tournament referee position, and the third umps is going to be under fire, but that's exactly what Kadian had to do there. He knew that the ball was moving, so he just steps down, meets it halfway, and goes into out over the top of extra cover. That's a glorious way to bring up a 6, and the first 6 of the morning for Kadian. Perfect, almost perfect batting there. Very rarely you see that and ever say that. Roman, can you move, please? Someone tell him to move. But yeah, Kadian, that's exactly what he needed. Does he go again here? Holds his ground, and that's a really good comeback. Super comeback. Completely cuts him in half. And Kadian has not got too much of an idea on how to play this. Look at where the shoulders finish here. It completely squares him up. Such a good delivery from Kumar to come back after getting pumped for 6 over cover. Stars, it's not bad. They haven't had all of their way. Tries to come down again this time. Kumar angles in at the body, doesn't give him width. That's a good delivery. Good little fight. Good little battle and a contest between these two. Of course, for those that aren't aware, Sofia Stars not a new, well, they are under a new name, but not a new team here on the network, previously known as Indo-Bulgarian. And apart from the 2023 edition, they've been in every single final. 2-1 is their record when it comes to the ECS finals. Bottom edge, and they'll get a single. So Kadian will keep the strike, and it'll be the end of the power play. A good comeback from Kumar, just the single and a boundary off the over. And at the end of the power play, at the end of 3, score for the All-Stars, 34 without loss. Not a bad little comeback that, after just dealing with a 6 and a wide and a single. Of course, there you can see the old stepping stones, 15, 11 and 8. Good little comeback after a loose over from Gagandeep to start. Not the greatest of tone setters to get this side underway. Watmo is going to continue here, though, so they're going to bowl him out, which is something they actually have rarely done. They tend to sort of at least hold him back for an over in the sort of back end. Of course, fielding restrictions are over, but the only fielders that have gone back they've sort of covered the 2 angles. They've got third man covered with 2 fielders there, and they've got deep mid wicket and a deep long on. And it's a good delivery to start. Kadian not too sure. He thinks it could have been a wide, but well, replay will tell us all we need to know. Umpire gets it right, goes over the line.
Nice bowling, Jackie. Nice bowling, Jackie. Nice bowling, Jackie.
The Hassett fan club grows. Up and away. Speaking of the devil, Kadian is going to go. That's a really good catch. That's why they've put one of their gun fielders out there, and it's Mike Jones again. You can't keep him out of the game for too long, and this one is going to be the dismissal of Kadian. He will have to go. You can see there, doesn't really commit to the shot, and it's straight to Jones. Doesn't have to do too much work. Good catch though, and that's going to be the first wicket to fall. All Stars 34 for 1. Kadian will go for 11 off of 13. Let's have a look as it's Harry Kumar who's going to come out. Just watch that right ankle. He went over on it yesterday, didn't he? He sort of collapsed with it himself for one of the catching opportunities. And he was looking walked on it. He looks as if he was walking on it very gingerly this morning. And good morning to the Hassett fan club. Cam Bake's now here as well. The asset that is Hassett. Harry Kumar in at 3. And interesting, you can see there, once again, no foot movement. Just going back to a ball that was full enough to probably get out on the drive. You'll see here, barely bounces in front of him and he's completely stepping away from it. Short, and this time can go back to the ball. That's pretty much the shot. 2 exact shots, both played to completely different balls. This one is going to sneak in. Because that angle across, I think that one might be pushed a little bit too wide, I think. That's a bit tricky. Of course, that angle across is a really difficult one for an umpire to work out. But I think that one, you just got to sort of turn around and say, that's probably too wide. Batter's got almost no chance of reaching that one. But of course, the line does belong to the bowler, but I think that one just there, you kind of got to apply a bit of common sense. This time does go straight up, and the old paddle comes out from Harry Kumar. Might not have come out of the middle of the bat, but he'll get enough. He'll get a big chunk of it, and it will be 4 to end the over. So again, not a bad over at all. Just the 4 runs coming in the way of that boundary, but also picking up the big wicket, breaking up the early partnership at the end of 4, score 38 for 1. That's exactly where Harry Kumar likes to go, so no real surprise, but a good spell for Watmo again. 1 for 14 off his 2, so not too negative for him. As you can see there, they are chewing up a few minutes in that first over for the 11-ball over. This is the story so far then, as you can just see. Good first over 15, but just slowly getting around about the 10s and over. You can see they're just going at 9.5s. Well, again, they're not going to go to Jones here. They're going to go to Prakash Mishra. The skipper himself, again, has had an up and down time with the ball. Is he able to work something out here? Is there a way for him to, well, maybe, just maybe, get the wicket of the asset in Hassett? That is sticking, by the way, and I know the fan club will love it. There he is, Mishra, Robocop himself. The skipper on for the 5th. Into the pad. As Hassett does have a little look. Get a little leg bite to start the over, though. Not too negative. That's the thing with Hassett. It's very rarely any dot balls. It's either at least a single, if not probably looking at a boundary. Oh, well, dangerous shot, but the risk is worth the reward as this one gets turned into the onside. And Harry Kumar picks up another boundary. This time out of the middle of the bat, runs away, 4 runs. It's a very, very interesting shot to play early on, but fortune favours the brave. Samir Kumar not able to chase that down, so now he moves a little bit finer. Does square leg. Comes very much more backward. Prakash probably just a little bit too straight in his areas. Now this time it's going to be carved away. Does he split the gap, split the field here? The vortex. Excellent bit of work. Super, super work from Negi. He'll get a good amount of support from, I believe that's Raman Kumar out there. But again, he certainly saved a couple of runs there. Negi, when he has the gloves in hand, or the gloves on, doesn't look too confident. But in the field and in that area, he loves it. He loves being involved in the action. Morning to Vinny. Jumps in the chat. Vinny might be in the hot seat in the studio later on this afternoon, folks. Just a heads up. Inside edge. And again, really the most confident of looking blocks from Harry Kumar. See this here, just sort of gets into a pretty ugly shape. Big stride out that doesn't really need to be taken. How often do you see that? That was always a big thing. Even when I was growing up, you always sort of coached to play a big stride, get your foot to the ball. Good delivery again from Mishra. Always talk, get your big stride out, foot to the ball, and play it there. I mean, that's completely changed nowadays, isn't it? It's always you drop back and you want to play it under your eyes, and you just sort of might get a little press forward, but very rare you often see a big stride being utilised nowadays, and especially at the higher level. Outside edge, but it's going to go square of the wicket, and this one, I think this might be all the way. They might just want to double check this. Let's have a look. It's going to be a close one, but still a pretty difficult way to end the over. Let's have a look. Not too sure what we can see there. A little bit of a tricky one. We go back a couple here, see where it just goes down. That's going to be 4. That will go down as 4 runs to finish the over then. That'll be the end of the 5th halfway stage. The score, 49 for 1. Yep, and for the first time, I welcome you into the commentary position here this morning. Good morning to everybody. Welcome, of course, riding solo at the moment. I've got Watmo trying to give me competition and different sort of signals, but I don't know what he's saying because I'm on Comcom. I'm busy at the moment, pal. Apologies. But a very good morning to everybody here on the network. Pleasure to have your company here, of course. Riding solo at the moment, but as I did say, Vinny will be in the hot seat coming up later on this afternoon, so do stick around for that one. And again, the glitch coming out here on the on the Comcam. But pleasure to have you with us here, and at the moment it looks as if it's going to be a really interesting competition. Start this demand coming out here. So still no Jonesy. Another one. Gets through, leaves this as Hassett, but it doesn't quite judge it correctly. Well, now gets forced to step across, and where's the impact here? He's going to be gone. And even though he takes a big step across, it's impact on that left leg of Hassett, and it's going to be the downfall. So Demand with a great start, as he hasn't gone for very many. He's gone for a wide, but picks up the big breakthrough of Hassett. Let's have a look here. Does take a big step. Let's see. Oh, umpire's call on impact. Very much umpire's call on impact. Probably impact maybe just clipping the off stump, but it's the height for me that I think might be the big one here. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's tough. Again, with that one, umpire's call probably, realistically. I think, you know, the impact is probably just clipping off stump. The height as well is one of those that it's a tough one to say. I think that's where it's almost a 50-50. Go with the umpire's call, and well, the umpire call goes the way of the Sofia Stars. 50 for 2. Oh, inside edge, thick inside edge. As this is Nitin Sunil in at 4. We've seen him opening at times. I have to say, one thing I do love about the Stars is that as much as sometimes I'll sit here and go, I don't like seeing 2 or 3 skippers on the field, they've got a very good sort of leadership trio, haven't they? Jonesy, Watmo and Prakash will get involved in there as well in terms of field setting. And now you've got Dunbar behind the stumps who can help with the angles as well. Demand, what an over this is turning out to be. Slower, up in the air, they've set the trap. Does it fall to a fielder? No. And it was the exact idea is what they were trying to sort of get going here. But this one just plays in front of square, and that will go all the way. So Sunil starts with a Maximo. And no word of a lie, that is exactly the trap they were trying to set. And it wasn't far away. Good shot, though, in fairness, from Sunil. Goes in front of square. Now pushes this wide, but it's going to be too wide. But, well, Dunbar might have his man here. Let's have a look. Was there any back foot move? And he starts outside of the crease. I think there's probably something behind the line there. But again, Dunbar back in the action. He's very good when he stands up to the stumps. Let's have another look here. Let's just slow things right down. Let's see. Good take. Sticks into that right mitt. Yeah, just enough behind the line. Good work, though, by Dunbar. And again, this time now going to be off the splice into the onside. They'll just nurdle. Should be one. They think of a second. That's good fielding. Gangadeep had quite a lot of ground to cover, in fairness. There's nobody in front of square on the onside, so straight away, the Hassett fan club are off on one in the chat. This is going to be a wide. This is probably going to be a minimo. Not too much Dunbar could have done about this one. Again, just dropping this one on the onside, and unfortunately unable to get anything away, and just spoils what would have been a pretty decent over. Just the extras have crept in again for Demand. Yeah, all of a sudden, Cam Bex and Bob Serkin are off. pleasure to have you, boys. Not going to stick around and watch the boy bowl. Wide up and slapped. Bit of work to do. It's a good bit of work in the deep by the field, and you can see there. There you go. There he is, Harry Kumar, struggling indeed with that ankle. You can see he's trying to stretch it out. That'll be the end of the 6th. Then the score, 64 for 2. Yeah, a bit of feedback coming in from the chat now. Terry thinks it might have been too high. I just think the umpire's call is probably where it was. I think, you know, if we genuinely were to sit here and have you know, the ability to have the sort of ball tracking and every sort of high level DRS, I think you could very much sit here and say that that could have been clipping the top, you know, clipping the bails on the off stump. So, you know, at the end of the day, sometimes in you know, the highest levels that gets given, and the batting side's fuming and the bowling side's happy, but there's also times where it doesn't get given and the roles are completely reversed. So I think it's one of those that you've kind of got to go with the on-field umpire and you've got to stick with it. Well, Mike Jones is going to come on. 7th overtime. Big over this up against Harry Kumar. Well, what's he appealing for here? I think he might be appealing for a little snick here. Jonesy is perplexed as to what Dunbar's gone off on here. No real movement on the back foot, no neck either. I think Jonesy just has a bit of a giggle with Dunbar and says, hey, listen, it was a great appeal. Don't know what you're appealing for, though. I have to say, Dunbar standing up compared to Dunbar standing back is a complete different ball game. Hang on a second. Square leg's not ready. Umpire Satish just dropped the dropped something. Almost fell over. Oh dear. Good delivery. Up in the air. Should be gone. Oh, pitched up. Oh, there you go. The old 1-2. Well, that's an excellent bit of work. It'll end up going down as a single catch, but the old 1-2 between the fielders at backward point and short third end up doing the work, and Harry Kumar picks out one fielder, the other one takes it, and it's going to be 64 for 3 now. As Harry Kumar doesn't look comfortable on that ankle, he's going to go for 15, and the score now 64 for 3. It's cute cricket, really, isn't it? Negi goes, oh, here you go. Oh, no, never mind. And eventually it is taken. That's a really good catch in the end. It goes down as Raman Kumar's catch, but Negi was the man with the assist. Of course, lefty in now, and this is Padavath. Well, they know that he likes to fetch anything outside off, and he likes to go down toward deep mid-wicket. So, interestingly enough, there isn't anyone there. They've got a deep long on. They've got a very square deep mid-wicket. Short, and it turned into the onside. This will be 4. Good shot from Padavath. I think that might be 3 games in a row for this man that he starts off with a boundary on the first ball. Last 2 have been 6s, but this one just turned into the onside. And he gets 4. A little bit of a thick inside edge. Doesn't really get the most of it, but runs away. Well, Raman Kumar has to collect that one from outside the bush. So a good start for Padavath. Comes out, hits a 4. Oh, Jonesy's got the old hair blow dry out on that hair this morning. Ah, what a comeback. What a comeback that is. It's full. It drifts in and turns away. Top of middle stump, and away she goes. Padavath 4 and out for him. And what a big over this is from Mike Jones. Well, if he doesn't score runs, he'll often contribute in the field and with the ball. And, well, at the first time of asking, he does exactly that. 2nd wicket for him. That's going to be another one that falls. Another one bites the dust. And it's 4 and out for Padavath. Good delivery, really good delivery. That's exactly what they were looking for. So, of course, the thing is now they remove the... they remove the dangerous left-hand, right-hand. Again, this one turns into Babu, who comes out at 6. And now we're getting into sort of uncharted territories for this All-Star side. We haven't really seen too much of this middle to lower order. So, looking like this could be an interesting couple of overs now. Wide up, slapped, and slapped for 4. What a shot that is for Babu. Good way to finish the over. So a bit of a, sort of couple of jabs, and then the left hook coming in from the All-Stars, but a return jab and a counter punch. And, well, it finishes with a 4. And I'm talking about the fact that it went wicket 4, wicket dot 4. So 8 runs come off it. 2 wickets also fall in the over at the end of 7. The score, 72 for 4. And of course, this is the current state of affairs in terms of the European Cricket Series and the calendar we have for the tournaments over the next, well, realistically, what, 5 and a bit months? Bulgaria will finish up here this week. We move to Italy next week, of course, in Rome. Not only that, we'll have the ECS, but we'll have the first ever Meltal Shield. And then we go to Austria, Croatia, 2 weeks in either of those locations. 4 weeks back in Cartman for the ECC, and then back to Malta and Spain once again. And then we finish off with 2 weeks of the ECCW. Of course, both ECCs now taking up the form of 2 groups. Up in the air, chance. Oh, he doesn't put them down. Never, ever take this man out of the game. And you put him in the hot spots, he will produce the goods. And that's an excellent catch. Didn't really have to do too much, to be fair. Couple of steps in. Takes it relatively comfortably. And it's going to be a wicket for Sal Kumar. So another one that bites the dust. And another big, big fish back in the shed. Nitin Sunil goes for 7. And All Stars being clawed back at here as the Sofia Stars are really, really applying the squeeze. 72 for 4 now. Well, actually, 72 for 5. Tell you what, if you haven't got Jones in your fantasy team, I don't know why you haven't, because he's the highest run scorer by a long way in the tournament. Takes wickets when he bowls. He's often in the hot spots in the field, in the hot areas. Be a non-starter for me. I'm not sure if that was picked up on the effects mic, but it's just interesting to hear, isn't it? As soon as a couple of wickets start to fall, everyone just becomes that little bit more applied and sort of wired on the task at hand here. Everyone listening to the instructions in the field, bowler not. It was told to go nice and full and went wide, but just a bit of different momentum and how it shifts in a game of just 10 overs of an innings. Good delivery, right off the splice. And Jacob is looking at this and thinking, well, what's this come from? I think he might have broken the bat here. He's asking the question, maybe not. There's this hit here. It's right off the splice. Instantly looks at it. Alvin Jacob, he's going to have a job to do in the field. Again, similar to sort of Mike Jones, he'll have to bowl. He'll be in the hot spots. Comes in at 7. Clubs this away into the onside. And we'll just get one, gets off the mark. These were the big middle overs that they needed, though. The Sofia Stars, they've really applied the squeeze. They got that wicket of Hassett, and since then, they've just really sort of grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck and have taken the game to the All-Stars here. Oh, well, it's, I think, probably off the pad. Really good catch behind the stumps of Dunbar, but yeah, I think Adrian knows that that wasn't going to be off anything. But this is well watched from Dunbar. He's had his struggles behind the stumps when standing back. This is a good take off the pad for sure. No bat involved. Oh, he takes it one-handed as well. Well, there you go. There he is. He'll be sitting there saying, okay, watch this one, Charlie. Long sleeves or not, I can do it when I need to. What about now? No, he can't. This one, well, there's probably not too much he could have done about this one. It's a bit of a horrid leg side wide. And again, the extra's just creeping in now. And they have certainly offered a few. That's... Wow, that's now 26 extras. And again, that's always been the case for the Sofia Stars. And you sort of look at the teams that are above them. The academic Sofia side very rarely give more than 10. And it's the same with the Spartans. Spartans have given very rarely more than 6. And that's just the difference in standard. And that's just the difference that we're seeing. And I think that's why the Sofia Stars are in 3rd and not in the top 2. This one struck firmly. Well, they take on a single here. It's a bit of a wayward throw. Dunbar recovers nicely, but again, they'll get a single. Good quick running. And that'll be another single. Thing is, though, as well, is if you look at this and you know, okay, let's just, you know, they're not going to bowl no extras, okay, so they're set on 26 now. Let's say you take 20 away, and they're set on 60 for 5, and it's just a pretty horrid looking score. That's a good finish to the over. It was a tricky one with some wides, but wickets falling in it as well. 8 come off it, 1 wicket falls. And at the end of 8, well, 8's all round. 80 for 5 after 8. Going at exactly 10s then at the moment. But this is what I'm saying. Okay, let's say you're not going to take 26 extras away from them because they probably will bowl a couple. But if you just tighten up on the extras and you concede maybe 20, or maybe 6, sorry, maybe 7, you take 20 off, that's 60 for 5. And it's a horrid, horrid score for the All-Stars. So that's just where the games have changed, and it's always been the case for the Sofia Stars. You can see that those last 3-4 overs have been massive in this first innings for the Sofia Stars, but the All-Stars have got to look at themselves, and they've just let sort of things go here. They had a really good start, promising start. They've not built on the platform. Jones returns for his second over. Bottom edge. This one doesn't really get any turn. Bit of work to do for Gagan. It's well fielded, watches it well. Good arm as well. Fuller, he's trying to drag him in to try and play across the line this time. Though goes back and swats it away. They think of 2, but never to Sal Kuma's arm. Very good. Promising. Prakash Mishra had to do a bit of moving there, by the way. Good delivery. Very good. Corridor of uncertainty. Babu unable to be equal to it. Having a good day so far is Jonesy. Couple of catches, couple of wickets, bowling well. Straight up, and fuller and quicker, but again, swats away. Watmo, the long barrier, but it's more of the chest from him that stops this from going for a boundary. Be interesting to see who they go for the last over. Swatted, and again, Mishra, oh dear, gets through him, and it's going to go for 4. And that's, again, just little moments as Mishra, who we do know that isn't the most mobile in the field. I don't know if putting himself at cover is the best idea. It's in, again, a hotspot area, and it's all about these small little decisions. And, you know, you look at yesterday, the likes of Academic Sofia just didn't get it right in terms of their decisions. This one, again, swatted. Bit of work for Watmo to do again. They'll just get a single. So, again, a very good spell from Jonesy. Picks up another couple of wickets. End of the 9th. Over to go. It's 88 for 5. Probably go Gagandeep here. It's what they normally tend to do. But that's another couple of wickets. Mike Jones, who, again, best year wickets-wise of course, in Croatia, actually, back in 22. 88 for 5 then, and over to go. 26 extras in total. As I said, you take 20 off that, you're looking at 68 for 5 with an over to go. Fine margins here on the network. Of course, you look at it as well with that wicket of Hassad as well. That's another fine margin where it could have gone either way. Here we go, last over time. Gagandeep needs to be straight and ready, and it gets over Mishra. And again, they'll think of 2, but they probably won't take it. Not to Mike Jones's arm, and they'll just take 1. Again, but the thing is then, well, you sit there and you go, okay, well, where do you put Prakash? Do you put him sort of maybe, I think for me, there's a fielder that they've kind of got that's not really back. He's sort of square leg, but nothing's gone to him. I think that's where you'd put Mishra. In the covers, I don't think is where he's best served. Well batted, good shot. Just runs this down to 3rd for a single. But they need boundaries here, desperately need boundaries. Can they get up to 100? They're into the 90s. 4 balls to go, 4 legal deliveries. Again, full, but not able to get underneath it. Just mistimes it, does Jacob. They think of 2, but they won't be. Again, very good. Good death bowling this from Gagandeep at the moment. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to Nick from Northern Ireland as well, to Emmanuel as well. Pleasure to have you, to Sofit as well. Good afternoon to everybody, good morning. Where are you watching from? Again in the slot, but again can't get underneath it, and just dealing in singles. This won't hurt the Sofia Stars at the moment. I think they know that a total of 120 is probably where they look to panic. That's what we've seen against the Spartans and the Academic Sofia boys. But around about 100 should be comfortable with, especially now the in of Adrian Dunbar as well. Again, just lengthens that lineup, doesn't it? Gets it right again. But just staying on the wrong side of this is Jacob. He's just coming down and swinging from the hip. If you watch this back, you see if he steps inside of it, he'll be down the leg side for a wide. So spoiling it a little bit. You see here, it's angling a long way down. If he steps inside of it, that would have been a wide. Just little moments, little things in a game, especially in 10 overs. It's the small moments that make a large difference. And this over, they've dealt in 5 singles. They won't mind that. As long as this one doesn't go to the rope, it's a mini win to finish the innings. Last ball then. And it won't be a boundary. And Mishra will take it on, and oh dear. Well, it would have been classic ECN if I would have said that I'm not sure, and having him at cover was the best idea, and then he goes and gets a run out. But he finally gets one that gets taken cleanly, and they do get 6 off the last. It's just a 6 singles to finish the innings, and they'll get to 94 for 5 off their 10 overs then. And of course, it's a little bit frustrating for the All-Stars. At one point in their innings, they were sat at 50 for 2. To only get to 94 for 5 is very, very frustrating for them. As they walk off, they've got a lot of work to do. And of course, you take 26 extras away. It's not a big total at all. It ends up being just 68. So a lot of work to do for the All-Stars, but the Sofia Stars will be happy with their comeback, as they ended up really dragging themselves back into this game. It was a great start with the likes of Hassett and Kadian looking very good at the top of the order yet again. Kadian with one of the shots of the day going over the top of over cover. This one was sliced away straight to Jonesy though, and that would be the end of Kadian. The 2 imports combining well with Watmo and Mike Jones going again. Harry Kuma came out, played the ramp shot as he always does, but again, that was a really tricky shot but made it look very, very easy. Did Harry Kuma. Negi, well, I tell you what, had a good game. He probably should have had a drop. This was a big moment though, and it was a 50-50, and it went the way of the bowling side. And that's just a game, that's the joy of cricket. It's the best leveller. And if that one goes the other way, maybe Hassett then goes on to make a big score, but he goes for 11. Diman had a great first over. Oh, there was Sati's having a bit of walkie problems. He just shuffles on back. This was the moment though, the old 1-2. There you go. Thank you very much. Ended up being a really simple catch for Raman Kumar. But Negi just passed it on to him. Bit of a giggle. Padavath came out first, but went for 4. Well, guess what happened with the second? It ended up being gone as Jonesy came back and came back really, really well. And, that was again another big moment. Jonesy, how good was he? This one over the top was slapped for 4. And again, there was a couple of boundaries to finish as that one got through, and that was just where I was saying maybe just having Mishra in that cover region is a slight problem in all honesty. But again, they finished with just 6 singles in the last over, so credit to Gagandeep Singh, who was superb to keep things quiet, of course, in that last over, which is very nicely done. We'll have a look at the scorecards. Top scorer, Harry Kuma, just 15. In fact, the top scorer by a long way was Extras with 26 in that one. And you can just see there, Sunil 7, disappointing for him. Hassett 11 off 10, giving that 50-50 decision. Padavath 4 and gone, and then 10 for Babby, 10 for Jacob. 94 for 5 is what they'll finish off. Pick of the bowlers probably is Mike Jones for me, 2 for 16, 1 for 14 for Watmo again. The 2 boys being very, very useful, of course. And you can also just see that the likes of Harry Kumar again struggling with that ankle, as we said, 15 off of 12 for him. So a little bit of an up and down time for the All-Stars, not going all their way after taking 3 wins from 3 yesterday. Let's have a look then at the bowling figures and the stats. You can see there Gagan won't pick up a wicket, but very, very economical, going for just 20 off his 2 bowling. The first and the last over is never easy, but he made it look relatively easy as well. 2 for Mike Jones, bowling just the sort of the big overs, in all honesty, which were very, very crucial. Demand as well, 1 for 15, had a pretty good over. Mishra just 1 over for him, 10 off hit, and a wicket for Sahil and wicket for Jack as well. 95 will be the chase then for this Sofia Stars side, as they're looking to maybe just improve on their chasing history in this tournament. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes time. Then you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Vasilevsky Academy ground here in just outside the centre of Sofia, Bulgaria. It's a pleasure to have your company here for the second half of match 42, as the All-Stars have set 95 for victory for the Sofia Stars side. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation then. 65 runs or less, if they're restricted to, will be 4 points for the All-Stars. But of course, if they chase 95 in 7 overs, then it will be a 4-point victory for the Stars. Could very much be on the cards more for the batting side than it is the bowling side. But of course, they're going to have to get off to a very good start in the power play. Opening alongside Mike Jones is Prakash Mishra. And in the usual style for the All-Stars, they're going to go with Jaren Padavath in the first over of this one. I think that sort of realistically is where we kind of have expected things between these two. I think the battle between Padavath and Jones is going to be a big one. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Of course, in the previous meeting back on match 31, it was the Sofia Stars that won this relatively easy, and it was again pretty similar style, pretty similar total to Chase. Oh dear. Well, it doesn't get more unlucky for that for the batter, and he's sat down and he can't believe it. Well, that's a picture in itself. Jones cannot believe his luck, as this one barely gets above the ankle. And that is just unbelievable. It's unfortunate. And Jones is not happy. What's happened here? Oh dear. They just want to check it, but yeah, there's no issue with that one, I'm afraid. That one is going to be a first ball royal duck, and it's a very unfortunate one for Mike Jones. Oh, there's Royal Derek, and that is a horrid way to go. And well, if I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I keep the camera on him for too much more, because I feel like the reaction off the pitch is not going to be a pleasant one, as Jonesy has to make the dreaded walk back. Wow. I mean, this is just so tough for Jones. Look at this one. It's back of a length, doesn't get up, and it's into the base of the stumps, and it doesn't get more unlucky than that. Well, this is a big move. Sal Kumar off the back of a first ever half century. He's going to come in at 3, and this is not far away from the leg stump. Not far away indeed, or is this just go over the stumps? Slightly. Only just. That's a really good call from Narayan. It's a great call not to give that one a wide. What a start this is for Padavath. It doesn't get much worse than that for an opening batter, one that stays low. There's nothing you can do about it. Now this one pretty adjacent and is given. And in all heaps of trouble as Padavath is on fire. And Kumar will go for a 2-ball duck, and it's none for 2 here for the Sofia Stars. He's been such a good opening bowler in this tournament, and proving to be it again, as he's rattled the snakes of the Sofia Stars. And Sahil Kumar, well, it's absolutely 0 to 0. He goes for a 2-ball duck after making a half century yesterday, and this is just ugly moments for the Sofia Stars, who find themselves none for 2 after 0.3. Let's have a look at this then. He's only just outside the crease. You can't. It's tough. It is really tough, but there's a lot going for it, isn't it? You can understand. I reckon that is probably going in to hit leg stump. It's one thing to always remember. Leg stump is still a stump. So, what a start this is for Padavath. None for 2. Here's Dunbar. Oh, and again, this one isn't far away from the pad. He just fended this away. And this will be a single, so they will get off the mark. What a start this is. Listen, the first one was a fluke. And Jones has just got to accept that and move on. There's nothing you can do about it. But in the context of the tournament, this could be a big first over. Mishra opened alongside Jones, but he's just watched it all unfold at the wrong end. Up. Oh, well, gets through cover, or it gets through point, sorry, and it's going to be 4. This could have been 1 for 3 here, and probably should have been. It gets through Hitesh Ukil, who's had his woes in the outfield. Look at this here. It was a pretty simple catch, came in relatively quickly, but he just sort of jumps all around it like a jumping star. And oh dear, what could have been? That could have been 1 for 3, ends up being 5 for 2 with that 4. Mishra boundary to start. Oh, wow. What could have been? The celebrations, if that would have been taken, would have been unmatched, by the way. Shot. Really nice shot. Good counter punch to finish the over. Two of them, in fact. They'll finish with 2 boundaries. And it's an interesting first over. Oh, dear, oh, dear. 2 big wickets full. But they go get a couple of boundaries. 9 for 2 after 1. What a shot that is, by the way. But it's a pretty loose delivery. Thing is, they've got 4 overs that they're going to have to negotiate. 4 difficult overs. 2 from Padabath and 2 from Brett Hassett. 11 matches sit to Golden Ball, folks. Of course, we had one back on Saturday evening. It was, of course, the Jinx Zagreb side taking on the Lamb and the Lionesses, and it was the Lionesses that got through, and it ended up creating a sort of final, really, in that ECSW first ever. Here is Bassett, or Hassett, I should say, sorry, up against Dunbar. Yeah, nice push. Oh, how is that not a single? And Dunbar almost gets sent to the shops. Mishra was not backing up there whatsoever. Let's have another look at this hit. See here, look, Mishra just sets off, and then, well, halfway down the track is Dunbar. That's a little bit cheeky from Mishra. He has a tendency to run his partners out, to be fair. Oh, inside edge, bit of a loose shot from Dunbar. It was there to be hit. We'll get a single. Two big batters back in the shed now. Harry Kumar having a word there. I think might want to knock him up one here. Oh, full and straight. Mishra just plays away at this one. See there, falling over entirely. Just take a look at this here. Let's look at this back foot. It's down. It does lift, but only not far off being at the wrong time. Oh, and again, once more. But just look at how crossway he is. Completely closes himself off. And I guess the only positive is that he completely gets through the gap, doesn't it? Beats bat and pad. This is a good start, this, for Hassett at the moment. Ah, a little tickle. This is going to be 4 runs. It catches up with this one as he's just trying to wrap him up on the pads. He's seen him come across. And, well, Mishra has got out that way a couple of times in this tournament. But this one just pushes too far down the leg side. Little tickle. And gets away from Sunil. That's going to be 4. Third boundary of the innings for Mishra. Moves to 12 off 5. They would have been in more trouble if Dunbar wasn't here today. Of course, he is. They've still got the likes of Watmo still to come. I guess that's always a positive. Rohit Daman as well. Well, now asking the question. And gone. Well, let's have a look at this then. Mishra does not like the decision. He's still there. He's still there. And now he is going to eventually walk off. And, well, it was a matter of time. He kept walking across his stumps, didn't he? And it's a dangerous game. You're playing with fire. And he's going to burn out here. And Hassett will pick up a wicket. 3 down now, 14 for 3 at the end of the second over. Let's have a look at this one, as this is going to be a big moment because Mishra goes, and he will go for 12. 14 for 3 on the board. Let's have a look. Steps well across. That's out. That is out. Completely out. Massively. Impact on the off stump, just going onwards. You just can't. You can't step across that way and then play across the line. You can't expect to get away with it. Here's this is going to be Akshay Babu for the third. In swinging delivery, it's going to be a wide. What a start! Sofia Stars 15 for 3 now. Dunbar now joined out there by Rohit Daman. Oh, a little inside air. Oh, no. Well, roll the tune. Tortuga. This is, I believe, Kadian who gets sent the complete wrong way here. Let's have a look. completely gets sent, doesn't he? He gets sent round the corner. It's going to be 4 runs. Valuable runs, though. Dunbar just looks as if he's susceptible to an inside edge onto the stumps here with the in-swinging delivery. Well, there it is again. He just plays away from his body and across the line a little bit too much here. And I think he knows it. He's just, his head's down, and I think in that head he'll probably be thinking, just settle down here. If we lose another wicket, it's game over. Still no Watmo though, by the way. I don't mind it because it does just lengthen that lineup. I really don't mind it at all. But you've got to respect the ball that's coming your way. That's what Demand does. Just blocks this one away. Back of a length, turns this round the corner. This time Kadian will do the fielding, and again we'll get off the mark. Will Demand. So who have they still got to come? Let's look at this. You've still got Watmo, Negi, and then you've got Kumar, Gagandeep, and Verma. So probably 2, maybe 3 wickets away from the tail. Pushed through the offside, straight to the fielder. I guess the only difference here now with Mishra gone is that these singles can be taken. That is a positive. I think Mishra at the top is probably there for one thing and one thing only, and that's to sort of swing and swing hard. If it comes off, it looks great. If it doesn't, you move on. But I guess with these two out there now, they can take some quick singles. Big test this. Outside edge, chance. Oh, gets put down. Gets palmed away. And the Vortex claims another victim, as this time it's going to be Ishad Bashir who puts this one down. So Demand gets dropped on 1. And it's going to be the end of the over. They'll take a single. 23 for 3 after the power play. Very much in the driver's seat here at the moment are the All-Stars. But you would argue, just with the fact that Dunbar comes in, and this is what I'm saying, just one batter can make a lot of difference in the lineup. It just lengthens slightly. Nine, 5, and 9. Sandwich at the moment. It's Kadian who's going to come on for this 4th over. Up against Demand. Gets good in-swinging deliveries, will Kadian. He'll look to maybe drop that one short, but the rest will be looking to really go fuller. And especially when you look at Dunbar and the way that he's played the in-swinging deliveries, he really does look susceptible to an inside edge. He plays very much away from his body. When he's in form, it's when he's playing under his nose and you know, really sort of punching the ball. That's when you can tell. When he's playing away from his body, just looks a little bit out of touch. Just like that. That's when you know he's going to be looking okay. This one is not timed, but it's going to go for 6. And the first maximum of the innings. We had to wait 3 overs, but we get it in the 4th. He loves to go and punch through the covers. That's why he's staying very much outside of the leg stump to start with. But he does get 6 runs. So 30 now up on the board. This is the thing, though. 95 on the board is probably a little bit too short. It's probably 20 more than they should have had, in all honesty, due to the extras. Now turns this one round the corner. Oh dear. And again, the old Tortuga comes out. They'll think of coming back for the 2nd. Good running. And I don't mean to harp on it. And I don't mean to be very harsh on one individual. But if Mishra's out there, they're not getting to that. See that? Takes a genuine Tortuga. Bounces up out of nowhere. Wide up, but too wide. That's going to be an extra. So the extras column does open up. That's the 2nd wide. Kadian just struggling to sort of find the rhythm and the plan. Three after 3.3, by the way. That's where it is. That's what. Oh, it's a little bit too wide from Kadian. There's a tee. Let's have a look. Tricky. It's a close one. Does nip away, I guess. Not far off, though, being pretty much perfect, because it's tough to get those away. It was the right length, though. It's just the slight issue with the line. now angles in, plays into the hitting zone of Dunbar, who will just push this into extra cover for a single. Look at that. 35 for 3 plays 34 for 1 at this stage, so not far off. They're ahead runs-wise, but the two wickets down is the issue for the Sofia Stars at the moment. Bit of a breeze at the ground at the moment. Good delivery. Very, very good delivery. Kadian back on the money. Tense moments here at the Vasilevsky ground. They think they know that they need another couple of wickets here. Oh, not far away. Not far away. Tries to carve this away, but doesn't get enough space to play the shot. Dunbar living life on the edge. End of the 4th over. Not a bad one from Kadian. Bit expensive. Goes for 13 at the end of 4 score. 36 for 3. They're going to go back to Hassett here early. He's going to bowl the 5th over. And look at the graph there, and it just shows you this game has certainly ebbed and flowed. The first over was very much 100% going the way of the All-Stars, but now the Sofia Stars fighting back here at the moment. What a ball. What a ball that is from Hassett to start. Look at this here. Just plays all round it, doesn't he? Look. Swings in, nips away. It's a peach of a delivery to start. Too good. Full toss. And, oh dear. Well, it's a great stop from Deepak Bandari. Not that he had too much of an idea about it, but he's certainly stopped a definite 4 here. It was absolutely pumped by Diman into the onside, but he just gets a hand out, or it's off the shin, one of the two, but it's an excellent stop. A little bit too full from Hassett, but he gets away with it. He'll just get a single, brings Dunbar back on strike. Big battle this. Ah, what a shot. That is gloriously played. It's going to be 1 bounce 4, and then the battle going the way of Dunbar at the moment. 21 now for him. This is a glorious shot for Thorpe. Oh, now delicately played away. Well, we saw a bit of power over the offside, and now a bit of delicate touch down to third man into the vortex. And Dunbar, he's just been out there long enough now, and he's playing a really helpful hand here as they look to chase down this target. Glorious glide down to third man for 4. Really nice shot again from Dunbar. A bit of conversations going here. The plan clearly not working, and Dunbar won't mind this because, to be honest with you, it means that he's on top, and that's a confidence thing. But he's not going to let that get to his head here. Short ball. Oh, not far away. It's well played the second time around. Bit of a giggle there from Hassett. Doesn't mind it. Watch this here. Not far away from going back onto the stumps at all. Toe edge, and then he looks at this and no run. Last ball of the 5th, and this is gloriously played. A back foot punch of the highest class from Mr. Dunbar. That is a superb shot. And there was 3 brilliant boundaries in there, all going for 4. You had the punch over cover, you had the glide down for 4, and now the back foot punch backward a square on the offside. And what a glorious, glorious couple of shots those have been. And at the end of the 5th, it is 49 for 3. And well, we're coming very slowly towards the end of our 2-week adventure here in Bulgaria. The 2-week adventure of the Rome ECS will get underway, and well, of course, we'll have the first ever Meltal Shield as well in that one. And of course, the Valletta Cup will get underway on the 21st of August, alongside the Tri-Series out in the Netherlands as well. Then we go to Austria, Croatia for 2 weeks in each of those locations, and then it's a 4-week stint back at Khartoum. And I tell you what, if you're making your way over to Khartoum this year, you might see some surprises out there. Just keep an eye out. Anyway, Harry Kumar needs a big over. He had one like this yesterday. Can he get one here? Up and away, onside, 6 runs. Glorious shot. This is a great little fight back and a great 4th wicket partnership at the moment between these two. They came out together at 14 for 3. It's now 55 for 3. This is really good hitting. 40 needed off of 29 then at the moment for a victory. Looks as if they'll probably get a point here with the All-Stars. That's probably just down to the first over that they had more than anything. And again, now just drop some runs, and it'll be a single to Padavath for just 1. Dunbar come on strike, 29 off 14. Will look to go again here. Oh, looks for it. He knows that the fielder's up at 3rd, so anything to either side of him, it's going to be 4 in that vortex region. Driven confidently. And there is a bit of protection out there. Has to watch this one all the way as it bounces and bobbles towards him. But again, we'll get into the 30s, and this is a good stint from Dunbar, coming back after a couple of days hiatus. Bowling very well, batting, sorry, very well here. Harry Kumar, can he pick up wickets? He's always had a nick of doing so. And again, 2 full. Early call of 2 here. It'll be very good running, and it will be. They'll come back, and superb between these two. Good fielding, though, by Alvin Jacob out in the deep. We've got 2 games here this morning of the Stars. Sofia Stars, sorry. Short, pulled, onside. This is going to be 4 runs. Not the best of overs from Akshay Harikumar, trying to come on and change things, but it's not worked. And he's gone for 14. So 27 coming off the last 2 overs. And at the end of 6, it's 63 for 3. They're going to go back to Kadian here, having to change up the tactics because they know that the runs on the board aren't really the issue. 32 off 24, but realistically that's probably 32 off 18. You don't want to let that, you don't want to let this go down to the last. That's where crazy things happen. But look at that, what a start it was. Mike Jones, first ball with a little bit of luck going the way of the All-Stars. Then Kumar going for a 2-ball duck. That was, again, another one that was given. And then Prakash Mishra not going for just the 12. So 12 off your first 3 batters ain't very useful, and you don't need to be a magician to work that out. Dunbar on strike, then up against Kadian. Oh dear, another one that barely gets up. This time Dunbar's just glad that it isn't well directed from Kadian. Look at this, oh dear. Good stop actually from Sunil. James saying a little wobble, but he reckons this is going to be over relatively soon. Another big over, and it probably could be. 30 needed. Outside edge, this is going to run away. Under about 4 more again. Don't know why they haven't got that man back. It's the vortex. These lads have played a lot of cricket here. I don't know why you've got your 3rd man up in the ring. That's going to run away, and that is going to be 4 here. So at the moment, unless a miracle occurs, it looks as if this is going to be a victory for the Sofia Stars. That would, of course, a 3-point victory here would move them on to 30 points and would elevate them above the Spartans. However, the Spartans would have 2 games in hand on them. So tricky times, this in the top 4. I said to Nish yesterday, that top 4 isn't cemented. It's not solid. There's certainly area to move, and well, a little bit unlucky for Diman as it comes off his pad. And Kadian with a nice bit of touch there. He says, unlucky, but I've got you, as it's chopped on off the pad. And it's going to be the 4th wicket to fall, so maybe a late twist here, as it's 69 for 4 here off the pad. A little bit unlucky, and it's going to be another one. It's going to be another wicket to fall, so 4 down. Whatmo comes out at 6. Again, not a bad player to have coming out. And Daman will go. Nice little stint from him. A good partnership, though. But for that 4th wicket, Daman and Dunbar, they met at 14 for 3. They fall at 69 for 4. Ends up being worth 55, that partnership. A very useful one between those two. Whatmo then out at 6. We've seen him as high as 3 in this tournament, so he's very, very useful to have coming in at 6. And that's what I'm saying. Dunbar just has that ability to really elongate the lineup. Drop some runs. These two will have a good understanding between each other as well. It's currently at just above a run a ball, so they know that singles are good enough, especially when you get the odd bad ball, the extra, and a couple of boundaries in there as well. It could be over before you know it. Off the pad. No, it'll just get one. This is, yeah, big moments in this. I mean, the thing is if you look at the sort of games to come for the likes of the All-Stars, of course, they've got a couple of games in hand. They play the Blacksmiths in the 4th game of today, the Sofia, or the 3rd game of the day, sorry. Driven. An early call of 2, but it'll probably just be 1 in theory, not to Hassett's arm. And then the All-Stars will take on Falcon tomorrow in their solo game. And then, of course, on Thursday, the All-Stars have got a busy day. They've got 3 games, and that could be that Thursday's going to be huge, because the All-Stars come up against Academic Sofia, the Blacksmiths, and the Spartans in 3 out of those games. Again, just trying to fend one away. Dots are finished then. It's not a bad over. Just 9 come off it with a wicket. But is it enough? 23 off of 18 needed to score 72 for 4 at the end of 7. Next game, of course, is the Stars, Sofia Stars, returning as Zanev comes in for his first involvement. You can see there Jones, Mishra, Whatmo, Demand, Dunbar, Negi still there, as is Sahil Kumar. Up against Afyonkarahisar. No Nath once again. And a bit of news as well that I can let you know that we won't see the likes. There was an injury yesterday, wasn't there? And I can tell you that we probably won't see the likes of the fielder who went off there. I think it was Sinar, I think it might have been, off the top of my head. Short, and we'll get won't get a single. It's into the pitch, gets a little bit, gets away with it, does Harry Kumar. It was a double dislocation in that injury we saw yesterday, and I still have to say I saw the X-ray. Ooh, no ball called. Not enough fielders in the ring. That's good umpiring. That's sloppy, unfortunately, from the All-Stars. So this will be a free hit to come then. It doesn't matter. A couple of celebrations, but they realise it's a dot ball though. It's a good delivery from Harry Kumar. It was a quicker one. Whatmo wasn't equal to it. We did find out a little bit more on sort of where we are here in the sports academy. It is the training location for a lot of the Olympians and Paralympians for Bulgaria, and I know a lot of other nations will come and utilise this space. So at the moment we've got a Paralympian training behind us. Comes down and chopped away for 1. Morning to Mike. Thanks for joining us here. Short. Good take from the keeper behind the stump. Sunil. This is a tricky one, but he makes no mistake of this. Look at this. Very short delivery. That'll probably be the one for the over for the spinner. Another short ball. Well, it'll be interesting to have a look at this. Another short delivery done by just asking the question. If that was the one for the over, what's this? That's another short delivery. Ooh. Okay. What moment? Still side on, still square on, isn't he? Even against spin. I think spin, I don't know if it's the best way to go. I like it again. I don't mind it against the seam options because you can kind of run into it. But in spin, I think you just need that solid base. There's too many moving parts maybe for Watmo. You watch, he'll hit this for 6 now to sort of prove me wrong. Told you, he's gone for it. Oh, it's well fielded, really well fielded out in the deep. It's that man again, Hassett. That's why you have your gun fielders in the hot spots. And again, saved what would have been a certain boundary. Watch this again. Excellent bit of work. Has to deal with a really tough one in the field. He's been in the wars, to be fair, as Hassett. Last ball. Oh, the over. Ah, glorious. Gloriously played. Runs away. That will be 4 to finish. So getting down to it now. They could do it in the 9th over. 81 for 4. It's 14 needed off of 12. Morning to Bikram as well. Pleasure to have you with us. Two overs to go. They're fine time-wise. Can't really see this being an issue. See here. They're going to go back to Padavath here, of course. Bowled that superb first over. Went for 8, but also picked up 2 big wickets in Sal Kumar and Mike Jones. They've pretty much been at the rate since the 5th over, been above it. Here is Padavath then up against Watmo. Could be interesting. Short ball, bottom edge. Oh, I guess to get back. Top ball to start though. Just think Watmo coming in here against Padavath is slightly easier than what it would have been in the first over when it's swinging in and hooping in, especially when he sort of starts square on and has to straighten up. Shot launched over. Long on, that's going to be 6 runs, and that will certainly help. So now just down to 8 needed. That's a really nice shot and a bit of a sigh of relief for Watmo. Just felt that a couple of dot balls could have really built pressure, but that is not what happens. In fact, it's the reverse. Ten off 9 for Watmo. 8 needed off 10. And this time through the offside. It's well watched by Harry Kumar. This one pops up off of nothing. Pushed again, just for 1. This is good cricket. They don't need to take any unnecessary risks. If you know the meme, you don't need to take any unnecessary risks, unnecessary journeys. Well, they've been on a journey, have the Stars. They started off at none for 2, and they've got themselves up to a winning position. Looking to do it in style, but won't get it. Again, will just be 1. They can do it in singles here. Got to apply the squeeze. I'm sorry. If they hit it over the top, then credit where credit's due, but you've got to put the squeeze on here. Don't often see it by many teams in the field. When they can do it in singles off less than a run a ball, they don't put the squeeze on. Make them hit over the top. Make them win it. Don't lose it yourself. And this is going to carve away, and that probably will be it. It'll tie the scores. That's a really, really nice shot. 4 more. Dunbar moves on to the 40s. It's just 1 run needed. We will go into the last, but they need a maiden to even get to a golden ball. It's 94 for 4 with an over to go. Babu's going to have the almost impossible task of coming on and bowling the last, well, probably last ball in all honesty. Needs a maiden to get a golden ball. Probably won't see it. Just the 1 run needed. Now you've got to have the squeeze in, surely. Now everyone has to come in. Don't let them get a quick single here. You don't need to let them get a quick one here. I mean, Jacob's gone a bit close there. I don't know if I would have gone that close, but hey-ho, nevertheless. But even not, I don't know why you've got everyone on the edge of the circle. What's the point? You only need one. Get everyone in. Even if he just drops one on the offside, that's game over. Not too sure on this one. Here we go then, just one needed. And he's going to push into the onside to the fielder who's on the edge of the circle. And that will be it. The Sofia Stars, although it was looking a little bit worrisome after the first 3 deliveries, or even the 4th, but they end up getting over the line. And Sofia Stars, they do finally get a successful chase under their ropes after a really tricky time of it when chasing, but they've done very, very well here. They'll win by 6 wickets here in match 42, as it's a pretty interesting affair. Not straightforward for either side, as we will look forward to what's coming up next. Of course, match 43, Sofia Stars, they'll go at it again. They will be taking on Afyonkarahisar, and the Sofia Stars in this one are batting first. Well, they're looking to put a big score on the board, most likely. And Afyonkarahisar probably thinking, oh, here we go, it's going to be tough. But that's what's coming up in half an hour's time, as we look forward to that one. Let's have a look at the highlights. As it was a horrid start for Mike Jones, as this one got right underneath him. There was nothing he could do. He was on all. He was down and out, and he just sort of sat there and sort of couldn't really believe his eyes. Then it was another one. Sal Kumar was, well, he was down at 7 yesterday, and he's got elevated to 3 today, and then unfortunately it didn't work. Well, Prakash Mishra got 3 boundaries away as he nurdled this one onto the offside for 4, onto the onside, sorry, but played across the line while stepping across. You cannot do that. Any umpire will turn around and say, well, what are you playing at? Hassett got a wicket for him, of course, but yet again, just unfortunately wasn't the best of, just wasn't enough runs on the board, to be honest. Think about the fact that they had 26 extras go their way. Drops went down as well, but if I'm being totally honest, it just never was looking like it was going to be enough. Dunbar, in a player of the match performance, rescuing his side from serious, serious trouble as he ends up 40 not out off 22, and a couple of good moments behind the stumps as well. Does mean that he is your player of the match here in match 42, but you can see here he almost got out. It was well played on the 2nd attempt. Look at that though, that is glorious. It does not get much better than that. The back foot punch backward a point. It is a glorious shot. This one though was hit nicely by Horit Demand. Of course, a 55-run partnership between those two out there. And of course, eventually Demand got a little bit unlucky as Kadian got through the gap and it was off the pad and away it went. Watmo came out, launched it down the ground. That was a nice shot for 6, and that was kind of the sort of last nail in the coffin. Dunbar ran this away. That was to tie the scores, and then of course it was a pretty easy single to finish the game. Handshakes all round. Dunbar carries his bat, which is always a nice way to finish. He ends up unbeaten on 40. Watmo alongside him as well. Pleasure to have called that first game. Then as we'll have a look at the scorecards, and of course it will tell you all about that real tricky start. As unfortunately there were a couple of issues, none for Mike Jones, none for Sahil Kumar as well. But Mishra 12 off 6 was gone, caught in front. Look, Kadian took the wicket of Demand, but yeah, it was that middle order, and that's what I just mean. Just bringing Dunbar back into the lineup. Him coming in at 4 is such a good thing because it means that Watmo can drop down, and it means that you can have that sort of, you know, a line of very strong batters in your top 6 is not a big issue to have. Bowlers, tricky. Padabath 2 for 22 after that first over was a little bit disappointing in the second for him. 1 for Kadian as he went for 21 off his 2 overs. None for Harry Kumar, which is slightly concerning. And Babu, of course, should bowled the 1.1. 6 wicket victory then for the Sofia Stars, as they're going to look to, well, double up as they look to take on the likes of Afyonkarahisar in the next game. That will be coming up in about 25 minutes time. We'll be back on air. Looking forward to that one. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, and you're watching it with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Bulgaria then for the second game of the day. It is match 43 of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. It's a big one. It's an interesting one as the Sofia Stars on the back of a very good victory in the first game of the day. They take on the Turkey side, Afyonkarahisar. Let's go ahead and have a little bit at what happened earlier where the two captains were joined by Tyrone Peters out in the middle.
Afyonkarahisar to call. Was that a tails?
Yes.
That's a head.
Batting.
Batting. Back to you, Charlie.
Well, a toss where everything happened, but we do know the result. It is going to be the Sofia Stars who win the toss, and they will bat first in this one. So they're looking to get runs on the board. They're going to look to get a few. Of course, Afyonkarahisar will know that they're going to be up against it already from the start. They know that this is going to be a tough ask in this one because you look at the lineups and you think, well, this is going to be very, very tricky. Mike Jones still in the team for the likes of Sofia Stars. It's pretty much unchanged apart from one as Zanev comes in for his first involvement. As for Afyonkarahisar, of course, there is the news that the player who, in fact, I'm going to say this, dislocated his finger in two places yesterday. He's actually going to be playing in this one. So asked to play, and well, he's going to be there and he's going to be involved. Whether or not he can hide away from the ball enough is the question. But of course, 89% plays 11%, and this could be a bit of a redemption moment for Mike Jones. And speaking to him in the break, he said he's only ever had 3 first ballers in his life. 2 of them have been in Bulgaria. They had one last year, and he's had one this year. So hoping not to pick up a 4th, but this should be in theory, you feel should be a comfortable one for Afyonkarahisar, for the likes of the Sofia Stars, of course. Looking out about it, yeah, it is, of course, Ahmed Kozgun, who had to go away. He was in hospital last night. He's here. He's going to be at square leg. Can't really hide him anywhere, to be honest. Chase. Credit to him, he's out there, and of course we wish him well and hope that he stays out of the action, in all honesty. They're going to open with spin here, though. They're going to go with Sally Elise, who's going to take this first over up against Mike Jones. Mike Jones, of course, recently surpassed 1,000 runs, as did, by the way, Prakash Mishra, who has very recently passed 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network. A huge congratulations to him. Of course, that's over the course of a good couple of years now here on the European Cricket Network. But yeah, only just went past it, now 1,014, so credit to him. He's also gone past 100 runs in this year's tournament. This is the first ball then of match 43. And it's going to be 4 runs to start. Jonesy carves this away. And in good Jones style, he completely turns around and rewrites the narrative. This is going to run away. And it's going to be 4 to start. So yeah, congratulations to both these two out there in this one as well. They both in this tournament have surpassed 1,000 runs on the network. And again, this time is going to be back-footed. That's very well fielded by Dalian. Superb bit of work. Could have said Dalian, that is. You can see there, Tyrone Peters is out on the field. And he's just saying, he just wants to say, keep your arm straight, don't throw it. Just having a word with Mesut Ozturk. He's going to have a word with Ellis. Mishra, well, as I said, recently moved on to 1,014 runs on the European Cricket Network. Oh, up in the air, could be a first baller if anyone gets there. He doesn't. Going to be a dot ball. Mishra, a little bit nervy. Very interesting, of course, an all-rounder, has bowled and batted in every tournament he's ever played. He's almost, by the way, probably at the end of this tournament, will have surpassed bowling over 100 overs on the network, which is some feat. Fetches this one from well outside the off, but that's going to be a dot ball again. He bowled 18.5 overs back in 2020, 19 in 21 and 24 so far. As I said, he hasn't quite worked with the ball in this year. But congratulations to him, but he's actually one of few that can sit there and say that he's managed to hit more runs than he has conceded with the ball. Well, up in the air, chance, and he's going to be gone. It's going to be a 3-ball duck for Prakash Mishra. Not the most positive to start. So in the last game, he gets past 1,000 runs, but he's not going to add to it, as that'll be a 3-ball duck for Prakash Mishra. Robocop himself. It's a great catch out in the deep by Safir Durmas. And the first one falls, and it's going to be 5 for 1 as Prakash goes for none. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody tuning in. This one is just a pretty poor shot, picks him out perfectly, and it's going to be an unfortunate way to go. Adrian Dunbar will come out then at number 3. They are going to be looking to put some big runs on the board here, are the Sofia Stars. Short, and this will be 4. Nicely played, cuts away. That's going to be 4 más. Nice start for Dunbar. Get over at the end of the first then. The Stars, 9 for 1. Well, there you can see him, by the way. He's got some strapping. You can just see him in the background there on his finger is Cosgan. And that's going to be 9 for 1 after the first over then. 48 days to go now until the all-important ECC does get underway, as that one will start on the 23rd of September. 19th of October will be the finals day. Of course, taking place in Carter at the Cartama Oval in Andalusia, in Malaga, of course. So looking forward to seeing how all of that unfolds. Of course, some big teams, big names in there as well. So do make sure you look out for that. And if you're in the area, come down, because, well, there's been some improvements made to the viewing experience, the fan experience of the Cartama Oval. Hit away. That's well fielded. This is Yilmaz. The skipper takes the second over. And Jones will get a single to start. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone, as I said. To those tuning in on Falcon out in India or on the Eastern European Cricket Network YouTube channel. To Kev, good morning to you. To Muslim as well. And to Mike Seal. Rob Thompson as well. Ooh. Just trying to carve this one away. Well watched. This time by Mudcan Fillers. Carved away, and again into the vortex. This time Durmas, he is equal to it once more. This is a nice bit of work. Gets down, does the hard work. Not easy to field out there, got to be said. It's really tricky to kind of maintain a consistency. And again, this time not out of the middle of the bat, but Jones will just push, or dear, might be two here, and they will come back for the second. That's sloppy from Lodi, and could be more. They won't be. But that is very, very sloppy from Lodi, I'm afraid. And against the side of the calibre of the Sofia Stars, you can't really look to be giving them easy singles. Carved away again, straight to the fielder though, well watched by Sally Elise. He's been very heavily involved in the action thus far this morning. Of course, Afyonkarahisar are 4-4 going into this one. This one again pushed away, and Durmas once more. He's gonna do the work. Not a bad over from Yilmaz, just dealing in ones and twos. End of the second over. Sofia Stars 15 without loss. Yeah, have a look at Afyonkarahisar's sort of following games. Of course, they'll take on the likes of Falcon CC in the last game of the day today. And you can see that could be a big game, depending on the outcome of this one. If they get a point, or if they get 3 or 4, Afyonkarahisar, it would be an upset, in all honesty, coming up against the Sofia Stars, who of course have leapfrogged the Spartans. Sat now on 30 points in second place, pretty much has confirmed their spot in the finals day. Realistically, mathematically, probably not, but can't imagine there'll be a way where they drop down. This is going to be a little tickle. This will be 4 runs. Nice way to start the over, as it's not the greatest of deliveries from Ellis, as it just drops a little bit short on the leg side. And happy to get this one away is Dunbar. Of course, at the moment, yet to get out today. 40 off of 22 in the last game. Now, not out at that one as well. Nice shot, though, to get 4 runs to his name. Morning to Shohag as well. Good to see you. Oh, asking the question here. Tizer being involved heavily. Says he can't. This might be outside the line. Let's have a look. Oh, I don't know, you know. It's a close one. It's a very close one. Ty is just getting Ellis just about his arm. Just wants it to stay straight. And this is going to be picked up beautifully. Again, it's too far down the leg side. And this is going to be 4 more from Adrian Dunbar. Easy pickings, realistically. Now, there's a bit of conversation here. What's happening here? Bit of a conversation between ties. I'm not too sure what the conversation is. This is better. Punch down the ground. Straight to the fielder though. Dunbar moves due for just a single. Okay, let's just get out of the over relatively quick. He's already gone for a couple of boundaries. This is straight to point, but again, good running. Jones has to get the skates on slightly, so does Tizer. Almost gets taken out. See here, Tizer has to get a bit of a move on. He watches all the way though. Come back to live action. This one just carved away, and again to point. He's been a busy man. This time it's been like Yilmaz, the skipper. It's well watched, and at least will get out of the over relatively unscathed after a couple of early boundaries. At the end of the power play, not quite the dominating start that the Stars were looking for, but still 26 for 1 at the end of the third. going at just under 9s at the moment, but of course have a platform here, and they know that there'll be some deliveries that will certainly be there to hit. So some relatively quiet overs. It's not a bad start from Afyonkarahisar, of course. Dunbar, of course, is coming off the back of a very, very good first game this morning, isn't he? It was an eventful one at that as well. Oh, and this one carves away. This is going to be sucked up by the vortex. Just, I don't know if we might pick this up here, but the fielder there is Ali Ozdemir, and he actually comes finer off his own sort of back. You can see him here. He just sort of anticipates that this one's going to come to his left, but ends up having to sort of change angles. He wouldn't have cut it off anyway, but nevertheless, that's another boundary for Dunbar yet again. Dunbar, of course, has represented a number of teams on the European Cricket Network. Serbia, Inter Bulgaria, Belgrade, Stari Grad, and of course the Sofia Stars, formerly known as Inter Bulgarian, of course. And this is going to be through extra cover. Oh! I think this might be another good bit of footballing technique from Dalian. Well, add this to the list. This could be another one. Let's have a look. Well, I said it was in the wrong sport. Should have been playing football. Oh, is there anything touching the rope here? Oh, well, that foot is there, and that back foot as well. I think that's 4. I think that's going to be 4 runs, and it is. So it's a good effort from Dalian, but not quite the same. Again, this time just drops and respects it, does Dunbar. Uppish, but again pushes this one with hard hands. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, the hand comes up straight away from Durdamas. He's actually been really good down there, but unfortunately one just escapes him. And this is going to be 4 runs. And unfortunately, again, against the side of the Stars caliber, you can't be letting ones go like this. Again, confidently pushed. Should just be a single load. He's had a couple of issues, so does have to make sure of it. Watched it all the way. Again, deals with a single. It's still not the rapid start that they would have been hoping for. Just shy of 10s at the moment. It's 39 for 1 after 4. You can see there, of course, they lost Mishra in that first over. Another disappointing effort with the bat from him. But since then, it's been a nice little steady upward flow for Jones and Dunbar at the moment. So then, they're going to go to Shakil Faruqi, who, again, in this tournament has had some troubled moments. Gets down on the sweep, sweeps well, that's 4 more. Dunbar continuing on from a very, very good first game this morning. And another score that's starting to motor along here. Lovely shot. You can just see here, plays it beautifully, watches it all the way, plays it just in front of himself, gets the old swivel on it. Dunbar, of course, as I mentioned. Best scorer of the tournament was in that last game, 40 not out. Of course, average is 31 at the moment. Again, he's recently just surpassed 500 runs on the European Cricket Network as well. He's Of course, has played a lot of games, in all honesty. He's played 41 matches, an average of 25. Outside edge, and again, a bit of work to do, and this time does watch it all the way. And again, just get a single. So that's a good comeback from Durmas, who's out there, who had a bit of an issue earlier on. Very well watched, gets the long barrier out. Shot, firmly hit. That's going to be 4, lovely. Really nice from Jones. He just needed one just to sort of get his momentum going, and that's exactly what happens there. Nice pickup. It's in the slot, and he just sort of opens up the arms and says, thank you very much. Beautiful shot, 4 runs. Stand and deliver stuff. Good morning to everybody, to Kroom, to Ivan, to Monica, to Parvez, and to Shohag. Pleasure to have you with us. This one up in the air. Oh, shelled. Dropped at point. And it was a very, very firmly hit delivery or shot from Jones. And you can just see this here. It was a short, wide delivery. And not quite sticking, unfortunately, which is a little bit frustrating. So a drop goes down as Jones gets dropped on 14. Oh, what a ball that is from Faruqi. Jones just gets done all ends up by this one. In swinging delivery, nips away off the seam. Oh, what a ball. What a peach. And now again to point. Well watched. Oh, and a direct hit to match here. Well, I think he's going to be okay, but they think of taking a cheeky single. They won't. Let's just double check this. I reckon he might just want to be sure of it. Of course, Jones just carves it away, doesn't he? Plays it very late. See here, yeah, he's going to be fine. Perfect running. Almost takes out the keeper at the same process. End of the over then. It'll be the halfway stage. And the score 49 for 1. Welcoming you into the Ice Cube here. It's a blowy day here in Bulgaria, has to be said. At the moment, though, things looking slightly more positive now for the Stars after a bit of a nervy start. They lost Marisha, of course, very early on. But of course, these two have batted a lot together. They've actually played a lot of cricket together out in Croatia, but also here in Bulgaria, and of course have played a few times together in Khartoum as well at the start of the year in the ECL. So they know a lot about each other, and they know what to expect from each other as well. But I do just feel that the bowling unit of this Afyonkarahisar side isn't quite up to scratch at the moment. Loopy Loopy in Ali Ozdemir is going to come on. Not a bad delivery to start with. Ozdemir, not a bad start actually, landed it on a spot. Jones playing second fiddle here to Dunbar at the moment. Dunbar's going to loft this over the top. That'll be 6 runs. Glorious shot. You can't bowl there. It's too straight, unfortunately. And that's not where it needs to be. Good shot, though. Good pickup from Adrian Dunbar. And again, moves into a very, very healthy score at the moment. That's another score of 40, so this time quicker. So he's currently, for today, 80 not out. If you add in the first game score for him. What's the response going to be from Ozdemir? Because at the moment, he looks as if he might be under some pressure. Dunbar goes over the top, and 6 runs, gloriously played. Just had to wait on this one slightly as it was very much put above the eye line, but he plays it gloriously over the top of cover. And that's a really, really nice shot. And that one is going to go all the way. 6 runs, 6 glorious runs at that as well. And he's now going to pull into the onside. There is a fielder out there. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, does Dunbar. Of course, this would be, by the way, just his 2nd ever 50 on the European Cricket Network, if he is to get there, of course. Don't want to jinx him. Probably already have. He scored 67 not out against Plovdiv back in last year's edition. But apart from that, 68 not out, sorry. Jones over the top, 6 runs, flat, hard, thank you for coming. That's into the, I think that's probably going to be gone away from us. That's a really nice thumping shot down the ground from Jones. This one goes straight into the camera tower, I think into the scaffolding, but it's just too wide and too full. You can see, look at that seam presentation at one point. Good shot from Jonesy. Is that the one that gets him going now? He had that 4 earlier. Oh, has to go back to this one. This is the thing with Jones. He'll play correct cricket shots and he won't give too much away. You know, if it's there to be respected, he'll play the correct shot. He won't get out in silly fashion. End of the 6th. Going nicely now, motoring along. They were at 8 at one point. They're now up to almost 12s. Score 70-1. So you've still got Demand. You've still got Sahil Kumar. Gagan can also be in that top 6. Jack Watmo as well. Just looking over there. Looks as if he's trying to work it out who could be coming in next. Not too sure at the moment, actually. Could be Demand, probably. Here's Faruqi once again. Good delivery, but well hit as well. That's well fielded. Good cricket all round there. Good delivery, good shot, and good bit of fielding out in the deep. Done by them, 47 at the moment, off of 19 for him. Looking to continue after a good start to the day. Comes down and again struck firmly, but comes off the edge of the mat. Bit of work to do here. Someone's got to cut this off. Lottie does get the skates on, and he goes for a single as well. That's not too bad. Lottie just sort of says, well, hang on a second. That shouldn't be mine. Mesut Ozturk should have been doing the work there. I'd probably agree. Hey, good morning to you, Monica, as well. Pleasure to have your company here. Or this could probably be a no ball, I reckon. It's going to be, well, we're going to have to first of all check side on, and then we're going to have to check where the ball goes. Let's see here. Let's just confirm that this is probably a no ball. Let's have a look. Yeah, big no ball to start with. Then let's see if it's going to be a minimo or a 7-up. Let's see. Definitely a no-e. And yeah, I still couldn't work it out from this. Let's have a look. I have to slow it right down. Even my young eyes couldn't work it out. That's 4, I think. I think that's going to be a minimo. Yeah, that'll be a 4 runs. So no ball signalled, 4 to come. So minimo comes up off that one. Jones now is motoring along, so he'll move to 28, and he's got a free hit to come here from Faruqi. This could go long here. And it does. Oh, that is hit so firmly by Jonesy, and he's almost lucky that no one's in the way of that, because he could have taken someone with him. What a shot that is. That's another boundary. That's going to be 6 carreras. It's into wind as well, by the way. That is firm. That is hard. That is 6 runs. Not the best bowling. Just sits up. It's like a little bit easy at the moment for Jones and Dunbar at the moment, isn't it? It's like sort of has that feel of a net session, but this is what they were looking for. This is what they wanted from this at the moment. And hit firmly again. This is going to be another boundary, 4 more. Tizer almost gets his head taken off. This is going to be another boundary. Jones playing catch up here. Doing so with relative success. Look at Tizer here. Ready? Doink. Out he goes. He's actually all right. To the right of him, wasn't it? That ball's gone, I reckon. Mesut has to go get that. He's quite reluctant to sort of walk off and have to go and fetch it. Moves on to 38 off 18, so already adding to a good total of runs here at the moment. Oh, misses out on one, and the balance is all over the place as well. Watch this here from Jones, where the old Strictly Come Dancing. I was going to do the Strictly theme song, but I thought probably get sued. End of the 7th over there. And that's going to be... There's a ball to come, in fact. Apologies. Yeah, so he's currently... Oh, up in the air. This could be a chance. Lottie shells it. Oh, dropped on 14. Now dropped on 38. And he's going to get 2. Oh, dear, the wheels just falling off for Afyonkarahisar. And that is going to be really disappointing. A disappointing finish to the over. It's 89 for 1 at the end of 7. Well, you can see there, it's a horrid shot from Jones. He won't mind me saying it, not at his best. That's disappointing from Lodi, it really is. He's got to be doing better there. As Abdul Lodi, sorry. But yeah, Jonesy this year is at 534 runs without this innings. So, of course, now 574. Pretty impressive. This is, of course, the groups for the ECC coming up. 48 days to go. Here is the main man himself, Kursa Dalian. And this one is up in the air. Could be another chance, maybe. No, oh dear. Well, another one that goes down, and it's 6 more, and Dunbar will bring up just his second half century on the European Cricket Network, and does so with a little bit of luck, but fortune favours the brave, and it's a brilliant half century for Adrian Dunbar. He can't really hear what they're saying. There we go, there's a thumbs up recognition. Half century number 2 for Dunbar on the network, 54 off 21 deliveries. A very good innings from him. Oh, hang on a second, there's some shouting and screaming going on at the moment out in the field. Short ball, misses out on it. A little bit frustrating, but yeah, I mean, the thing is that the thing that's scary about this here is that Mike Jones is 40, of course, here, so that's 574 runs now in this tournament. Do you know who's next behind him? Manan Bashir on 295 runs. I mean, that's just bizarre. That's crazy. Inside edge. Should just be one. ...279 runs between Jonesy at the top of the run scorers and second. 200. Yes, you heard that right. 270. Oh, gets funky and plays it beautifully. That's going to be 4 runs. So now 283 runs between him and the second highest scorer, Manan Bashir. Excellent, excellent work from Jonesy. Another boundary. Brings up the 100 as well. Good shot. Goes early. Shows intent. Nobody there. It's going to be 4. But the thing is, you add the fact that he's now 578 runs on the board for this entire tournament. Then you go to his bowling as well. He bowled very well for this Sofia Stars side. Goes again. It's a full toss, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4 again. So, well, the first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice. This is another boundary. 4 more again. Dalian, he just doesn't look equal to the task at hand at the moment. Good shot, though, from Jones again. He just gets in the right position, doesn't he? It's a shot that you do have to practice. You can't just come in and... can't just come in and play it. You've got to really give it a go and practice it in the nets, which is what he does. New ball, please, as well. It is a windy, overcast day today, which is a little bit different to what we've been seeing. Cube's about to take off. Short and hooked, and it'll be runs away. It'll be another boundary, so a hat-trick of 4s to finish. Not quite a magical over, but a big one, and another half century for Mike Jones, and it's another brilliant one at that. It's a little bit slow to get going, but once he does, it is a very, very good bit of hitting for him, and another half century for him, and at the end of the over, it is 108 for 1. So that is half century number 7 in this tournament. The only other players that have made double half centuries, or more than one, sat on 2. It just shows you it is so impressive what you're seeing from Jonesy here. It's just dominating when he gets going. Of course, missed out on the last one, but in this one, not missing out. Dunbar up against Ozturk, and this one is going to get thumped to Tyser again. He's in the old action, isn't he? It's going to be another boundary. 4 more as this is pumped down the ground from Dunbar. Great shot. Almost gets a hand to this. Does mess it. Tie. Oh dear. Good tie, by the way. Looks good. Blue's his colour, I reckon. First time seeing him in the blue. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. Slower ball, doesn't pick it. Nobody home. Can't take a shot at the stumps. They'll turn around and get a leg bye. Yeah, good morning to everyone as well. Pleasure to have you with us. At the moment we're seeing an interesting bit of work here from Afyonkarahisar. It's not quite the dominating display we've seen, but the runs aren't flowing as much as I thought they would be. They're not scared to throw in the slower ball. Well, I have to say, I think I might take off here. Cube is... Cube's going to go in a minute. I'm going to be gone. I'm going to have nowhere to be. The cube's going to go. It really is. Oh dear. The bat's gone, by the way, for Jonesy. The bat has gone, and that's annoying because that bat has scored him buckets of runs. Oh, shot. Nice shot. That's going to be 4 more. You can't really expect too much of Cosgun out there at sort of behind square leg, because that's, of course, the fielder. He's the man who had the double dislocation to his finger yesterday. So you can't really expect too much of him. But that's another boundary. So Dunbar moves on to 63. Of course, highest score of 68 on the network. So we could be seeing something here for him here. Just a little change of bat for Mike Jones. Oh, up in the air, gloriously played. This is 6 runs, I think, and it is. And Dunbar will bring up a new highest score on the European Cricket Network. Surpasses the previous 68 not out against Plovdiv last year. And it's now 69 not out against Afyonkarahisar. Lovely pickup. He loves it on the onside. He loves it square or behind square on the leg side, and anything sort of in that sort of offside V is where he's also so punishing. Good shot though, 69 out for him. Last ball potentially of this 9th. And this is going to get flat batted away. Excellent stop. Superb work from Mehmet Sinad out there. And could be close, or isn't. Jones has to go round the stumps. They'll come back for 2. It'll be 126 for 1 with an over to go. Great stop out there. He's been busy as Sinad. He was at point, wasn't he? Bit of hesitation on this second, but there was certainly a second to be taken. Dunbar over on his hinges. He's got 10 overs to keep yet. Not a good story for the bowlers, in all honesty. Not the best. Just the 1 wicket for Ellis. Of course, that was Prakash at the start of the, well, in that first over. Dalian, none for 19 off his single over as well. They're going to go to Zafar Durmas for this last over then. Can they get to 140? That's what they'll be hoping. Up in the air, not middled and shelled. Not really, didn't have too much of an idea, did Faruqi. It was up high in the sky from Jones, but it just didn't quite read it quick enough, did Faruqi. So another couple of runs, sorry. 128 on the board. Jonesy back on strike. This isn't good from Jones. This is what he has the ability. He will take a couple of balls to get in, but once he gets going, he's like a freight train, tough to stop. This one gets through everyone. This is going to be 4 byes. And unfortunately, Phyllis hasn't had too much to do behind the stumps in this one. But this one just dies on him. Gets through that little gap, and there's nothing either that Ozdemir could do. So, in fairness, not been a bad day for the old extras. They've only had the... They actually haven't... Oh, get this, by the way. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to jinx it. I might say it in 4 balls' time. Shot up in the air, could be a chance. Oh, he is. You can just see he's really tense. You can see that bandaged finger. And credit to him for being out there. We'll get another 2 here, Will Jones. Let's have a look at this. There's a direct hit. Is there anything down? Oh, only just. The bat wasn't, but the foot was. 57 for Jones, goes deep in his crease here. I think he knows it's going to be full. Now Afyonkarahisar look like a broken team at the moment. It is full. And this is again just going to be pushed into the onside. Well, gets the boot out, does Yilmaz. Again, come back for 2. Dunbar is, oh, they're going to get a 3rd. Well, there you go. I was going to say Dunbar. Oh, there could be more here. Could be more. Run 4. Go on. Yeah, there we go. Run 4. Yilmaz isn't going to dart this in. Dunbar is cooked. There they both are. Look at that. Oh, dear. I would be too. Running. That's a picture in itself, isn't it? Get the old Benny Hill music. Look at these two at the end of this. Oh dear, Dunbar, mate, you still got to sort of keep for 10 overs, pal. And now going to get flat batted for 6. I think that's going to go all the way. Oh, that's a really nice shot from Jones. I still can't. Oh, that moment where they're both on the hinges is class. It's in the slot though. Flat batted over the top. That is 6 runs. Goes all the way. Oh dear, very rare that you see an all-run 4, by the way. .144. Can they get to 150? Last ball of the innings. Yeah, up in the air. And well fielded by Dalian, trying to maybe replicate. They're going to turn and go here. Well, Dunbar, well, oh no! Oh dear. Oh, that's not nice. Not nice at all. Let's see a nice moment between the two of them. They'll get back for the second. Glad to see that, more importantly, they're both okay. They will get to 146 for 1. Just watch this here. Oh, it's not nice. Glad that they're both okay. And they both walk off. But, well, credit to these. There he is again. AD, credit to him though. What an innings. 71 not out off of 28 for him. A new high score on the European Cricket Network for him. Congratulations to Adrian. And, well, as for Mike Jones, again, another half century, the 7th for him. AD's cooked, by the way. Oh, dear, but he can be happy. It's a good innings, though. Of course, he's batted a lot today, batted quite a lot in the first game. And he's now batted pretty much all 10 overs in this one as well. And he's going to have to remember that, as he'll finish on 71 off 28 not out, 69 off 30 for Jones, who catches up nicely. But a good innings from those two, as they'll finish on 146 for 1, so just shy of that 150. For the Sofia Stars. So they do what they were looking to do, which is put runs on the board, and then they'll look to remove Afyonkarahisar relatively quickly with the ball in hand. Let's have a look at the highlights then. And of course, Jonesy opened up with Mishra yet again. Mishra just isn't working with the bat, as this one was up in the air on the offside. It was a good catch out in the deep by the likes of Dudamas, who had well, almost perfect time out there in the vortex. There was one that got through him, but apart from that, it was pretty impressive stuff. This one was flicked by Dunbar, and what an innings it was from him, by the way. 3 6s, 7 4s for Jones, 4 6s for Adrian Dunbar, 9 4s for himself. And this was the moment of elapsing concentration for Dudamas. As I said, he was almost perfect out there when he was required. Nice shot there, hold the post from Adrian Dunbar. Yeah, nice couple of shots. Jonesy, this was the one. That was the boundary that just got him going, didn't it? As he was able to really then kick on from that moment onwards. And he just played some beautiful, beautiful shots to all parts of the ground. Dunbar looks so good, didn't he? He just looks like he's a man on a mission today. He saved his side from an embarrassing start in the last game. Jonesy hit this nice shot, bit of a draw on that one if you're a golfer. And again, hit firm and hard into the onside, 6 more and once more. That was, of course, 2 of 3 6s for Jonesy. Striking at 230, 250, 53 strike rate for Dunbar. He did give a few chances, so did Jones, though. Jones dropped on 14 and 38. Dunbar, again, this one was the drop to bring his half century up, and it was a nice little thumbs up. Cheers, thanks, lads. I'm going to carry on, though. See that the ramp shots came out. That's when you know Jonesy's in and he's having fun, when he brings those shots out and pulls them off nicely. This was a nice shot though down the ground. Tyzut was taking evasive action. He had to do it a couple times, and then this one, a lovely way. That was the moment that he brought up a new high score for Dunbar on the network. And then, well, Faruqi had a little bit of issues there. Oh, good to see Ingrid in there as well. Nice to have you here, Ingrid. This was the old 4. They ran a 4 and 80 was cooked. They both were. They came back and then they went, oh, go on, then we'll have one more. And watched both of them at the end here. Down goes one and wait for the other. Jones at the other side. I don't know if we see it here. Down goes the other just before we cut away. And then Jonesy finished off with a 6 and then they ran 2 again and there was a collision. But they're good to see that they were both okay in that one. And they will finish on 146 for 1 off their 10 overs. Have a look at the scorecards then, and it's going to be a nice story for the batting side. Well, the Prakash Mishra will tell you that he got a good one because the 2 batters around him both scoring 50 plus scores. 69 off 30 for Jones, 71 off 28 for Adrian Dunbar. A very, very good innings from him. And as I said, a new high score for him. Be interested to see if he does take the pads in the gloves in the next innings. Be interested to see what happens there. But the bowlers, not much to talk about. An array of bowlers used. 7 bowlers, in fact. The only 2 to bowl 2-0, or the 3, sorry, were Faruqi, Yilmaz and Ellis. The rest of them only getting 1. Daniel went for 19. Dildamas went for 16. Messit, who's normally been pretty economical, was gone for 17. And the best was probably Yilmaz to none for 19. 1 for 20 for Ellis is probably pretty impressive as well. So, big chase on the cards here. Will they get there? Well, I think they're going to be more focusing on probably trying to get a point out of the game. Well, Afyonkarahisar, they need 147 for victory in this one. We'll be back soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
A huge thank you to our partners, of course, and well, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to be doing what we do. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to this European Cricket Series Bulgaria match 43. It is the second innings coming up, and well, I have to say, I'm not surprised to see that there is a late change, as Dunbar won't be keeping. It will be Nagy who's going to take the gloves, and you can kind of understand it. He's batted probably about 19 overs in the last two games, so Dunbar is Dunbar's actually going to come and be at long on. Mid-off for now, actually, in fact, is where he's going to stay. Anyway, this is going to be an interesting one. They are certainly going to be looking to restrict them to less than 102. The Sofia Stars, as Afyonkarahisar are looking to, of course, try and get there in the first place. So they'll be looking for 103, is what they'll be looking for, as if they are hoping to try and get a point out of this game. Well, it is still windy. It is still overcast here at the moment. Let's get things going. And hitting into the wind is Lodi up against Gagandeep. This is punched over the top, and a couple of bounces. Oh, it's an excellent stop. Superb bit of fielding. He saved 3 runs there. He had a lot of ground to cover, did Sal Kumar, but he gets down and does the dirty work. Excellent bit of fielding. No issues with being near the rope. Gagan up against Dalian then, who's moved up to open the order. Just dabbles at this one. Again, Dalian, of course, with the bat in hand, has moved in and around that top 4. Kind of been in and around it for the last couple of days. Of course, was the player who has found new stardom, really, due to the incredible catch he took a couple of days ago. And this is up in the air. Well, Dunbar called upon without the gloves. Oh no, there's no communication. No communication whatsoever, and that is a disappointing start to the fielding innings. Really disappointing. Dunbar was tracking back. Demand didn't really sort of give a call. Demand coming from his right, Dunbar from behind, from in front of him. And look at that. Well, they both just sort of look at each other and go, well, what's happened there? Oh dear, oh dear. Dalian gets dropped on 1. He's got a higher score of 21. That was against the All-Stars, so can he try and maybe replicate that and get above it? That's got to be his target. Good delivery, equal it. Here's the shot. That's well fielded at square leg. Nice bit of work there by Zanev. First involvement for him in the tournament. Dalian up against Gagandeep once more then. And a swing across the line. There's Nagy. He's behind the stumps. Gagan. Well, we had the screamer, didn't we? In Romania. Gagan giving him a run for his money. Oh, well, asking the question, this one. Down the leg side. Be a leg by though to finish the over. That'll be the close of the first end of the first over. It's 4 without loss. Just see going down the leg side. So 4 for none then after 1. Sun trying to break through. Trying to break through those clouds. Trying desperately. 12 matches now since the last golden ball on the Saturday. A couple of days ago, 4 days ago, where of course it was the Lavender Lionesses in the second ever ECSW fixture. Beat the Jinx Zagreb side. As this one is lofted over the top, as this is going to be 4 runs to start the over. Dalian gets down to 1 knee, nice little shot. As this is Sahil Kumar who's come on. A little bit of a full toss to start, but a nice shot from the youngster. Of course, 16 years of age is Dalian, celebrates his 17th in 10 days' time. Good bowler, good youngster in the ranks for the Turkey Cricket Association, of course. And we won't be here when it is his birthday, but also I'll take a chance to say happy birthday to him in a couple of days, 10 days time. Shot, that's 4. That is flat batted down the ground. And that one is going to be another boundary. So this is a lovely start, this, for Dalian. Moves on to 9 now. What a shot. 4.4 for the first 3 deliveries of the over. Gets a little bit lucky as this one almost sort of Tortuga it back to the fielder. Keep can he get it right? Yeah, this is better. Back of a length. He's always going to look to swat it and flat bat it. Oh, gets through 1, doesn't get through 2. Well backed up from Gagandeep in the field. Brings Lodi back on. Lodi should really have been doing better, to be honest, in this tournament. Only got the 37 runs to his name. Oh, sorry, correction, 208. But I feel like there should be more. He is averaging 41, but the amount of times he's got in and got out is the issue for me. He's got 75 last year for Istanbul KSK. Best of 25 not out against Plovdiv, but this year got a half centuries to his name, 2 half centuries in fact. But I just feel like the amount of times he's got out in the 20s is a little bit frustrating for him. Often gets out caught in the deep rather than anything else. Kumar not quite very happy with his run up here. A little bit flat in the field at the moment from this Sofia Stars side. Dot ball to finish. Not a bad over. 10 come off it. End of the second. It's 14 for none. Gagan, interestingly enough, is going to come back for a second here. So I think Sofia Stars know that with the runs on the board, if they can just keep them quiet throughout the power play, then they might be able to afford to maybe give a couple of others a bowl. Let's have a look what a win here would do for the Stars. It would, of course, open the gap between themselves and the Spartans in third. Of course, a point for Afyonkarahisar would close the gap between them and Falcons CC. So big point on the board here for them. Probably not really concerned about the 3 points. That's okay. That's going to be a dot to start as Lodi. His first step is massively onto the leg side. Not really sure if that's what you want to be seeing. Gagan. Can he get a wicket? Well bowled. Very well bowled. In the block hole. Can't get it away. Once again. Played lots of cricket here in Bulgaria, has Gagandeep. Good delivery straight to Dunbar. Does well, gets a hand to it. Now has to put the old skates on. They'll think of turning back for the second. Direct hit could be gone. It won't be. Oh, Gagan's copped one there as well. But Dunbar does well, gets down, gets a hand to it, stops 4. Saves 2 runs. Yeah, but Gagan, by the way, Gagan's 3 wickets away from 50 wickets on the network as well. Lots of milestones. This is the thing, as you start, what are we now into our 6th year, in theory, of building up the ECN, of course, 5th year here in Bulgaria. So we're getting to these sort of locations time and time again. These sort of milestones will occur, especially when you have sort of the domestic champions well watched from Watmo. Will just be one. They're going to start finding these sort of players that are sort of hitting the mark. No fifer ever for Gagandeep on the network. He's had a couple of, he's had 5 threefers, best of 3 for 7 against Academic Sofia. Well, he did that twice actually, back in 21 and 22 as well. Lofted up in the air, in the onside, no fielder there. That's going to be 4. Dalian finding the middle of the bat yet again. This is a nice little cameo from him to start off the innings for Afyonkarahisar. He's also got a 3 for this year. That was, of course, a few days ago, 3 for 12 against the Blacksmiths. Again, flicked into the onside. We'll will take a single. There you go. End of the over and end of the power play. A relatively quiet one for Afyonkarahisar. Good bowling from the Stars. Score 22 for none after 3. Of course, they'll be looking for that 103, won't they? That's where they think that they'll be wanting to get to for a point. And you can see there in comparison, not too far behind, but it was those. Look at those last 5 overs. 21, 19, 19, 18, and 20. That's pretty aggressive stuff. 93 runs coming off the second part of the innings is very, very impressive from the Sofia Stars. And it was, of course, all down to Mike Jones and Adrian Dunbar, who put on a mammoth partnership. Of course, the first wicket fell for 5. And they were 5 for 1, ended up getting to 146. So it's very, very impressive, of course. Worth 141. That innings is Raman Kumar, who's going to get hit away for 4 to start. This is a nice shot from Dalian, again playing a very nicely played shot into the offside for 4. Does have to play it wide. It's a wider delivery, but it's actually really, really well played. Gets it into the gap. And again into the onside, and again a bit of work to do for the fielder. Makes no mistake of this one though, does Samid Kumar. Oh, this time, bit of a miss-hop. Dalian, the more aggressive of the two. I don't think anyone would have predicted that. Lottie at the moment is just 7 off 8 with that single that he just got. Dalian 20 off 13, and he's played some nice shots in it as well. Oh, stays low. Up in the air. Has he got the legs on this one? Nope. Mike Jones underneath it. So it won't be a new ECN highest for Dalian. It will be one short of equaling it, but he goes for a very well-made 20 off of 15. But it's going to be a wicket for Raman Kumar. And that's going to be the end of Dalian, who will go. Not a bad little cameo from him. He'll go for 20, score 28 for 1. Oh yeah, I wanted to say this, by the way. In the innings of the Sofia Stars, no wides from Afyonkarahisar. That must be, I reckon that's probably the first time since being here in Bulgaria that there was no wide bowled. There were extras, there was a couple of byes. There were 4 byes and a leg bye and a no ball, but there were no wides in that first innings of this game. New batter out in the middle then. This is Mudkan Phyllis, the keeper. He's out there at number 3. Could be gone here. Oh, going down the leg side. Let's have a look. No, off the pad. Yeah, down the leg side. Actually, probably not a bad call. End of the over. And the score at the end of 4 is 28 for 1. Okay, 4 overs down, 28 for 1. And a bit of a moment just to sort of, I think he wanted to change something there, did Phyllis, but at the moment, not bad. Prakash Mishra. Is he going to take, has he taken his hat off or not? I can't tell. Can't tell if that's his hat. This is really confusing. He has taken it, or has he? I don't know. He has. This one up in the air though. And, oh, well, he's actually probably done quite well not to take this over. Well, Mishra, look at Prakash. Oh, Mishra is not impressed. AD spills it, takes it, and has to put it back in play. He does well. But watch Mishra. Oh, Prakash. He's look at this. Get it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, Prakash not happy. Should we talk about some of Prakash's misfields in cover? Oh, good take. Very good take, Suraj Negi. Is AD watching? Now, credit to AD, he bowled he kept very well in the first game, actually. Up to the stumps. I don't think there's too many better in this tournament. Well, let's just double check this here. Let's just make sure that the ball's under control from Negi, because it's been given out on field, but let's just double check. Let's have a look here. Is the ball under control? Because he's a couple of steps back. He throws it at the stumps himself. So that will be out. There'll be no question of that one. That's going to be the end of Phyllis. It's going to be a Derek for Metcalf Phyllis, who goes on his third delivery without a run being scored. And that's going to be the end of him. 29 for 2. As Mezidostek will come out at number 4. There's Derek. Good morning, Derek. Derek was tired last night. He had a busy morning yesterday. The old morning shift was very, very much a busy one. You can see there, Negi. Good work. They all dialed it in. I want to talk a little bit now. We mentioned it yesterday that we went for a bit of a crew night out last night. We went bowling. And I haven't bowled for a couple of years. And I love a bit of temp in bowling, don't get me wrong. Here's Mishra. Oh, tentative push from Mezit. Haven't bowled for a couple of years, and I won't lie to you, and there is proof. First 6 throws of my first round, 6 strikes in a row. And there is proof. I will tell you that. There is proof of it. Oh, asking the question. Tizer, he's gone. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for Mesid Ozturk. So Prakash Mishra, taking the fielder out of the equation, does it himself. And that will be another one that goes. Mesid Ozturk goes for a 2-ball quacker. And it's going to be another one that bites the dust. The revolving door of Afyonkarahisar batters continues to flow through. It's 29 for 3. It's pretty much out. Pretty much out, to be honest. A couple of steps down, but enough going for it. You can understand why Tizer gives a slow finger of dread. So yeah, they're genuinely, I'll run you through it, right? I had to take a photo of it. It was one of my best ever bowling experiences ever. So I went strike, 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 5 strikes in a row, sorry. Then a 9. Then I really messed up on the 7th throw. I got 7. Well, I got 4. It wasn't very good. Strike, strike, and then 9 to finish. So I finished on 207. On me bowling. Pretty happy with it. We won't talk about the second one. Good over. Ends up going for just 1. Picks up 2 wickets. End of the 5th. Scored 29 for 3. And might be a very, very quick drinks break. It's not too warm out there today. Currently 25 degrees, but it's of course a bit overcast, bit of wind. Welcoming you into the box then here at the moment. And yeah, I'll talk about it a little bit more because this game looks as if it's probably going to be a pretty relatively comfortable one for the Sofia Stars. But yeah, 5 strikes in a row, and then in the last game I had a stinker, blew up the gaff, and but I did come back with 3. I had a turkey to finish, which was always good fun. But a very warm welcome to everyone here in Bulgaria, of course. Pleasure to have your company with us on the European Cricket Network at the moment. Here's Rohit Daman. This is lofted up in the air. Oh, and just gets over Dunbar again. He was a few steps in from the rope, was Dunbar, but I reckon probably going to go over his head nonetheless. Lodi finally gets one out of the screw. You see here Dunbar, look, he runs in. Oh, then has to put the old back step on. Probably going over him anyway. And turns this. Demand, can he get there? No. Well, they think of a second. They probably won't take it, as that's the skipper who's come out at 5 for Afyonkarahisar. You can see there 67 off 28 for a point at the moment. That's the equation. Should be a 4-point game this for the Sofia Stars. Dot ball. Yilmaz starts with a dot. And another dot, that's well bowled. Pushes it wider, it's a pretty wild swing from Yilmaz. And this one to Gagan deep. He finds himself in a fielding area that he very rarely is. He's normally deep mid-wicket. Finds himself at point. Bit of a change-up for him. Prakash still in covers, though. Pushes this one into the offside for one. That'll be the close of the 6th. Then another good over from Rohit Diman. Goes for 9. It's 38 for 3 after 6. Of course, one thing I want to look out for, the Spartans are going to be in the 4th game of the day. They take on the Blacksmiths. Now, just keep an eye out for some of them. I know that there was some talks of a hot wing challenge for the Spartans yesterday. And I know that there was a couple, I have to say, thank you for the invite, lads. But unfortunately, I was busy tearing up the bowling alley. But yeah, I'm going to have to see. I won't be here for that 4th game. But I want to hear if there if there are some sore stomachs this morning. I'm sure there probably is. I was very happy with my 200 score in the bowling, I have to say. Lolly, 16 off 12 again, has got a start. Can he contribute a little bit more than just the start that he's got, though? Raman Kumar, this is cover. Prakash, direct hit, could be gone. Oh, it isn't. And the thing is, it's not a great throw, to be honest. They could come back for another here. Prakash is... Oh, dear, well, someone's got to get it. They've got to come back for 3 here. Prakash, it was 2 steps to his left. He couldn't be bothered. Hey, listen, he'd already done a bit of fielding. That's enough for the next 2 games for him. He's done. He's finished. Even Gagan's telling him to come on, that was yours. Prakash, you can't play that one off. I'm calling you out here, Prakash. That was yours all day, that second one. All day long. Good delivery. Good comeback from Raman Kumar. Prakash has got it easy, isn't he? Comes on, bowls his 2 overs, opens the batting, fields at cover, doesn't move for 10 overs. Clearly knows something we don't. Shot. Nice pickup. Nice glance off the pads. That'll be 4. Into the 40s now with that one as well. Just straying a little bit too far onto the pads there was Kumar. But a good shot, good head position. Leaning forward over the ball. Of course, Prakash, though, we're talking about him here, but got to give credit where credit's due. Over 1,000 runs on the network now, Prakash Mishra, after today. Of course, not coming from today's game, more from the last game with his 12. In fact, he probably already did it after that, I think, or before that. But yeah, congratulations to him. And of course, Dunbar with a new highest score on the network as well. Wide ball down the leg side. Yeah, Dunbar in this tournament has surpassed 500 runs on the network, in fairness. He's now, well, after that 70 odd, is going to be on 640 odd. That's as far as my maths will go. Oh, what's this come off? Oh, is this going to be bad? I think it is. This is rocketed away. It's going to be 4 runs. It is. Nice little pickup from Lottie. Literally just turns this round the corner. Yeah, nice shot. Nice bit of risk getting involved in it. Yeah, we are going to have an ECN studio guest for the second half of today. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Yilmaz on the wrong side. Well, trying to be Mike Jones, not working. Oh, he's going to get a bit of bat on this. This Tyson gets involved. Get a run for it. It's off the bat. That'll be the end of the over. End of 7 overs. 50 up. 50 for 3. Next game coming up then, it's the Blacksmiths taking on the All-Stars. The All-Stars coming off the defeat against the Sofia Stars in the first game of the morning. You can see there just a slight issue with numbers for the Blacksmiths. So that one is going to be up in 45 minutes time. The Blacksmiths have batted first in that one, so should very much be predicting a win for the All-Stars in that game. 11 up against 9, so well, here's Sahil Kumar. Edge, and this is going to go all the way, 6 runs. Sahil sort of says, well, what do you want me to do with that one? There's not much more you can do. It wasn't a terrible ball, but well, if you're going to swing, swing hard. That's what Lottie does. Lottie Lou. Of course, had a Lottie in Romania. Little Lottie here. %1 for Afyonkarahisar. I think that might be being a bit generous, to be quite honest with you. They need to be going at 32 if they're ever going to get this one from here on in. So I think that 1%, of course, is just the simple fact that it's not that it's still mathematically possible, but it's possible, probably not plausible or probable. Push, bit of work to do for Gagan here. He's not going to get any support from Prakash Mishra. Don't be silly. Oh! Well, credit to him. He's got there. He just made it very hard work for himself. As I said, he was never going to get any support from Prakash Mishra, who was about 10 metres to his right. Flicks it up, passes it back to himself. There you go. Ends up being well fielded. Stops, saves 2. Upish, and in the vortex. Going to get sucked away. It's going to be 4 more again. This over's gone for 12 already off just the 3 deliveries. Nice moment of calm. And again, Lottie, this is what I'm saying. He's getting starts. He's got to be able to kick on now. Highest score in the tournament is 52. Got an ability here to maybe go slightly above that. Still in with a chance of a point if they get a couple of more overs like this. But this Sofia Stars side need to be applying the squeeze here. Don't want to take the foot off the gas. You want to take 4 points. Submit your position in that top 4. Inside edge, onto the pad. He's just trying to ladle for a single. Still got 2 deliveries left. Not too sure if that was the play. Nevertheless, dot ball. Good comeback from Kumar. Oh, what a shot. That is a top shot from Lottie. What a way to move into the 40s. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. Gives himself room. And just quite simply carves this away. What a lovely shot that is. Holds the pose as well. And why not? Brilliantly played. Right out of the screws. There's Mahel and Simon on scoring duties today. Mr. Positive. Mahel doing a good job yesterday of standing in for Tizer. Tizer coming back from a day off and being used to the fullest of extents out there at square leg at the moment. Oh, well, what's this going to be given? I think this is just going to be okay. It goes over the stump, so Lottie misses out. That'll be the end of the 8th over. The score, 66 for Tree. You can see that. Well below the rate. Not even going to get a point probably here, as it's still looking very tricky. Jonesy going to come on and get just the over. Of course, Watmo probably going to be rested in this one, which I'm sure he'll appreciate. Jones probably going to look to go full and straight here, isn't he? Going to target those stumps. He's going to probably expect Yilmaz to try and play a shot that will probably look as if he's going to try and hike across the line here. Well, steps away from the first one. Trying to open up the offside. I think his most likely scoring option is probably leg side. Umpire just Tyron just telling keeper, if you're standing up, you've got to put a lid on. Nagy doesn't want to. Well, almost. Almost. Trying to manifest my predictions coming true here, if I'm being honest with you. That might be some of the best chat I'll ever hear. Oh, this time it is at the stumps. Well, oh, nearly. My heart skipped a beat there for a second. Best bit of chat. Watmo just turned to Jones and said, bowl at the stumps, easier. Wider and over the top. That's 4 runs. Nice shot. Nagy's got to be careful here. He's got to be putting a helmet on, and Tyser's going to go and have a word with him here. Off you go. Look at this. I tell you what, Tyser is not a man I'd want sort of staring down at me and wondering at me. But this is the thing. When you don't have a keeper that's happy to stand up, you can see he walks into frame. And Ty's having a stern word with him. It's of course part of the rules now. Lottie nearing in on a 3rd half century, by the way, in the tournament. And will do so, and brings it up with a glorious 6 down the ground. Off the 26th delivery, brings up the 3rd half century for Abdullah Lottie. That's a really nice shot to do so as well. Struggled to get going whilst Dalian was going. There you go. Yeah, he puts his arms up. He loves being here. He loves playing the sport. Oh, he's milking it. He's really milking it. Anyone going to tell him that he still needs 26 off 7 for a point? Last ball. Moon ball. And, oh, nearly. Wasn't far away over the top. And that's going to be 4 runs. Well, going into the last, there is a chance for a point here. As that will be, well, Mike Jones, or is it Pavel Florin in disguise? Not too sure. End of the over. 81 for 3. There's a look at the bowlers then. Prakash, got to come back here surely. 1 for 2 off his single over. There is a bit of a meeting here. I think they are aware. 22 needed off the last for a point here. Oh dear, 22 needed off the last for a point. Who's going to come on? It is going to be Prakash, probably rightfully so, to be quite honest with you. Oh dear. All is fair in love and war. Well, not too sure what's being shouted out there, but what I would hazard a guess is that it's 22 needed to win a point. Here we go then, last over. And run and go. Oh, and he's missed it. And they probably could get another here. Oh, he gets saved. Prakash gets saved. I think he might be okay, but, well, this could be one of the best, I'm not going to call it fake fielding, but he's hazarded a go at the stumps here. Then off the stump. Hello. Oh, this could be close, you know. Oh, this could be very, very close. Let's have a look. Slow it right down. Oh. When does this start? I think he's just going to be safe. Just gets in. That would have been one of the worst run-outs you'll ever see. Oh, and probably is going to waste this. Let's just go to the rope. Bit of chase on here. It is going to go, so that's going to be 4 leg buys. 17 needed off of 4 for a point. They don't want to bottle the point here to the Sofia Stars. Oh. $17 off 4. Oh, misses out. Oh, no. Well, what's happened here? Nagy's let this one go. They take a single. I don't know why they've taken a single here. They'll get a bye. Nagy just sort of watches this one flow through. Struck firmly into the onside, bit of work to do. Oh, Dunbar. Oh, Adrian. Oh, Adrian. That's going to be another boundary. Bit of the old deja vu for Prakash Mishra yet again. Once more stares down at Adrian Dunbar. Well, AD, look, he might have been cooked at the end of the first 10 overs, but he's probably wishing he was back with the gloves. Oh, Prakash. Well, they always say put your fielders in the hot spots. That's now going to be 12 off 2. So it's got to be it's Maximo or bust now for Yilmaz. Not going to happen. So credit to Prakash. He will get his side the bonus point. He probably did just take the foot off the gas slightly, but... Oh, Nagy's almost worn one there, by the way. Well, Jonesy, what did you think of my call about your impression of Pavel Florin, by the way? Fan? Yeah, probably not. Okay, then. Prakash, last ball coming up. Should be, well, as long as it's legal, it'll be okay. It is legal. And it's going to probably be out, and it is. So not great for the average for Lottie, but Prakash has a bit of a nice little coming together. But there you go, handshakes all round. It'll be 57 out for Lottie. Credit to him. Oh dear, well, the banner's had a bit of a stinker. Banner's in the wars. It is windy here today, I have to say. Lottie will go for 57, and they'll finish on 92 for 4 off their 10. So a thumping victory for the Sofia Stars. That's what they were looking to do when they won the toss and batted first. They wanted to get the bonus point, and they do. They win by 54 runs here in match 43 of this European Cricket Series game here in Bulgaria. Next up is the Blacksmiths. We'll come back into action. They take on the All-Stars. And, of course, the Blacksmiths batting first. So Duff, the Dowling brothers, probably going to be pretty heavily utilised in that one. Looking forward to it. That's coming up in 35 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the highlights then of this disappointing chase, to be honest. Never got going. And of course, it was the big man in Kursad Dalian, 16 years of age. Not for too long. He was dropped, though. Dunbar. Well, the less said about AD in the field, the better, probably, because he's had a couple of rotten luck when it comes to being out there in the field. What, Mo? Unmoved? This was flat batted before down the ground, swatted nicely by Dalian. He played some really nice shots, to be fair. Of course, that one of the best over the top on the offside. And eventually, they went for one too many, and Jonesy doesn't put them down, and he would take the catch as Dalian would depart for just the 20 runs. Well, one went, and so did the other. Dunbar almost had a catch there, but he actually did really well not to take it all the way for 6. You can just see Prakash, that's his reaction. Well, the thing is I wonder if we'll see it at the end. Nagy had a stump. That was a good over, though, from Prakash. It was 2 for 1 off the single over. This one was Messett off the second delivery. He was gone. Tyser gave him his marching orders, and away he went. Lottie kept on going, though, and AD, he'll say this one was well over his head, but in all fairness, this one was a nice shot into the onside again. Lottie tried to take a leaf out of Mike Jones' book, but couldn't quite pay off. Did get bad on it, so he got a single in all fairness. But this was another outside edge that went all the way for 6 off the bowling of Sal Kumar. Not too much he could do about that one, in all honesty. And then Gagan almost had a bit of a Goo Gaga moment. Glorious. That was probably one of the shots of the day from the likes of Lottie, over the top on the offside. And, well, almost for Watmo, almost had a bit of an issue. He found that he heart skipped a beat there. This one's a glorious way to bring up his half century, though, from Lottie. And, well, did he milk it? Yeah, fair enough, he did. And it was a good innings, though, wasn't it? 3rd for him. Well, you go. Look, there you go. On Prakash, there's life in the old dog yet. And then a couple of mishaps from AD to finish the innings. Well, that put them within touching distance of a point, but he couldn't get there. And it was eventually another stumping from Nagy, so more points for him. End of the over and end of the innings. And it's a win by 54 runs for the Stars up against Afyonkarahisar. So they'll be happy with their efforts in this one. As we have a look at the finished scorecards. And again, no one really getting going with the bat. Of course, interesting to see just the 8 extra, so improvement from the Sofia Stars. It was an area where they wanted to. Hey, get this, by the way, in this entire game in Bulgaria, 1 wide. Write that down, put that in the history books. None for Phyllis, none for Ozturk, 7 for Yilmaz, 57 for Lottie, 20 as well off 15 for Dalian. Not too bad for him. 92 is what they finish on. Pick of the bowlers, definitely Mishra, 3 for 6 off his 2 overs. And Jones gets the 1 over, went for 15, went for the old Pavel Florin in the last ball. Gagan as well, first 2 overs, went for just 11. 54 runs is the margin for victory then for the Stars, as they, of course, widen the gap between themselves and the Spartans in third position. So a big 4 points for them as they win match 43 relatively comfortably. We'll be back in half an hour's time then, as the third game will get underway. And looking forward to that one. And of course, it's another interesting game here in Bulgaria. Pleasure to have your company here. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Bulgaria with me, Charlie Hunt, watching the action right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the wonderful Vasilevsky Academy ground then here in Sofia, Bulgaria, ready for match number 3 of the day. It's game number 44 of this European Cricket Series. It is the Blacksmiths who take on the All-Stars in this one. A little bit earlier, Tyron Peters was out in the middle with the two captains. Let's go and have a look at what happened at the coin toss.
All-Stars to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
We're batting first.
They're going to bat. Back to you, John.
Well, thank you very much, Tyzer. So the Blacksmith batting, and you don't mind it. Of course, did pick up on it a little bit earlier in of course, the last game, that they are struggling numbers-wise. Of course, they lost KP. Karanbir Singh was, of course, part of the Peterborough Town crew who flew over for the first week, so he's not, of course, here anymore. So it is just going to be the likes of Gyoshev, Pluminov, Ivanov, Katsarsky, Duff, and the two Dowling brothers as well. So it's going to be a tricky time. There's only 9 of them we can see there on your screens. As for the All-Stars, pretty full attack for them in this one. So this should be a relatively simple chase. And of course, or relatively simple outcome. You would feel that the All-Stars heavy favourites in this one, to be honest with you. And I'm pretty sure that the win predictor is going to be going that way as well in this one. Of course, pleasure to have your company here on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on Falcons out in India. Well, 2% to the Blacksmiths, I feel like might be a little bit generous. To be quite frank, 98% for the All-Stars. I think coming up at a 9-sided Blacksmiths is going to be pretty tricky. Opening the batting is probably going to be the youngsters of Oscar Duff and Anthony Dowling. Probably Josh coming in at maybe 4, Ivilo probably at 3, and then you're looking at a very long tail, of course, with the likes of Gershev and Ivanov. But of course, we will see if they get there. You never know. These two could put on a very large opening stand. Only time will tell in this one. Pleasure to have your company with us here. Then as we go into this one, it's a full side, full strength side with Brett Hassett, of course, the likes of Albin Jacob, Akshay Babu, and Padavath, to name a few in this one. Of course, match 44 coming off the back of a 4-point victory for the Sofia Stars in the last game, so congratulations to them. But in this one, it's all about the Blacksmiths taking on the All-Stars. Looking forward to it. Should be a cracker. Of course, the Blacksmiths playing their last games here in this one. They've got a game now. They also have a game later on, of course. Here we go then. Game 44. It's going to be a wide down the leg side to start. Good afternoon to our umpires out there. Satish and Tyrone out there at the moment. Another one down the leg side, and this time Nitin Sunil is able to get a glove on it. It's well done, as it will bring runs on the board to start with. Not off the bat, but nevertheless, runs are runs. Could be a tricky one, this one, for the Blacksmiths, you'd imagine. Can't feel and see them being too successful in this one. I'd love to be proven wrong, but of course only time is going to tell. Off the pad, and they'll get another leg by, as Padavath just can't quite find the right moment at the right areas at this point. Of course, first legal delivery. Got him! It's going to be, well, officially a first baller for Duff, but of course faced a few of the wide deliveries, but just plays all around this one. And the first wicket's going to fall. It's going to be 4 for 1 as Duff will go without scoring. Well, not a nice way to go for Duff. I am being told that he's not at 100%. He's having a few illness issues, I think, but glad to see he gave it a go. But nevertheless, looked a little bit lackluster. Feel as if that 37, good delivery though, isn't it? That's the magic ball that he was looking for. Was Padavath. No real celebration, as Josh Dowling will come out at 3 to join Anthony Dowling in the middle. Good luck to the challengers, the NCCA challengers, of course, who are playing at West Bromwich Dartmouth Cricket Club today. They, of course, taking on international team in the Zimbabwe side. It's a red ball game as well, so good luck to them. Of course, well, this one up over the top, and there'll be some runs off the board, which is a nice start for young Josh. But of course, good to see. How good is it to see? Is it as well? I saw on there was the Oval Invincibles went for a nice dinner last night. I was sort of on the odd socials. It was on, I think it was Sam Billings' Instagram. Harrison Ward in that squad, of course, for the Oval Invincibles in the 100. How good is it to see someone that we've seen on the network now pushing the boundaries in the professional game, carved away, but straight to Harry Kuma in short cover. Wind starts to pick up again. It was just getting a bit stuffy for a moment there, but good to see the wind back picking up. Inside edge, there probably should be a run here, and there will be. So Anthony Dowling will get off the mark. That will be, of course, just a single. But of course, we have got a studio guest in the for the rest of the day after this innings. We're taking the afternoon away, but there will be studio guest. I think I mentioned it earlier. I'll say Vinny Sander will be taking me through the afternoon's action. Oh, inside edge. Luckily gets away with it. Not a bad over from Padavath, just dealing with a couple of extras to start with, then 2 singles, and at the end of the first, the Blacksmiths 6 for 1. 48 days to go, folks, until we, of course, get to that all-important ECC. First group, of course, will be the first group of the Challengers Division. Let me know in the chat, folks, what you think about it. Of course, breaking it up, it does mean that you're not going to get the one-sided affairs that we may see, you know, for example, and this isn't, of course, against Bulgaria, but for, just whilst we're here, it's just a good example to use. You won't see the likes of Bulgaria taking on an England 11, which, of course, sometimes has been interesting, but you won't see those sort of games. But it does mean that I feel like it's a more level playing field, and it allows for those to develop a little bit quicker, maybe. This one is a nice shot from Dowling to Albin Jacob, and well, almost. I'll get a single though, as Anthony Dowling plays this nicely as Babu takes the second over. I think it's an interesting one. I think, you know, Estonia probably favourites going into that one, maybe Luxembourg as well in the second group of that. But yeah, I think, in all honesty, I think it's good for the game. It's tough for a side like Croatia, for example, to develop when they're coming up against, you know, an England or a Scotland 11. This is 4, by the way. Flashes, and flashes hard. Outside edge for 4 for Josh Dowling. Not a bad ball, but you're going to swing hard, and does throw everything at it. So it's one of those that I think it's only going to do good for the game. I think it does mean that, you know, levels the playing field not only in the challenges for the challenging sides, but also the Premiership sides as well, or Premier sides. Of course, it's a similar sort of style, not the official name tags, but similar style for the ECCW as well. And of course, the squads for the ECIs aren't actually out on the website yet, but I know that the Gibraltar squad has been published on their own socials themselves. And big news coming out of that camp, as I'll mention after this ball. Up in the air, nice shot, could be a chance. No, it's going to get over the top. Be a couple of bounces, trickles away, bit of a teaser, and does go. 4 runs, nice shot from Josh Dowling. Yeah, no Avinash Pai, he misses out. We'll have to find out whether or not that's injury or not. I know he may have picked up an injury in the T20 World Cup qualifiers, but I'll have to confirm. But some names in there that we do recognise: Nicola Vardy, Louis Bruce, Horrocks, Midpudi is in there, the spinner. Leaves that one, that's a wide. Gauzi's there, Pyle, Ferrari. Kieran Ferrari will be the leader and the captain for the side. Kenron Nestor, Packard, Delgado, and Matthew Whelan and Roshan, who will take the travel over. It's a long old travel day from Gibraltar. Confidently pushed. Big call of no from Josh Dowling. It was his call, rightfully so. Yeah, I wonder what that travel is like. I mean, it depends as to, of course, whether or not they travel from Gibraltar or from Malaga. But let's see what we can find of Gibraltar. Good delivery. Plays all around it. Of course, Gibraltar, Serbia and Bulgaria are the participating countries in the ECIs at the end of this week. Of course, this weekend. Let's have a look then, shall we? I'm going to show you what I can find. I reckon it's not going to be. It's going to be a long old travel day. Up in the air and just gets away from Jacobs. Now he's got to get a bit of the old skates on. He does get there. They'll come back for 2. End of the over. It'll be 19 for 1 at the end of the second. Yeah, so they'll probably fly that day and leave on that day. Let's see what they've got. I wonder how long this is going to be. This can't be fun. I reckon they're going to be some pretty horrid flights here as we have a look at the updated standings. And yeah, you can see that it's, of course, a good win for the Stars. 6 points between themselves and Spartan with 3 games in hand for the Spartans. So not out of the mix of the Sofia Stars yet, but just 4 points behind the academic Sofia side. Yeah, a lot of it is mostly, which doesn't surprise me, it's all just going to be flights to sort of London and then London through to Sofia, but not fun flights. I wonder what it's like from Malaga. Off the pad, and this is going to probably be 4 buys, or 4 leg buys even, and it is. Well, runs are flowing more than I think many were expecting here. This is, of course, Hassett, who's come on into the attack. I would imagine they'll probably fly from Malaga. Looks as if the flights are slightly better, also slightly cheaper, but yeah, I'd imagine they're probably flying. There's one here. This is an interesting one. It's Malaga to Munich, Munich to Sofia. Of course, I'd say Spain, unless you're flying from Madrid or Barcelona, it's not the best of countries to fly out of. You know, there's a few of us here, Rico, myself included, that we often fly out of Alicante, and we've actually, I had to say, I touch wood. Been very lucky with my flights this summer. That's again well played, pushed away. Will just be 1. I've had both direct flights from to Romania and to Bulgaria. Of course, thanks to Bizaway for, of course, helping us get from A to B. I've been very lucky in that respect. Of course, I think my next gig is the Valletta Cup. Don't think it's going to quite be the same in that respect. Again, dropped, and we'll just get a single. Good running between these 2. Of course. Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be a long long travel day for the Gibraltar side on Friday. Back of a length. There'll be a dot ball. They don't take a single. Good bowling from Hassett. Oh, in fact, there's a dot. Oh, look at that. Well, the Gibraltar lads being spoilt rotten on their return flight. They've got a direct flight on their way back. Lucky them. See? Sometimes it's all right. Sometimes you get lucky. Oh, that's a great delivery. Hassett unlucky not to pick up a wicket with that ball. End of the third, end of the power play. Not a terrible one for the Blacksmiths. It's 25 for 1. So yeah, so that's actually not too bad, to be fair. There's now one here that's saying, see, this is the thing, I'm a bit of a flight geek as well, so I love looking at this. So there's one here saying Malaga to Rome Fiumicino, which, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's like at least 100 kilometers actually away from Rome, which is quite funny. And then through to Sofia, so yeah, good fun. Well, interesting looking graphic there. 6, 13 and 6. Yeah, of course, safe travels to all the Gibraltar lads. Coming from the tip of Europe, all the way into Central Europe. Here's Babby once more. Got him! Good delivery, full straight Yorker. And gets the youngster, and Josh can't quite add to the 12 that he's already made. That's a good start to the over for Babby, who'll pick up a wicket. It's the second to full. It's 25 for 2. And the thing is now is that's probably the beginning of the end, in all honesty. Katatsky to come in next, and then you've got the likes of Vasil Ivanov, Ivan Plamanov, Yordan Gyoshev, and Getchev Ivanov, Valentin Geshev as well. Good delivery though from Babu, full straight Yorker in swinging delivery. Yeah, of course, Serbia. We'll probably see Adrian Dunbar for them in that one. Fingers crossed. He's in good form. They'll need him. Of course, Dunbar will go from playing with some of the Bulgarian boys to playing against them, in theory. I believe he will be here this weekend. Yeah, Dunbar was saying, Dunbar actually, of course, travelled over from Serbia this morning, got to the Serbian border, and they sort of said, what's your reasoning for passing into Bulgaria? He said, I want to play cricket. Apparently some of the Serbian border force sort of said, oh yeah, cricket, the sport with the bat and ball, and yeah, there you go, see? Catching on, it's getting there. Up in the air, and this is Katsarski. He'll get off the mark. Just pushes this one down to backward point for just the one run. Looking for another one. They'll be hoping to try and rattle through this side now, won't they? Oh, this one lifts. I don't know, Anthony Dowling not looking to be very positive. I wouldn't mind Anthony Dowling just coming out here and, you know what, just sort of saying, well, here we go. I'm just going to go for it. You know, why not? You haven't really got much support coming in, so you might as well give it a go. That's what I wouldn't mind seeing from him here. Just sort of, you know, counter-attack. See what you can do. If it pays off, it pays off. If it doesn't pay off, it is what it is. Blacksmith's not looking like they're going to get in. Well, he does try to, but he plays all around it. Just needed to go for a steady base, but Babu will pick up both Dowling brothers then. And Anthony now back in the shed, and this is where things could be a little bit interesting, as it's going to be 26 for 3. Well, good bit of bowling again from Babu. Starts the over with a wicket. His penultimate ball is a wicket. This is Valentin Geshev in at 5. And well, this is probably out. It is. It is going to be a golden duck for Valentin Geshev. And he sort of looks and goes, well, why? And well, it was plumb in front. And Tyrone has to give the old slow rising finger. And it's going to be another one that goes. So 26 for 4 now. Well, that's just rude. Derek will send him on his way. And of course, Babby finishes with great figures. He won't get a chance to come back, but he takes 3 wickets in the over. He finishes with 3 for 14. 4 overs down, 26 for 4. Yeah, pretty much doesn't get much more out than that, to be honest. And of course, now things are going to be really tricky. Of course, they've only got the 9 wickets to play with, so it's essentially just sort of makes things 10 times worse. New batter will come out then. He's having a few issues with his lid at the moment, but Vilo is out there to welcome him. 26 for 4. Hassett's going to come back on. Hassett, they'll be hoping to pick up a wicket. And once again, he's just having a few issues with his helmet here. Of course, we can talk about the likelihood of what we'll see in this afternoon or this weekend's play, of course. We'll talk a little bit more about the internationals. I think, you know, Gibraltar probably, it's tough. I think Gibraltar going into it should be favourites, but of course the thing you've got to remember is playing here, I think, might be for the first time. I'm going to have to double check that. I don't know if Gibraltar may have toured it before, but I have a slight inkling that may have, but not too certain. But of course, it's a bit of a different wicket to maybe what they're used to out of the Europa Point Stadium. Got ball to start. Hassett needs to go full and straight to pick up wickets. That's what Babu did. Yeah, of course, a little bit different. Of course, they play a lot of their cricket at the Europa Point, but of course, some of the lads will play in the Southern Spanish League as well at Cartama. And a lot of more cricket happening in Granada as well, by the way. Got a nice ground out there, I believe, now. This one only gets past the leg stump by not by much. It's a wide. So it'll be a little bit of getting used to, especially the outfield as well, on that artificial outfield at the Europa Point Stadium. That's going to be That's going to be a moment or two to sort of ponder. Oh, he's going short here. Hassett can't get it wrong. Giving them some free runs here. They won't turn them down either. Just can't go full and he can't get it straight at the moment. He's got a bit of a giggle, but well, the Hassett fan club probably won't be too vocal at the moment. And this is swatted away. Won't get a run. This, of course, is Ivan Plamenov, who provided the best celebration to a wicket. And when I say best, he didn't stop fist pumping when he got an LBW at the start of last week. They'd lost the game massively, but he didn't stop fist pumping for about 2 hours after the game was finished. He was so happy with himself, and rightfully so as well. Picked up a wicket and was able to reminisce on it as well. Another dot. So then, can Hassett pick up a wicket here? Does go fuller. Gets a bit of bat on this. Has to stop this here. There's going to be one to come. Can Ivala get something going here? Of course, the team, Blacksmiths, are full of Bulgarian natives. Bar one, Karen Birzing at the start of the week. Last ball of the fifth coming up. Off the pad, this could go towards the rope, you know. Bit of work to do for the fielder. Oh, that's excellently done. Very well done by Danny Michael. That'll be a single, and Katsatski will keep the strike. End of the fifth over, halfway. It's 29 for 4. Well, we're talking about it a little bit. Let's talk about it now with these ECC groups. As I mentioned there, you got Luxembourg in Group 2. So, of course, it's 2 promotions up for grabs in that Challenger division. And, of course, you can see there England already in that Premier Division Championship week. And, of course, the playoffs for the Challenger division from the 30th of September through to the 2nd of October. 3rd of October will be the start of Group A. Group D, the tough group for me. You can see there Netherlands, Jersey, Italy, Sweden, Norway. Of course, depending on what side the Jersey side bring out, and the Netherlands. It could be a big, big group. I think Spain have got lucky in their group again with Switzerland, Belgium, Malta and Finland. Group B is a tough one for all the associate nations in there. Germany, Hungary, Denmark, Austria and Romania. And then Sweden, or Scotland and Ireland in the same group. One of those isn't going to be in the finals week. Up in the air. Can he get there? No. Oh, it could be a... Oh, could have been a run out. They don't take it. They just stick with the dot ball. Just popped up and wasn't able to get there. Can he get something away? Little edge maybe? No, he can't. Bashir will come on and will take a wicket. Off goes the os peg of Katsarski. And they wanted to give him a bowl, Bashir, and he's going to pick up a wicket. Good record for him. It's 5 down now, and the score 29 for 5. Good delivery, full and straight onto the off stump. That'll be another one. So Plamenov now going to get joined by Ivanov, who comes out at number 7, of course. And again, probably would be applying the squeeze here for the field, get everyone in. Not really letting too much go here. This is Genchev Ivanov. Dot ball. Of course, Bulgaria at the ECC will be interesting. Be interesting what side they go with. I know that they're of course going to Guernsey for the World Cup qualifiers in a couple of weeks' time. That's a wide. So I know that they're looking at that sort of as a priority. A lot of sides are, Spain being one of them, looking at that as a priority at the moment. But got to imagine that they'll be looking towards the ECC as a big, big opportunity. They'll be wanting to push for promotion from that Challenger division. So I do think it's going to be and just adds a little bit of difference to it at the moment. Oh, this one just outside the outside edge. You have to let me know if anyone's watching, if you're going to be making your way down to Cartama throughout the course of that ECC. And listen, you've still got two opportunities to get to Cartama. Not only have you got, of course, the ECC, but you've got the ECCW taking place in the last couple of weeks of December, or before Christmas even. So that certainly is another chance. Of course, maybe use some of your Christmas holidays, maybe. And listen, I'm only 5 and a bit out of 5 hours away, so I might pop down for that first week, maybe, of the Challenger Division. Not sure if I'm going to be there in a... This is swatted away. He won't get a run. I'll come down and say hello and pop my head into the fan zone. And hey, I'm going to tease it. On my own, I can. There's some upgrades at the Cartama Oval. Just increase the... that's a really good delivery. Ivanov does well not to get anything on it. End of the 6th, 31 for 5. Yeah, there's some upgrades for the Cartama Oval just to improve the fan experience. That's all I'm going to say. End of the 6th, 31 for 5. Story at the moment, it's not great. Just one batter getting above the double figures. They're going to, of course, change things up, and they are. They have the right to. This is going to be Deepak Bandari. He's going to come on and get a bowl here. As Plaminov has yet to face a delivery, by the way, at the striker's end. He's waiting for the umpire to be able to give him his mark. There we go. Is that middle? No, it is. Yeah, so there is a couple of changes. So if you've been there before, it might look a little bit different when you get there this time, of course. I can't wait to see the changes that's been made in person. Off the thigh. Be another dot ball. Of course, probably going to be another couple of overs of these sort of part-time bowlers. Bashir 1 for 2 off his over. Of course, those two coming in the way of wides. That's well played. Well dug out. Ooh, comes off everyone's knee. Another dot. Starting to join them up now. The All-Stars. This should be a relatively comfortable chase for them, no matter what they end up on here. Well played. And he will get off the mark as well. Very good from Plaminov. Gets a single. Nicely swatted into the onside. This is what it's all about, folks, isn't it? Let's be real here. Let's be positive. No, yeah, at the moment, you're seeing some Bulgarian natives who probably 4 years ago hadn't a clue of what cricket was. Up in the air. Oh, hang on a second. Go on the white ball. Go on the Grizzly. Go on the Grizzly. Yeah! 4 runs. Go on, Ivanov. What a shot. Very, very good. Swatted away, down, and that will go all the way. It was teasing Jacob. It got through Bashir or Bandari, and it goes towards the rope. 4 runs, lovely shot. Look at that, the fist pump, rightfully so as well. Oh, and this one not far away. End of the over then, goes for 5. Score 36 for 5. After 7 overs. Of course, not far away from getting to, I think, the lowest score that we've seen from them. The Blacksmiths was 37 all out back against Afyonkarahisar. So they'll be hoping to just get above that. Of course, this probably could be the lowest lowest score for a team batting first in the tournament here. 50 is the lowest we've seen so far. There's one for the highlights reel, by the way, that one. Well, Plaminov just taking his guard again. Wants to get it right. Well, they're going to go to Irshad Bashir once more, going to return 1 for 2 off his first over. Up in the air. Oh, a little teaser for Harry Kumar at short cover. Has a bit of a giggle about it, rightfully so. Paddle shot didn't come out of the middle. And again, swatted away. And again, he'll get a single. Plug the gap is what Bashir will be saying. Oh, Ivanov 4 off 6 for him. Can he get another one going here? Got him. Gone full and straight. Ivanov just plays around it, unfortunately. And that's going to be the 6th to fall. Ivanov goes for 4 off 7. He gets a boundary to his name, so he won't be too disappointed in all fairness. And it will be the end of his innings. He will go, the score now, 37 for 6. Of course, well, Rico will return tomorrow, folks, but we can just have a little look at what today could be in terms of what we're looking at. Of course, happy Bolivia Independence Day. And of course it is, actually. This is a big one. This is an international day here today. It's Farm Worker Appreciation Day. Of course, it aims to raise awareness about the importance of the work that people do on farms. As the work that farmers do is often, even under the hot sun, to of course bring all the food into harvest. Of course, every year you see them as you drive by fields, and of course, most of their work only happens during the drier months in the summer, and it of course does mean that these individuals will sort of return back to their home country when the season's over, usually forgotten about. So this day, of course, is there to honour and thank them for all that they do. Not only that, but it's also Balloons to Heaven Day. This is out in the US. Remember the countless lives lost to gun violence. The pain of losing a loved one never fades. And it's just a day to remember those that we lost. Got him. Another 4-1. It's going to be the 3rd wicket as Girshev is going to go for a 2-ball duck. Bashir picks up a 3rd. It's 38 for 7 now. Not only is it Bolivia Independence Day, but it's also Jamaica Independence Day. So there you go. And a little fun one as well. We might as well bring it up. It's National Wiggle Your Toes Day. Put a smile on your face. And, wiggle your toes, apparently. I'm not telling you to do so. Of course, it's Andy Warhol's birthday as well. Of course, was born on the 6th of August, 1928, the most successful, well-paid commercial illustrator in New York. Screen-printed pictures of course, Marilyn Monroe's soup cans and, of course, dramatic newspaper items were very much instantly associated with pop art. Ivanov, that's a wide, rose from the obscurity and poverty of an Eastern European immigrant family from Pittsburgh to become a captivating magnet for bohemian New York, and eventually a spot in the high society circles, of course. Passed away. That's another wicket. Top of off is gone. It'll be 4 for 5 for Bashir. Very good figures for him. And Ivanov will go. And that is going to be the end of it, I'm afraid. That's a little bit misfortunate. It's going to be 39 for 8, and that will be all she wrote. And of course, at least they get above the 37 that they did have in the last couple of games ago, as I mentioned, against Afyonkarahisar, but they're going to get to 39 in this one. 39 is what they'll finish on here. So let's go ahead and have a look at these highlights. Of course, it opened up with the youngsters. As you can see, it was, well, not the greatest. The stuff was gone, bowled, cleaned up by Jaren Padavath. This is the thing, by the way. There was only one wicket that wasn't bowled. And that was, of course, Geshev, who was LBW by Andrew Barbier. Everyone else wasn't. clean bowled. Akshay Babu picked up 3 for in that solo innings, didn't he? That was, of course, the youngster in Josh Dowling. He played all round it. And not long after, it was actually going to end up being the younger brother in Anthony who was going to do the exact same thing. Ivilo a little bit frustrated at the other end, but he was eventually cleaned up by Irshad Bashir. And that was, of course, the LBW of Geshev, who was given his marching orders. That was the end of Ivilo. Well, Plumanoff, the non-strikers, then was a little bit disappointed to see him go, but nice to have a nice moment there between Alvin Jacob and Ivilo. This was the best highlight for me. Genchev Ivanov getting a 4 down the ground. It got through Bashir. Look at the fist bump. That's what it means to him, and rightfully so. It's a nice moment for him to cherish here on the European Cricket Network, as he was eventually cleaned up though. That was a full toss, but it was into the stumps, and Bashir picked up another. He ended up finishing with really good figures of 4 for 5. Top of off, and that was all she wrote, as they finished on 39 off of just the 8 deliveries. So I imagine that it's going to be a pretty quick innings in the second one, and of course we'll have a look at the scorecards. One batter getting into the double figures, that is of course Josh Dowling, coming in at 3, was 12 off 9. Extras were 12 as well. That's one thing to remember for the All-Stars, but Plamanov finishes not out on 2 off of his 6 deliveries, so congratulations to him. Get some runs to his name, just a couple. As for the bowlers, Bashir 4 for 5, 3 for 14 for Babu. Again, credit to them. They were able to restrict this struggling Blacksmith side to 39 for 8 off their 8 overs. That will be me done, as Vinny Sandhu will be joining you and taking you through the rest of the day's action from the ECN studio. That's going to be exciting. I know he's looking forward to the rest of the day, and it should have a relatively simple one in the second innings of this game, but of course game 4 and 5 will certainly be looking to be a little bit more interesting, as he'll be the one taking you through that one. I'll be on standby just in case, but I'll be back tomorrow as Rico will join me again. But Vinny will take you through the rest of the day's action, as we'll see very, very soon here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back to Bulgaria. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo from the studio for the first time today, and we're halfway through match number 44 in this European Cricket Series. Bulgaria, well, Blacksmiths, obviously they've had a few things going against them so far. Batting first, they've scored just 39 in their innings, and that means that BSCU, I should say, All Stars will require just 40 for victory. And obviously, if they can do that within 7 overs, then they're looking at taking all the points. I'm sure that that will be their objective. As the players come out here at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground. Great to have your company on this Tuesday. Got to say big shout out to Charlie. Charlie's going to take the rest of the day off, and I think thoroughly enjoys it. It's been pretty hot work out there. Got to say, I always love watching cricket from this ground. Home of the Vortex. And the Vortex has been pretty busy, hasn't it, over the first week or so. But now we are into week 2 and heading for Finals Friday. Not too far away. Of course, the ECIs on Saturday and Sunday. So, almost ready to get going. And, yeah, we'll say that it would be probably one of the upsets of the century, should they be able to pull this out. Josh Dowling is going to be opening the bowling. Here we go, 40 to win. And it starts with a little prod for a single. Yeah, the All-Stars certainly had their ups and downs along the way. Kajan and Jacob are opening the bowling. How about that first innings, though? When the end came, it came very quickly, didn't it? Bashir with 3 wickets in quick succession to skittle the Blacksmiths. Jacob's first ball pulls away and pulls very, very well, crashing into the banner. And cuatro carreras. We've got our first boundary of this innings. Obviously, they were pretty hard to come by in the first half of the game. Just the 4 fours, no maximos for the Blacksmiths. Ooh. This one I thought might have actually got a little bit of a something on the way through, but it wasn't gloved cleanly. Afyonkarahisar, the captain with the gloves. Yeah, I think that one is a drop chance, I think. Let's say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Again, this one jumps a bit. Has been a bit of an up and down squad. The pitch's been a bit up and down as well. That one goes up over the shoulders. I think that'll be the one for the over. Jacob just carefully pushes this one away. Goes to one of the 2 outfielders down there. All Stars just doing a few kind of calculations with how the 4's looking. Well, All Stars are kind of one of those teams that are, I think they probably should qualify, but it's certainly not assured at this stage. So I think 4-pointer here will go a long way to securing that. This one is going to go aerially down towards the Vortex, and, well, 3 fielders will combine to keep this one on the field of play. I will mention that Milchev Stelian is now available for Blacksmith, so imagine that he'll be taking part in the kind of action from here on in. As we get to the end of the first over, 7 without loss, 13 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, I had the pleasure of doing the first ever ECSW in Croatia over the weekend, and you wouldn't believe it. The second match was a Golden Ball with the Lavender Lionesses pulling off a dramatic series squaring Golden Ball win. Broke the streak at 268, and hey, I gotta say it, Corey was my commentary partner in that game in Zagreb. And one game, one golden ball for Corey. As this is Anthony Dowling, who's going to bowl at the second over. So going for the Dowling combination first up. Also, I noticed, and yeah, thanks to Charlie as well for alerting me, the Gibraltar squad for the ECIs this weekend has been released. You can check it out on Instagram. Now that one is short and down the leg side. It's kind of hanging top edge there, but in the end it will get past. It's just going to be worried about the power lines there as well. Obviously, seen a few dead balls during the tournament for the balls hitting the lines. Good to see Tyrone Peters out there. That baby blue is his colour. Just giving the regular umpires a bit of a break today. Good to see Tyres are there. One bounce 4. So already a significant chunk of this total has been eroded. This one, inside edge / leg glance. That runs away, and we just know how fast that area of the field is. Screams away to the boundary. Very fine there at fine leg. I suppose you can understand that, but disappointment for Josh. Couldn't get down and make the stop. Well, this one's a bit of a top edge, hanging up in the air. And there's your wicket. Oscar Duff will take the catch. And Jacob just misjudges that one. Anthony Dowling breaks up with the wicket for the Blacksmiths and the All-Stars, 16 for 1. I suppose that's all you can really do in a game like this when you've made a score like 39, is just hope you can pull out a few personal highlights. Pretty good take as well by Duff. See it here, see him in the background. Very quick mind call to his left. Good technique as well. Fingers pointed to the sky. You could see the black can become a bit of a grueling affair. But yeah, Oscar Duff, the teenager, takes the catch. Of course, he's not the only teenager out there for the Blacksmiths. Sunil, the new batter, and he's going to get a thick inside edge. It's going to run away. This time will be handled out there by Josh Dowling. Nice ball the over here. Kajan, nice glance it away. Another ball behind square. We'll come back for it. Pretty easy too. And we'll get to the end of the second over. It's 19 for 1. Yeah, so Gibraltar squad, just having a look at it. Kieran Ferrari listed to captain the side. Some good players in there like Horrocks. Nikhil Advani's in there. Louis Bruce, of course. Young gun for Gibraltar. Kenroy Nesta, big K-Ness. He's always a pretty dangerous customer. Look at where the All-Stars are. They're in 4th place. Remember, the top 4 will make it through. All right, some threats there from below. Viran and Afyonkarahisar, if they had a good run home, might be able to displace All-Stars. So games like this are pretty important. I think they don't just win, but they win well. Take all the points. Josh Dowling continues. Pretty good ball first up. Sunil, happy to play it out. They also saw Charles Packard in there. Of course, Charles, quite incredibly, took 32 off and over for the Calpe Giants in the ECL to knock the Norwegian club Oslo CK out of the running. Pretty well bowled once again from Josh Dowling. And just moving away slightly. Matty Whelan in there, spin option. Some good keeping options. See Piles in there. Chris Pyle. Gibraltar and Serbia will be the other team that are touring. Of course, Adrian Dunbar. We saw him doing some good things in this series, playing for Sofia Stars. Again, I like this from Josh Dowling. Just trying to take a small win here. Trying to take a couple of wickets. Doesn't have one to his name yet, though. As this is hit, and it's just going to be off the fingertips of Duff. Running away. Doesn't quite make it to the boundary, but yeah, that would have been a sensational catch. We're still on the rise, really, when it got to Oscar Duff. That's a good view of it. He's kind of all arms and legs, isn't he, Duff? Unfortunately, that one didn't stick. That one jumps. Kajan will take a very careful single. Last ball for Josh Dowling. He's bowled pretty well. Lifted up, leg side. There's open spaces out there. And it will disappear just inside the boundary before it hops over. So that'll be the end of the third over. And the score is 25 for 1. Just 15 more required. So that one just popping inside. But that was the last ball of the power play. Of course, from this point, you do have a bit of extra protection in the outfield. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed. See here, the kind of sad-looking Manhattan. 13 runs in the second over would actually be a third of all runs scored in that first innings. Blacksmiths, they still have a bit of work to do here on day number 9. They'll take on BCC Spartan. That's going to be a tough one for them. Next game starting in about an hour and 5 minutes. Duff, who took a good catch, is going to come on to bowl over number 4. Yes, false shot first up in the air. Oh, just out of the grasp for Vivan Plamanov. He looked particularly confident going after it. That's one that he did reach. Got off with the left hand in the end. Have a look at it on the replay. That's around about that circle. Couldn't really find it. Ivan. Now this next one lifted up by Sunil. And that is going to run away for another boundary. So the writing's on the wall, so to speak. Blacksmiths will have a bit of time to try and compose themselves. Hello to Jeff Mobs, good to see you. Also want to say hello to Amy. How are you, Amy? ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, she thinks that Tyron looks pretty good in blue as well. This is just going to be clipped away for a single. To their credit, Blacksmiths trying to make this last as long as they can. They have made it out of the power plate. The game's still alive. Well, that little kick catch, that might remind you of something we saw a couple of days ago. It's gone pretty viral. It's been talked about a fair bit. We had a couple of free runs here down the leg side. Now, what about the kick catch? Dalian of Afyonkarahisar. It's gone particularly viral, even on the ECN viral scale. Lifted up. That one's actually hit pretty well from Sunil, and it will get past Valentin Geshev out there. So that takes them very close to victory. Just 3 more required. Yeah, so quick hello to Jeff Mobs. I will be around the rest of the day, although we won't have another game starting for about another hour. So you can tune in an hour where we will see Blacksmiths back on deck. They'll be taking on BCC Spartan. Like I said, hopefully they won't be as undermanned in that one. 3 to win then for the All-Stars. Hit away, and they're going to finish it, I think, with a Maximo. I'll have to see exactly this bounce. Maybe not quite. So it's going to be 4 runs to finish. And it'll be 3.5 overs. Obviously, BSCU All-Stars taking all the points out of that one, 4 points to none. And, well, pretty comprehensive, as you as you would expect, chasing just 40 for victory. It was a case of not if, but when. And there's just under 4 overs required in that one before this game was history. So the next game coming up, we do have the confirmation of the teams. You can see that Milshev's Delian comes in, so Blacksmiths won't have as much of a disadvantage. I do think they'll still start very big underdogs against BCC. We'll say Blacksmiths, once again, they've been asked to bat first, this time by Delric Vinu, the captain of the Spartan. Chris Lakov having a very good series for the Spartans, of course. Christian Akuma, who does have an ECN century, also will be key. And for Blacksmiths, let's see if someone can stand up, make a score, maybe pull off a huge upset. Like I said, that game is starting almost exactly 1 hour from now. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of a pretty short second innings. A lot of people were expecting it to be just like that was a drop catch, I think, for Gitsarski down the leg side. There were a couple that did go down. Again, Blacksmiths, they've got to try and just kind of stack up a few small wins, see if they can parlay that into something more. We saw 7 fours in this innings. I hate to say it, but it's another Maximolus game. We didn't see a 6 in the first innings either. This is Duff, who took a good catch. The only wicket of the innings. It was off the bowling of Anthony Dowling. Almost had a second, didn't he? That one always climbed into the hands, but just burst through. Sunil came out in a bit of a mood, didn't he? Ended up smacking 4 fours. It was another close call, but yeah, for the BSCU All-Stars. Even though we saw the old fancy footwork, bit of a callback to the other day. But really, this game mercifully was brought to a conclusion after 3.5 overs. Blacksmiths will get another chance to impress when they're back in about an hour's time. Let's have a look at the card then, and just the 3 batters required for the All-Stars. Jacob, the only wicket to fall, hit 3 boundaries before he was caught well, went mid-on by Oscar Duff off the bowling of Anthony Dowling. Kanyan didn't do too much, smart he was there to supervise, holding up his end. Didn't Sunil, the keeper, with a nice 4 boundary 19, including the winning bat, to bring up the winning runs in 3.5 overs. As you're looking for positives, just the 2 extras, one set of 2 wides in the short innings we had. So I mean, that's something I suppose for the Blacksmiths. Anthony Dowling, the successful bowler, 1 for 12. I will say I think Josh bowled pretty well. Not taking a wicket, but only going for 13, keeping this game alive out of the power play. Oscar Duff took a good catch. He wasn't successful in his brief stint crease. We'll take a break then, back in around about 55 minutes to take you into game number 45. And once again, the Blacksmiths, they'll be battling this time against BCC Spartan. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be with you for the rest of the day. Big thanks once again to Charlie Hunt, who's going to watch the rest of day 9 from the sidelines. You're watching ECN. See you shortly in Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome then to the fourth game of day number 9 here of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. It is match number 45 of this European Cricket Series, and it is going to be the Spartans as they look to take on a struggling Blacksmiths side in this one. Let's go out to the middle as Tyrone Peters has got the two captains.
Spartans to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We're going to bowl first.
They're going to bowl.
There you go then, news from the toss is that Derek Vinny, the skipper for the Spartans, they're going to bowl first here, of course. We know that the Blacksmith really struggled up against the All-Stars in the first game, and of course looks as if it might be a similar story here. We know that they are struggling numbers-wise. We know that, of course, they are a team full of Bulgarian natives, which is a big thing to harp on. You know, credit to the likes of Afyonkarahisar, what he's doing here. He's bringing the game of cricket to, you know, new faces and new eyes, and native Bulgarians who probably 3 years ago would not have known that this sport even existed. So it is a great bit of work, and it's a great project for the Blacksmiths to work on and build upon after, you know, listen, they did better than Plevin. They beat Plevin twice in the tournament, so there are positives to take for them, of course, going into the rest of the season, of course, here domestically and beyond this year as well. So, of course, huge congratulations to them in that respect. But, of course, this one, again, probably going to be a pretty one-sided affair. The Spartans, of course, they need the bonus points. They need to be chasing the Sofia Stars, who, of course, have leapfrogged them and are now pretty comfortable in that second position. So this is actually quite a big game for the Spartans, so no real surprise. They're going to bowl first here, look to skittle the Blacksmiths out relatively cheaply, and then chase them off within the 7 overs, of course, to look for that bonus point. Well, I'm going to hand over to Vinny Sandy, who's waiting by in the studio. Vinny, have a good call. Over to you. News from the toss here is that the Spartans, they're going to bowl.
Thanks very much, Charlie Hunt. And yes, I am here in the studio waiting for the start of match number 45. Now, Charlie has certainly earned a bit of a break, so you'll have him back tomorrow. And Rico also will be back from a few days off tomorrow to take you through the final moments of the ECS in Bulgaria, and of course the ECI weekend as well. So a very good afternoon to you, whether you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent or whether you're watching from our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, I've got to say, well done to Nish for his work, not only over the first week in Bulgaria, but also he was critical as part of our coverage in Hungary. What a crazy ECS that was, and ECI weekend as well. So here we are with Blacksmiths ready to bat first, and I suppose the issue is the last game a little bit undermanned, outgunned, and they were only able to score 39 runs. They do have Milchev Stelian in the lineup, so it provides a little bit extra for them, but I think a big responsibility on the top 4 that you see there to be able to set them up for something respectable. For Spartan, though we know Lakov is a really good player of the series last year. And, you know, he's a guy that we know a lot about, bowled a bat, very good fielder, throw himself around. Vinu captains the side, Krishna Kumar behind the stumps, also available to open the batting. Ali Rasul, watch out for him as well. He's always a threat, particularly with his left armers. And Pavel Florent, well, always deserves a mention. Not surprisingly, the Bradman-esque look to the who will win. Spartans, huge favourites. And Blacksmiths, yeah, Charlie mentioned they do have 2 wins in the series, admittedly against Plevin that struggled even worse. But they have certainly provided us with a fair bit of entertainment. Let's see what kind of a fight they can put up against a side here, Spartans, who have a definite top 2 aspirations. Currently with an 8-1 record. BCC. Anyway, almost ready for a start, and looks like we'll be the left armer Ali Rasul to get us going. I also wonder if we'll see Pavel Florent at the bowling crease for the first time in the series. I'd say it's likely to very likely, partly because of who they're playing, and also the fact that Pavel didn't get a bowl yesterday. I do hear he'll be around for the week. Of course, it's a not too large journey from Romania to get there. Anyway, here's Ali Rasul. And it is Oscar Duff that opens up out there with Anthony Dowling. First one just sneaks through. End up getting 2 there. So if you want to keep him company, you always can. It's free and easy to get on the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I can see Dave B's in there. Hello to you, Dave. Hopefully well. Hello to Helix as well. Hello to Duncan. This one is going to run away. Well, that's Vortex. That's proper Vortex stuff, really. As Rasul gets a thick outside edge, and Blacksmiths will be pretty happy to be able to get the early boundary. You saw earlier in that 39, they were only able to find the boundary 4 times. very fast area to deep third here at the Vasilevsky ground. It's a good comeback from Ali Rasul, just getting across the right-hander. Got to say, I know there's a bit of Olympic chat in the live chat earlier. Got to say, I was pretty impressed with the pole vault last night. I was catching a bit of that. Down the leg side, well handled by Krishna Kumar. Will have to be rebowled by Ali Rasul. Yeah, Ahmad Duplantis of Sweden set a new world record. I loved watching it. Yeah, I find a lot of the track and field events pretty entertaining. I learned something last night. I'd heard this before, but yeah, the discus used by men and women is different. You know, women's is 1 kilo, the men's 2 kilos, which is quite a big differential. But yeah, since I've gotten back from Croatia, I've been able to catch a little bit of it. So here's Anthony Dowling on strike. Dave mentioning the drone images. They do look really good, don't they? Pretty good ball first up from Rasul, but well kept out by Anthony Dowling. Yeah, the drone shots here in Sofia are probably amongst the best that we get. Got the mountains nearby. You'll even see snow on those mountains kind of well into spring, almost summer. See fairly windy conditions at the moment. That one just holds its line as well. End of the first over, so 8 without loss after 1. Blacksmiths. A pretty nice day there in Sofia. Currently, it's around about 27 degrees. Expected max was 28. Plenty of sunshine, a few fluffy clouds around. Don't forget, 48 days until the ECC. We will see Bulgaria in Group 1, so we'll see them pretty much straight away on opening day. They'll have a 4-day group with 6 teams in that group. If they're in the top 2, they will get to continue to the start of week 2 and the Challenger Division playoffs. And yeah, potentially, if they can finish top 2 in the whole division, they'll get promotion to the Premier Division in 2025. Serby gets the second over. Well, geez, this would have been out. You can see there Dowling had a little bit of traffic there from the bowler going across. Of course, the bowler, I think, for me, he normally has the right of way if he's fielding the ball. It's definitely held Dowling up, but luckily he gets home. So it's a bit short and wide. It just misses the line. That's why it'll be called and it'll be bowled again. Another one just misses the mark. You can see the 150 sign in the background. I know it's been mentioned a few times already. There's a driving range that shares the space. I wouldn't say it's quite a 150-metre hit from the centre of the cricket ground, though. Better ball. Better ball by Serby. And Dowling lets it go through to the keeper. Pretty young side, this Blacksmith side. Again, it's going to be something I think that'll be great for their development. And they've had a few highlights in there. We saw it take 1 wicket early on in the short second innings in the last game. Worked away. That should go for 4, and it will. So Dowling does get off the mark. Serby's been pretty consistent in that off-stump line. slipped away to the leg side. Chance. Oh, that's going to be really close. I got a nasty feeling about this one. It's a very good piece of fielding, pick up and throw. Oscar Duff has a nervous wait as we look at the replay. He kind of takes off one step too many. Oh, I have to go back and I think that's out. Let's have a look one more time. That's the one there. And to me, if we zoom in on that bat, we'll probably see it's not quite over the line. This will be a tough one for the ref. No meters in that roll today. For me, it looks out. They've said not out. Well, maybe benefit of the doubt. They're kind of sticking with the umpire's call. Certainly could have gone either way. Duff a bit lucky, I think, to survive. And now Dowling takes it on over point. That'll be 4. And yeah, pretty good shot. I mean, Serbi's bowled a decent line here. Let's have a look. Just kind of stays back on the crease. He uses the pace, goes up and over the top. It's a good comeback from Serbia, but 11 off the over and a much brighter start this time for Blacksmiths. Yeah, 19 without loss after 2. Dave saying that he spent a lot of time in nature, but he finds that in the current age he is, it's a bit harder. Well, I suppose that's nature in its essence, isn't it, Dave? Circle of life. Spartans is in 3rd spot, but they do have games in hand. And if you adjust for games that haven't played yet, probably at least level with Stars, maybe slightly above. And of course, the top 2 getting the critical double chance. For Blacksmiths, it's pretty much about riding it out. These 2 games will be their final 2. First one gets through. It's Timo Nikolov with the ball. Always great to see the amount of native Bulgarian talent there in Sofia and the surrounding areas. I was going to say, though, yeah, Blacksmiths, I'm saying, we know they're not going to make the 4. They've got kind of 6 trying to get there after Blacksmiths finished their games. Obviously, Pleven weren't able to secure a win during their campaign. It's going to be an uphill battle, I think, for Falcons and Afyonkarahisar. It goes down the ground this time. Duff goes in the air, and it's going to be spilled. Good effort by Lakov, who we know is an outstanding fielder. Be disappointed that doesn't stick. There's one guy on the field who could probably catch that. It's Chris. In the end, barely got out of the infield, you see. Gets 2 hands to it. Slight misjudgment. Good comeback once again from Nikolov. Blacksmiths, obviously. One thing they have had is they've had a lot of cricket in this series. That can only be a good thing, kind of heading forward. Good ball once again from Nikolov, giving very little away. The only run in this over is off that drop catch from Lakov. There'll be another run here as this is clipped away. In fact, it'll be more than 1. It'll be 4. Nice shot by Anthony Dowling. Now a little bit of an in-swinger. Timed it well. Played some nice shots so far. You can see there is talent in this Blacksmiths lineup. And obviously, very much in the emerging phase, but that's a nice shot to finish the over. End of the 3-over power play, and the Blacksmiths don't lose a wicket. 24 without loss. Obviously a very different story. I say very different story, but 25 for 1 at the end of the power play last time. Then it all went wrong. There were 3 wickets in the 4th over. And then things finished with 3 wickets in the 8th. Actually went from a position of respectability to a collapsed situation very quickly. And lost 7 wickets for just 14 runs. when they got out of the power play in that last game. So I'm hoping they can sort this out. Anyway, hey, big news. It is Pavel Florin to bowl over number 4. Pavel bowled pretty well when he played for Romania in the ECIs recently. Picked up a couple of big wickets. Got Abbas Ghani out and Vinod Ravindran, 2 Hungarian national team openers. Here we go, over 4. First one up in the air. Doesn't quite carry. That's Sid Nair down there. And I actually think Pavel's going to be a real handful in this series for kind of all kinds of bats. Pretty well played by Dowling. It was actually youth that played Pavel better than anyone else in that ECI in Hungary not too long ago. Marc Desfontaine got the better of him, but you see Pavel, he knows what he's doing. He's got his own technique, but he tries to draw the batter forward into mistakes. A bit like this, but again, good adjustment from Duff, goes back and is happy to take one. Pavel describes himself as right arm slow, not a spinner, just slow. Great ambassador for the sport as well, as a native European player. This one's a fraction shorter, well worked away. I think we're going to get, if I know the way Pavel thinks, I don't know if anyone actually does, but I think we're going to see the proper moon ball grenade before the end of the over. Probably this ball. He's pushed a couple through. I think he's going to bowl under the sky. Duff better be ready. Kind of. Wasn't the full grenade. Duff plays it pretty well. Gets a single. Still, it's good over, isn't it? Hasn't gone for a boundary. He's gone for 5 singles. Last ball of the 4th coming up. There it was. Takes it on, does Dowling, but it's going to be a wicket. It's Lakov that takes the catch. Well, I knew it'd be a matter of time until Pavel pulls the pin. And, well, it's good sportsmanship as well. I mean, Pavel first one over to Dowling to say well batted. Played some good shots in his 14. Played some good shots in the over. But, well, Pavel, what's he planning here? Better leave the camera on him. Don't know how much coordination he's been able to do with his Spartans teammates, but that's a pretty humble wicket. But again, a new matter of time until the grenade came out. It was tossed up. Dowling trying to get the first Maximo for the Blacksmiths in a while. And there's nothing kind of showboaty about that at all from Pavel. He's a real supporter of youth cricket and seeing the new generation coming out playing the game. Lakov swallows that easy chance, and the score 29 for 1 after 4. Pavel has arrived in Sofia. Timo, not a good first over. Keeper comes up for him now. Kushal Krishnakumar. I think Pavel probably gets second on the base of that as well. Or do you hold him back and hope that maybe you can get him to the bottom half of this Blacksmiths order? That's another question. Yeah, I think it's an interesting one. Honestly, I think Pavel doesn't get enough credit for how difficult it can be to face. One thing he's added to his game is a lot of accuracy. Bowls very few wides. You saw what he did last over. He's a good example. I talk a lot about that bowling's one thing you can practice by yourself, and he has. He spent a lot of time honing his craft. He's different, but he's not afraid to be different. Hello to Aiden as well. Nice to see you. Saying, come on, Pavel. I know he'll be happy. Helix calls Pavel right arm lob. Yeah, different types of lobs in there. Thick outside edge this time. And running away to the vortex. Someone goes to the practice nets, actually. And so Josh Dowling is off the mark. And not bad bowling, really, by Dimo Nikolov. It does run away comfortably for 4. 5th boundary of the innings. They've outdone themselves compared to their earlier effort. Blacksmiths. Another solid looking shot. It's going to run away for 4 as well, despite the best efforts of Sid Nair. Just eased away. Let the outfield do the rest. Well done by Nikolov this time. Does go for a couple of fours, but still it's a pretty tidy couple of overs from Demo. And we're halfway through the first innings of match 45. Blacksmiths 38 for 1. Well, they're pretty much what they ended up on already. It looks like Pavel, he's pretty keen to get a second over, and he's going to get one here. So, yeah, all jokes aside, there is a time to bowl Pavel. For me, normally, against a team that's maybe a little bit ahead of where the Blacksmiths are at, I think you bowl him in the fourth over when you've had a power play that's been whacked and all off faster bowling, just to completely change what the batters are getting. All right, over 2 for Pav. Comes down and meets it here, Duff, but just a single. Let's see how Josh Dowling can handle the grenades of Pavel Florin. The Spartans have an interesting sort of schedule. They play this match here. They've got a big day tomorrow, though. They play 3 matches. They play their final group match on Thursday in the middle match. Dowling waits for it. He hasn't been able to get about a run past one yet. I think he might. He hasn't really tried the full-on moonball on Oscar yet. It's also pretty well played by Duff. Kind of wants to go forward when he realised he wasn't going to get it on the 4 and the half volley. Went back, just punched it. Doesn't get a run though. Pavel being very economical. Like I said, doesn't bowl too many wides, if any. So it's certainly been a big improvement in his game since we first saw him over 5 years ago. Yep, over 5 years ago. Oh no. Well, Pavel's just tried to field that with the feet. That's been an interesting one, mate, from the reverse angle, but well, do as I say, not as I do type fielding effort from Pavel, who gets a bit closer just in time to cop it in the shins. Down he goes. Oh, wow. Time to crack out the shin pads for Pavel Florin. First real error in line from Florin. Oh, it'll only cost him a single. Nikolov doing well to clean up out there. He quickly puts his hand up. Pavel knows that was a bad ball. He got away with it. Maybe still one to come. Probably was the amount of seconds that would normally take 6 balls, but because Pavel's so slow, he's only bowled 5. So last ball of the day for Pavel Florin. In the air, lack of. He won't be able to turn into a catch, but he does make the stop, and at the end of 6 overs, 43 for 1. Pavel Florin, well, as said by Santosh, saying, yeah, very controlled line and length. And he's doing his work with tremendous control. Pavel Florin, yeah, and comes through in his figures. Just 10 runs conceded off his 2 overs. Martin's got a pretty simple strategy I saw in the chat, saying just wait for it and smack it. Yeah. True, but if you don't smack it in the middle of the bat, guess what? Probably going to get caught. We saw Vinod Ravindran, very good Hungarian batter. In fact, their Hungarian captain, get out that way. Abaskani also got out to him. Well, Pavel's got a few on his hit list. All right, well, this one's pretty high. They might have to have a look at this one from side on. Doesn't go too far anyway. New bowler coming up, and it's Jake Matthew. Let's just have a look at this one. If we can get a good look. Is this... Oh, is it coming down? Interesting one. Probably one I'd like to see called. And, in the end, we'll get away with it. on the border at least. Dowling can't get this off the square either, so pretty tight start. Again, like the effort from Jake Matthew running to his right. Right, goes for this, but hangs up in the air. Again, doesn't carry down the lack of. Been busy. Yeah, Martin's comment just reminds you of the good old-fashioned see the ball, hit the ball. It's funny, the higher you go up in cricket levels, the simpler the instructions become sometimes. See the ball, hit the ball. Don't overthink it. I know I had coaches, mostly they would say that you do all your training in training. When you get out there, you're only going to concentrate on watching the ball. That's all you're doing. Everything else should be instinctive. Down the ground, this time another single. Plays this one away. Dowling. I've got to be a little bit conscious, I suppose, of how quickly the middle and lower order disintegrated. So that's why they're being still a little bit cautious. 7 overs in, and the Blacksmiths are 46 for 1. See, it's a bit of a windy day in Sofia, high 20s. This is what's coming up on the network. We mentioned that we're now under 7 weeks to the 4th edition of the ECC, which is the Euros of Cricket, and first time it's ever been broken up into 2 divisions. Really exciting stuff. And a busy rest of August. I know we had May Madness. This is probably the closest we've come, because we'll have 3 different venues on the weekend, or the last weekend in August, with the Meltool Shield for the first time, as well as the Valletta Cup, which this year is T20 IW, coming to an end in Malta. And we'll also have coverage of the Netherlands. T20 I side versus USA and Canada. He's sitting there in over 8. Yeah, good accuracy. That's where it all starts. Lifted up by Duff, who's batted time so far, but that one's going to go over the top. And lo and behold, we have our first Maximo of the day. And it's a nice one from Duff. Takes on that short boundary, makes it slightly shorter by skipping a metre or 2 out of his crease. Fantastic. Maybe we'd see it one more time, but lifted it up. And Rasul did everything he could to get back and make the stop, but couldn't quite. 50's up as well. This one gets away. First from the bowler and then from the keeper. Yeah, nice shot by Oscar to bring up the first Maximo of the day for the Blacksmiths. Yeah, though, not too many bad balls. I've got a question in the chat from Aidan asking, what's Pavel's best bowling? That'll be the end of the over. So 10 off that one from there, including the first Maximo for the Blacksmiths on day 9. The score 56 for 1. It's funny you mentioned that. I'm just going to look it up. I know I've seen him take 3 wickets before. There's that Maximo again. Nice moment for Duff. Seven and over right now. Even 7 would look a lot prettier than what we saw. Yeah, so wait for this over to get going. Starts for low full toss. Away for a single. Incredibly high numbers. Probably bring those up in a second, but and he's got a best bowling of of 34. PCB, I should say. By Jake Matthew. So he's now taken ECS format. This one. Well, say just a single, they'll get 2 in the end. Good ball by Matthew. This one gets past Dowling. Yeah, if you look at numbers, he's got 4 games, a best bowling of 3 for 14. On the ground. Best bowling of 3 for 14 was against Serbia. And by the way, Serbia, they will be in action this weekend. The other thing is, just listen to this. He takes a wicket every 9 balls in T20I cricket. So everyone that wants to bag Pavel, well, tell us about what your T20I numbers look like. End of the 9th over here, 61 for 1, Blacksmiths. Yeah, Pavel has a bowling average of 12, so that's 12 runs. You can see 12 runs per wicket he takes. He has an economy of 7.74, which, by the way, stack that up against some of your favourite professional cricketers in their T20I records. And he takes a wicket every 9.4 balls. So, yeah, see here, he bowled pretty well. 1 for 10. In fact, he's got the only wicket of this innings so far. Spartans, though, I still think they're feeling fairly confident that they can not just get the win, but take all 4 points here against the Blacksmiths. But, you know, credit to the Blacksmiths for being able to sustain their efforts over the 10 overs this time. Jacob Gould to have a bowl. And he'll be the 7th bowler to be used. First one, Duff just knocks it down for a single. Oscar Duff for 4 and a 6 in his innings so far. Kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, aren't they? Flicked away, and once again, just a single. Nikolov's been excellent in that position. Elevates this time, Duff, but he's found Lakov, who takes a very good catch. So he won't quite bat the whole 10. Oscar Duff, but almost, and Gould will become the 2nd wicket taker. Lakov, very, very sure pair of hands. And he has 2 catches in the innings, but I think Oscar Duff can be very, very happy with efforts. I know maybe he gets frustrated that he's not hitting to yet, but that'll come in time. He's still a really young player. Not quite Oscar's top score of 37, which, by the way, was against pretty decent CC Academic side. But this time, he's going to have to go for 28, 63 for 2. Ivalo Katsarski will come out, and again, he's a really lovable character in Bulgarian cricket. Again, he's taken on the responsibility of captaining this side. Well, let's see if Ivalo can smack 1 or 2 around. He's hit 17 fours, but never a 6, Ivalo. Now's a good time. Won't be this time, though. Top score of 27 not out versus Pleven. That was all the way back in 2021. I think that was playing for Barbarian. Oh, there we go. Able to get it up in the air, but it won't go over the rope. It'll just be a single. Hello to Julian Dawson, just spotted you in the chat. Hopefully you will. Oh, it's a fair piece of that. There's Dowling. And, well, we'll have to check this out. I think he might have pulled this off. I think that Tyrone's pretty sure it's 6. Just the way he's met. I know he throws it away. It does away after he's landed. How much can we see the feet here as well? Because the camera's almost on top of Chris here. Let's have a look. Well, I would say just drawing the dots, I think that's 6. Because I don't think Chris's legs are that long. I just think he's still holding on to it. I know we can't see it, so I think we'll have to go on what the umpire believes, but I feel that'll be 6. Just waiting for final confirmation here. But Josh Dowling, a bit of a nervous wait as well. But yeah, it has been called a maximal. So nice finish for Josh. As he'll hit his 3rd 6 of the series, and it will take the Blacksmiths up to 70 for 2 off their 10 overs. Not to minimise the immense skill that took from Chris Lakov. You see there, Chris also, he's a very, very enthusiastic member of the cricket community, and I think there's a lot of warm feelings between these two teams. I think a lot of the teams empathising Blacksmiths have had a pretty tough time of it, but they're youthful. They're going out there. They're having a go in a situation where they're kind of put under the spotlight. And Josh Dowling, I think, will be pretty happy to finish things with a maximo, and it takes the Blacksmiths up to 70 for 2 off the 10 overs. Let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights. Well, the Vortex came into play, as you'd expect. Matthew Dowling maybe a little bit lucky to survive that attempted run out where he didn't really get a clear line of sight. But it's an improved effort. I suppose that's what you got to hope for. Lakov, a tough one for him going back. That was the one that got spilt, but really everything else was taken when it was offered. Just not able to get a real run of boundaries. It was time to enter the grenade launcher, Pavel Florin, when he did get one up into the heavens and back. It fell into the safe hands of Lakov. That was the end of Anthony Dowling, but he also got a pretty firm handshake from the bodyguard. Say, well played, 3 boundaries in his 14. Well, Pavel probably forgot that God gave him hands for a reason. This isn't football. It has looked like it a couple of times during the series. That was the first maximo. Duff able to get it away. Hit a 4 and a 6 during his time at the crease. He was out in the 10th over, well caught by Chris Lakov. And time for one more highlight, Luke. Yeah, what an effort, as Martin mentioned. Kind of end up halfway up the hill when you try something like that. So Chris will concede the 6, but I think you'd have to concede. And the Blacksmiths still looking pretty light on for runs here. 70 for 2 off the 10 overs. One thing they didn't do, I suppose, is lose wickets with the regularity that they did when they had that disastrous collapse earlier in the day against the CU All-Stars. Looking at the scorecard, 28 for Duff ends up leading the scoring. 4 and a 6 in there for Oscar. Anthony Dowling, 14 before he was caught on the boundary to the bodyguard, Pavel Florin. Josh Dowling with 21, including a maximo for last ball, and Katsarski, the captain, with a brief appearance at the crease. And only 6 extras. That's probably something that a lot of teams would be envious of based on what we've seen so far in this Bulgarian ECS. Wickets for Florin and Jacob Gould in there, but a lot of good performers. I like the way they throw the ball around to 7 different players. And I think for BCC Spartan, they'll feel half done. Next thing is for them to try and go out and basically go at the 10 and over required to take all the points out of this one. It could be important as far as whether they finish in that top 2 and gain that important double chance on finals day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hopefully you're enjoying your day. We'll be back second half of match 45 in just a few minutes' time. This is ECN and you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello, welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Sofia, Bulgaria. It is ECS time of the year, right in the middle of a long, hot European summer right now. It's a pretty hot and spicy action out there in the middle as well. We're halfway through match number 45, and we'll just say it's an improved effort from Blacksmiths to be able to gather 70 runs this time around. Lost just 2 wickets. We're able to hit 6 fours and 2 maximos in there. But what that does mean, basically, 71 the target, and if BCC Spartan can chase that down in 7 overs or less, so basically 10 and over, then they would take all 4 points out of this one. So I suppose if you look at it from the Blacksmiths perspective, one objective for them would be to take this game into an 8th over. And if they were able to do that, then they'll be able to grab a point out of the contest. And yeah, points have been pretty hard for Blacksmiths. I don't think that's an unfair statement. We have seen them pick up a couple of points in losses to the Falcons. Also have a couple of wins in there against Pleasant. Anyway, time to start going, and it's going to be Josh Dowling to get us going. First ball crashes into the pad, but it's heading well down the leg side. So leg by to start. See nothing there. Get to the other end. This will bring Dima Nikolov on strike. Dimo, very popular cricketer in Bulgaria as well. Actually catches up with this. It would have been, I was going to say it would have been wide, then it was going to be 1, but then it ends up being 4, as Anthony Dowling can't quite deal with that vortex region. The true vortex, I think, is on the offside, but I think this is probably the same difficulty. Shot onto him, I suppose. Did everything right there except field the ball. Bounced off the kneecap, runs away for 4. Nikolov's off the mark. Well, that's another bit of ball on leg action. It's got to be pretty frustrating for Ivalo Katsarski when he has the fielder right on the right line. But despite going straight to it, ends up going for 4. Ivalo's got a pretty good head of hair, but maybe not for too much longer if he keeps tearing his hair out. Trying to captain cricket teams. Now, this one bites a little bit, hangs in the air. Oh, I think gets to him on the full. Was kind of lurching forward. Checking out the replay. Got a bit of the body, but I think it was after it took a bit of an edge and then jumped up off the shoulder of Nikolov. Don't know if there was an edge on it. I think in the end it may have just been off the shoulder. Leg by was called in the end. Next ball. Pretty good in-swinger there from Josh. Played away, and that's Yoran Gershev, who is another young Bulgarian we've seen a bit of. And he's bowled top of the middle stump. Well done by the youngster. Nikolov taking the bait, trying to go across the line there, chasing early boundaries. But Josh Dowling had other ideas. Gets this right on line. The first wicket of the contest. 9 for 1. Josh, he'll be thrilled because I do believe that's his first ever ECN wicket. He's had to work pretty hard for it. To his 15th over. Fraction short, just skidded on. Sent the bails to Wales, really, one of them. And for the Blacksmiths, again, they've got something to celebrate, which is just all you'd hope for. And it's been a pretty decent first over. Dilrik Vinu, the captain, comes out at number 3. ball first up. Finishes a decent first over for Josh. One he'll remember, I'm sure, for a long time. End of the first, it's 9 for 1. Well, golden ball count did get reset on the weekend. If you missed it, we had a golden ball in just the second ever ECS W match. It was the Lavender Lionesses squaring the series on Saturday night, just after sunset in Zagreb. And let me tell you, it was pretty much 2007 World Cup light meter readings that we were getting in that. But credit to Jinx Zagreb, they came back. They won the third and deciding game. Another tight tussle. Big success. Expect more ECSW action over the next 12 months on ECN. Right now, though, Anthony Dowling to take up the attack in over number 2. This is a fraction short. Net is going to swat it away. And it's going to run to the boundary. So 4 runs to start the second over. You probably saw Josh take a wicket with a ball that was a similar length. He tries it out, but you can see there, Sid very quick to snap onto the back foot and put that away. And clinging on to that 1%. Blacksmiths, I think that's what they started with. This one's just erred in line. That's vortex territory. Just look at how that ball's never slowing down. Just anything it gains in that area. And the last we saw it, I think it was probably traveling faster than ever. You can see there, Stellian there saying, well, if I'm not going to catch it in the circle, I'm never going to catch it. So there's 4 runs. Hello to Stephen Kell. Yeah, we're just talking about the Netherlands, actually, and the fact we'll be covering 6 T20I matches in the Netherlands tri-series between the host country as well as the USA and Canada. The North Americans will be making the leap across the pond. Skews off the pad of Nair. Well handled by Stallion. Gets it back to Katsarski. Again, this field, because it is summer, gets pretty banged up. I'd rather see it dry than wet, though. We have seen a few rain-affected Bulgarian series. That one's going to sneak past the keeper, but luckily it took a little bit of him on the way through. That'll be a bye. Yeah, so what do you think about USA and Canada being on ECN for the first time? Glanced away, and there's going to get another boundary. Again, doesn't even look like stopping as it enters the garden. I think there's 2 types of boundaries: the type that you can't help and the type you can if you're a bowler. This is one I think you're inviting trouble by bowling it out there to the left-hander. So I like him over the wicket, Anthony. I just think it'd be good to see him getting it outside the off stump, using that natural right arm across kind of angle that does cause lefties a few problems. You see it with the next one as well, which goes down the leg side. Interesting also, they don't open with Lakov or Kushal Krishnakumar. I think that's all about is trying to get everyone a chance to play an innings, a meaningful innings. This is short and it's going to go up in the air. It's going to be taken. Well, that's a really nice moment for Anthony Dowling. As Nair again tries that pull away. And yeah, credit to the Blacksmiths. That's the youngster, Kenchev Ivanov, that takes the catch. That's exactly what you want to see as well from a young side. Always seem to be playing for behind. But Nair is going to have to go for 13. Check it out here on the replay. Pretty good catch. Maybe jumped on him a little bit more than he expected. Having to deal with his son as well. But pretty well done. Gets a big hug from Stellian as well. You just love to see these youngsters having those moments to celebrate. And hopefully it's something that that they remember, they cherish, they want to replicate. End of the second over then, 24 for 2. Spartans with a 4-pointer. Well, they'll stay in third, but they'll gain on Stars and CC Academic. We're at the top at the moment. Josh Dowling comes back. Another ball that almost creates catching opportunity. You can see there. Genchev even off. He was pretty hungry for a second catch. It's the bonus point equation. Serby is the new batter. Let's see what Felix can do. Get a bit of a promotion for him. Up to number 4. And plays a really good looking shot first up. Runs away, beats the field to 4 runs. That was a very, very classy back foot punch from Felix Serby. Gets him going. He scored runs against good opposition. Top score so far of 25 not out versus the Sofia Stars. Not a bad ball, really, from Josh Dowling. Load of Kroom as well, and load of Julian Dawson. A bit of Alfred Hitchcock about the ground at the moment as well. The birds taking over. I've got some animal stories about this ground. That's cracked away by Serbia. That one's going to go all the way. Maximo. One's going to rattle the table. There's Mahel and there's Simon there, who had some company. Well, we saw the birds fly across, then we see the grizzly bear fly. Have a look at it here. Right out of the middle. And time to take cover. 6 runs. What a start from Felix. There they are. They're okay. For now. Another ball which is going to go to the boundary. Just punched away. Serby dismissively turns his back. He's in the zone right now. Dowling gets it slightly wrong that time. This over is starting to hurt. And 1-4-6-4. I was going to say back in 2022, we had a pretty interesting time. I think it was 2022. We had snow delay a game. So, yeah, match 5 delayed by snow. Still one of my favourite things I've seen on the screen on ECN. That was when we had the tournament back in April. The other thing was we had wild horses running across the ground at one point. I don't remember a televised game getting affected by wild horses before. Wide up, gets under the keeper, and oh gee, it's a brilliant stop actually. I always thought that one was going to be lost to the vortex. But yeah, some unearned runs. Look at that for a take. That was really motoring down there. A little bit of something on this one. Once again, Anthony Dowling being kept busy. Last ball of the power play coming up. Not a bad one either from Josh to finish his spell. Finish with 1 for 26. That over did kind of get it a little bit out of control. 19 coming off it in the end. And Spartans continue on their merry way. They're 43 for 2 after 3, but not before. A couple of highlights for the Blacksmiths. So Josh Dowling coming up with that wicket of Nikolov. Ball that crashed into the top of middle. We saw a good catch by the youngster Genchev Ivanov as well to give Anthony Dowling a wicket. As you can see, also plenty of runs in those first 3 overs. 9, 15 and 19 for the Spartans, who now have this kind of equation of 7 and over to actually take all 4 points, not just for the win. Anthony Dowling will come back for a second over, so they'll be forced into a double switch. Having bowled out the 2 openers, Blacksmiths. suppose the Blacksmiths would have been handy to have around when the wild horses came through the ground. Oh, Serby's been brilliant so far, and he's just going to cut that one away effortlessly for 4. Oh, actually, it's hit the power line. It's dead ball. Well, that's rough. Can I tell you something? I don't like the dead ball for the power lines rule. Now, actually, this gets scored as a nothing. They say this is the local rule. And it was going for 6, but instead he gets nothing. And it doesn't even get re-bowled. It counts as a dot. I just think that's really unfair for the batter. There we go. Oh, I've got to keep it away from the power lines this time. He will. And he'll go for 4. It's not going to affect things too much. Can I tell you what I think, honestly? Okay, first I'll give the alternatives. Fielders might say, hey, but it cost us a catch. So that's why you can't just say it costs the batter. I'd just say, let it play. Say the power line's a part of the field. If it goes for 4, give it 4. If it goes for 6, give it 6. If it gets caught, give it out. We have seen it kind of, most of the time it doesn't matter, but sometimes it has mattered in the past. It just doesn't feel quite right. And there's no way that should be a dot. I mean, we've seen it happen late in games before. Imagine that's the last ball and you need, say, 2 to win, and you're going to hit a 6. Instead, you lose because you hit the power lines. This one's in front of the power lines. Going, and gone. Just climbs over. Oscar Duff. Maximo. Like I said, the power lines had their say, but the power's almost out on Blacksmiths here. Having to fight really hard on day 9. This is their last match, don't forget, of this European Cricket Series. More work for Simon and Mahel. $17 off 20 now for all 4 points. Off the pad, it's past Kasarski, but they only get a single. Yeah, Kroom saying that he had a game disturbed by someone's pet tortoise on the outfield. Not quite the same. I need to hear more about this, Kroom. Was it deliberately put there? I mean, tortoises aren't known for kind of their lightning escape skills. Was it a prank? More information required. He's also talking about the roof rule in the Melbourne Stadium. Changing because they couldn't decide. Yeah. I actually think I've been, obviously, quite a few times to Bulgaria now. This one's kind of round waist height. Might be worth a look for height. One thing I can tell you is it will be 4. Tyrone just kind of motioning. I think that's probably worth a look. Wasn't really a slower ball either. So let's have a look. Did see one go earlier. Get a feel for me, it's a no ball. Just because he's playing from the crease and he's slightly bent. Maybe they'll feel a bit generous. It's well, it will be the end of the over, and it'll be 60 for 2 after 4. So, yeah, I will say I think we had a boundary robbed by the power lines already. Yeah, roof is a tough one because roofs. Can you see the power lines there on the screen? It depends how good your TV is, but you got the power lines there that are probably about 3/4 of the way up the picture, maybe 2/3. Yeah, I think with these power lines though, because it's so rare they get hit, sometimes a lot of times it just flicks them and it makes no difference on the play whatsoever. I favour just saying, let it play. Maybe they have actually adjusted that rule now. Just going off what I'm seeing is that now if there's a dead ball for the power line, it is re-bowled. It's a step in the right direction, if so. Anyway, this is Duff coming on, but the first one is short and smashed away. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, I think there are some places, there are baseball fields with roofs that they say, okay, if you hit the roof in this section, it's out. If you hit it here, it's a home run. It's kind of, I think, what they've done with Melbourne now. I think now they've just actually said everything's a 6. At least that's consistent. But there is a kind of field of vision, or there's some people that say, look, if you hit the roof in a certain place where you know it's going to be a 6, then just give it 6. Good comeback from Duff. A little bit of bat on this, I think. I'll get through for a single. So they can win it with one swing of the bat now. BCC Spartan. Yeah, so with these power lines, I just say treat it like... Yeah, don't treat it like anything. Just, yeah, sometimes it'll favour one team, sometimes it'll favour another. Down the leg side, this will be a wide. Okay, and sometimes it might cause a catch. Sometimes it might cause an easy catch to not be catchable. Sometimes it might cause a 4 or 6. Sometimes it might stop at 4 or 6. So I think it all kind of evens out in the wash. No one's either advantage or disadvantage. I think at the moment, there's a bit of unnatural justice. Anyway, this one is not going to quite get as far as Serby was hoping. I think he was planning that would be the end of the game. Instead, he'll hand it back to Vinu. Yeah, liked what I've seen from Serby so far. Again, reasonably young guy. 4 to win. Still 4 to win. Next game, by the way, coming in around about 50 minutes. As this is going to get away and it'll be game over. And, well, not the way you'd want it to finish if you're Blacksmiths, because they did fight a lot harder in that game, I think, than the previous one. But Spartans, in the end, they'll do it within 5 overs. Winning with 31 balls to spare. Derek Vinu, the captain, finished it off with a shot down the ground. So Blacksmiths, I know it's the end of their campaign. They can say they did win 2 games along the way. They're also able to, I think, be reasonably competitive given the resources they had, and obviously that they hadn't. But I just think there's a lot of individual highlights in there, a lot of moments that they can remember. Often say that ECS cricket is a little bit like a boot camp of cricket, especially when in the 8-team format, getting 14 matches. Just I think that a lot of the young players, they'll be able to look back, they'll be able to analyse their video footage and become a lot better players. And hopefully we see them again pretty soon on ECN individually and as a team. Don't forget, we have more cricket coming your way, and we're around about 45 minutes away from returning. And it is the team from Turkey, Afyonkarahisar SHS, taking on Pat Valken, CC Viren. Now, looking at this one, you look at the ladder position of these two, this could be a much more even contest. Falcons winning the toss, electing to bowl in that one. So Afyonkarahisar will be opening up with the stick. Kursat Dalyan down the bottom. The kick catch genius is on the park for Afyonkarahisar. And like I said, that match is coming up in around about 45. Join us. It's the last game of the day. Maybe some random questions. Maybe some food chat as well. Let's have a look at the highlights. Well, perfect field position. Imperfect result, really, for Blacksmiths first up. It was a nice moment, though, for Josh Dowling. Picked up his first wicket, sent the bail flying for 6. And he had to tell his friends all about that one. We saw Siddharth Nair out there opening the batting with Dimo Nikolov. Nikolov obviously saw him go. Nair was able to strike 3 boundaries on the way. Again, the question was, how fast could they do it? Could they do it within the 7 overs? Could the Blacksmiths survive more than 7 overs and eke a point in their last game in this European Cricket Series? Again, individual highlights. We have seen them time and time again for Blacksmiths, even though they found it hard to string wins together. But that was a nice one for young Genchev Ivanov, the youngster taking a catch off that high ball. Felix, though, came out. And he was in a mood, wasn't he? Whacking boundaries, actually terrorising the scoring combination of Simon and Mahel. And with that burst in overs 3 and 4, it seemed pretty inevitable that it'd just be about securing all 4 points. We saw 19 come in the third, we saw 17 come in the fourth. Oscar Duff came in the fifth, but he wasn't able to keep the game alive. Last one snuck away from Ivan Plamenov. And this game was in the book. ECC Spartan chasing down the 71 of 4.5 overs. Another great view aerially of this Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Sofia. Beautiful mountainside in the background, but not such a beautiful day for the Blacksmiths. Undermanned and kind of outgunned in their 2 games against the All-Stars and then by BCC Spartan. 4 batters we saw for BCC Spartan there, and Timo Nikolov opening the batting. Nikolov went 4 and out. Now with 13, including 3 boundaries. So Rick Vinu finished things off, and Serby also there with a pretty bright 25 not out. We will take a break and be back in around about 40 minutes or so, as we'll see the Turkish side into the action. Afyonkarahisar batting first against Pac Falcons EC Viren, when we return to Bulgaria for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello, welcome back to the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Sofia, Bulgaria. It's time for the last match of day number 9 in this European Cricket Series. Honestly, there's not quite a ground like it in Europe, I don't think. Just have a look at the surroundings there. You've got the kind of suburbs of Sofia. You've got the mountains in the background. You've got a lot of sports that are part of this multi-sport complex. And right now, it's going to be a host to match number 46. Afyonkarahisar SHS of Turkey taking on the local Falcons CC Viren. A little bit earlier, we had the coin toss. Let's see what happened for the coin toss in match 46.
Pack Falcons to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's tails.
We're gonna bowl first.
They're going to bowl first.
Great to see the coin toss and the fact that we're able to share with you some of the sights and sounds of the Bulgarian capital. And every time here, it gets a little bit modernized, but not too much. I think this has got a nice sense of character about it. And yeah, honestly, I would recommend that you come and visit it whenever you can. But there you go, the news from the toss being that Pack Falcons have won it and have decided to bowl first. And with the Turkish side, it's certainly with some ground to make up. And probably unsurprisingly, the Falcons start as % favourites. And looks like we're almost ready to go here. I want to welcome back everyone to the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and also want to welcome everyone who is on Fan Code. So nice sunny conditions still, around about 26 degrees right now to make a start. And these two teams both have ambitions of winning this last game of the day. We did see them play earlier in the series, match 27. And on that occasion, it was 78 that Afyonkarahisar were able to manage. And they did take a point out of that game, but they weren't able to defend it with the Falcons chasing it. Last ball of the 8th over. Here we go. Shake, rattle, and roll. Last game of the day. And the first one is going to be a thick edge. It's going to run away into the vortex for 4. Lodi has been the leading run scorer for the Turkish side in this competition, 265. His average is right up there as well, averaging over 44 and striking it over 180. In fact, close to 190 there. And if you want to talk kind of amount of sixes in the Turkish side, I mean, he's scored 11. Daylight next. Mesut Öztürk with 7. Next best is 4. One thing that's good about Afyonkarahisar, I suppose, is they've shared the load a little bit as far as the run scoring. They've had 3 different players score half centuries. Next one is into the pads, and you won't be able to get more than that leg by. If you don't have any random questions, of course, send them through. This is the last game of the day. Let's have some fun with it. Yeah, so for Afyonkarahisar, what do they need to win here? Well, I suppose it's one of those pitches that can be full of surprises at times. But Pack Falcon, they're averaging 108 with the bat. You'd imagine kind of hundreds a minimum to be looking to defend. Lodi clips this away. Pretty well knocked down there. They'll only get a single. Dalian. This one goes pretty close to the stump. In fact, it's going to bounce off the keeper and it's going to go away for 4 byes. So a little bit of luck there, really. Not particularly convincing stroke. Well, Dalian, we've seen him go a little bit viral for a catch that he took a couple of days ago. Almost hits the helmet. Helmet's off the field, luckily. That one goes pitch to keeper's leg to Vortex. 4 runs. For bowled. That's been a decent over, even though he doesn't really have too much to show for it. Does Sofia Ahmed, but it is the end of the first. It's 11 without loss. 48 days until the 4th edition of the ECC. And of course, history being made this year with not only 1 but 2 trophies up for grabs in that 4-week window. And really, if you think about it, there'll be 4 trophies up for grabs in ECC cricket if you include the 2 divisions of the women's ECC, which will be the last event of the year. Watch out for that in mid-December. It will start on the 23rd of September, and Bulgaria will be a part of the very first group. There'll be one of 11 teams that are battling in the Challenger division. Top 4 make it through to the start of week 2. The top 2 will make promotion. The top 1 will get the trophy. Time for over number 2, and this is Agagil Amadel, who's bowling. First one down the ground, but just continues to run. It's an incredibly fast outfield here in Bulgaria. Just have a look at this. I think he's intending to hit that originally through the offside, but it ends up running away. And once it does, no one's catching it. 4 runs to start the over. Dave has got a good random question for me. What's my favourite event in the Olympics? Thanks for the question. That one is probably one that he's spoiled. Would have been a wide, I think. I've got a few. At the moment, I'm really enjoying the volleyball. I also used to play field hockey, so that interests me. But as far as just, for no particular reason, I love watching the volleyball and the beach volleyball. Probably enjoying the indoor volleyball a little bit more at the moment, actually. Another one that was touch and go as far as the wide line went. There's one sport that I think I tune in for. Don't ask me why, but I really like the weightlifting. Weightlifting is something that I won't really watch outside the Olympics, but yeah, maybe I'll throw that back at you in the chat. What's your favourite Olympic sport to watch? Obviously, I like kind of the classics. The 100-metre sprint's always a huge one. Goes after this end of the bat, though. Up in the air, falls safely. There's Jamil down there that'll clean up. Yeah, what are your favourite Olympic sports? But really, I think it's exciting for cricket to be in the Olympics. I've kind of been pretty vocal with the fact that I'm not a huge fan of it being T20 cricket and just 6 nations. I don't feel that's particularly inclusive. Well, that one I think would have been a wide as well, but he's going to chase it. He's going to jump cut it. And Dalian is such a good natural talent, getting his opportunity here at the top of the order. And really, it's a remarkable shot. It was kind of slow bounce, tennis ball-y type bounce, wasn't it? High score of 21 in the series. Have a look, this would have been huge runs, way over his head. Didn't care. 4 runs. Now, last ball, the oval push. I think a 2, but probably not worth the risk at this stage. Bright start for the Turkish side. Afyonkarahisar 21 without loss after 2. Having a look at the table, you can see both these two lurking just outside the 4. Remember, it is the top 4 that go through, and you'd feel the team that wins this has the leg up on maybe displacing one of those teams that are above them. The top 4, of course, will take part in finals Friday. And really, the distance that Pac Falcon are in front pretty much is because they beat the Turkish side earlier in the tournament. Yeah, I know that Alex, he's pushing the buttons for us today. He's saying he likes the diving. Yeah, I got to say, I love the diving as well. It's a very good one. Down the ground and just a single to start the over. This is Jahidul Islam bowling the last over of the power play. Tell us some others you like. I still watch them. I tend to gravitate away from sports that I probably would watch outside the Olympics. Like tennis is there, basketball's another one. I like the 3-on-3. Haven't really watched that before. Clipped away. This is going to test the fielder. Run all the way back. Has a bit of cut in the end. It is fielded and hurled back. I know a lot of people feel that way about the Olympics. Oh, this might have been tight. Dalian scrambles home now. They're going to get an overthrow. Again, enterprising running between these two. Yeah, tell us your others. Even I quite like the throwing sport, hammer throw, discus, those kind of ones. I loved the pole vault last night. Mentioned that earlier. That one helped round the corner. That's going to scream away for 4 more off the bat of Lodi. Yeah, the world record in the pole vault was a bit of a highlight last night. And also, what about a little bit of the pushy shovey in the women's 5,000 metres? Medal taken away, reinstated on appeal. You got a feel for, I think it was the athlete from, might have been Italy, that then went from 4th to 3rd. Got told she had a medal, but then I suppose she doesn't anymore. Through no fault of her own. A bit of a step away. Lodi then hammers it at mid-on. Can't grip it. We'll get away for another single. Archery's good. And actually, Crooms brought up table tennis. I watched a cracking table tennis game last night. It's a Swedish player. She was quite incredible. Different kind of tactics. Edged and dropped. There's definitely something on this. Dalian steps away. Gets a little bit of a nick on it. Usman Al-Haq behind the stumps, drops it. Just went end of the fingers. Not really into the middle of the gloves. 3 overs down. It's 31 without loss. Yeah, it's more of like a slicer. It was Bergstrom from Sweden last night, upsetting the high-ranked player from China. Actually, it might have been from Hong Kong, China, in fact. But yeah, keep them coming. Yeah, archery's a good one, though. Lodi. It's made a strong start here. And Dave's got a good point here, saying he doesn't... Personally and sportively, I like that word. Don't really like that ball first up from Robin Ahmed. Loses it down the leg side. Says doesn't like sports which are left to the judging. Diving, skateboarding, dressage, boxing, artistic gymnastics, etc. I'd put surfing in there as well. I watched a bit of the surfing final last night. Another Gundy ball down the leg side. Another wide. Yeah, here's a fun fact for you. The surfing was 15,000 kilometres away, which is I think almost 10,000 miles. The furthest away from the actual centre of the Olympics. That's Noe. So it doesn't matter if it's caught or not. It won't be caught, so don't have to worry about that. But I'm telling you, this will be a no ball. I'm going to scramble back for 2 as well. So free hit coming up for Lodi. Yeah, so it's the furthest away from the kind of Olympic flame, if you like, that there's ever been an Olympic medal contested. Surfing in Tahiti in French Polynesia. I do remember, well, I don't remember, but I've heard, the 1956 Olympics in Melbourne. I know that the equestrian was done in Stockholm due to the very tough quarantine regulations for Australia. That'll be another one, I think. This time, it's hammered away. Well, they'll want to check this for height, but I think this is going to be another no ball. I don't see how it's not. Let's try and get a look at this one just before it gets hit, and we'll see where it's heading. That's a no ball for me. Maybe we can see it one more time just before that. Yeah, it's been called as well. So it will be no ball +6. And it's on his final warning now. So it's been a bit of a shocking start for Robin Ahmed. And this is just what Afyonkarahisar were after. Well, that one won't be a no ball, but it won't be a great result either, as it's going to find its way for another boundary. And I just want to check if this has gone all the way. I think it has. Maximo signalled. We can get a little bit of a look at the drop zone of this, but, well, Ahmed's bowled 1 ball for 18. That ain't great. Yeah, 1 bounce 4 confirmed, but I mean, if that had gone for 6, it would have been a magical ball. Yeah, 4. I see. There we go. 4 runs. So it's only 16 off the ball. Still not great. Now it stands tall. Punches well. That's 4 more. Lodi on a bit of a heater here. The 50's up in the 50 partnership for Afyonkarahisar. Can they turn it into something more? I think with that, they might have actually taken the lead in the game. See what the supercomputer's thinking. Pretty good shot. Not quite, but probably not far away. Next one worked to the leg side. And it'll take it fairly comfortable too. There's the 50-50. Probably one thing most of the viewers would agree, we haven't had a lot of close contests in this ECS. We've appreciated them when they've come. This one is lifted up, and that's going to be past the fielder. That's 4 more. Lodi into the 40s. Pack Falcons. Well, a few things are possible here. They've got a 3-point lead at the moment over Afyonkarahisar. Afyonkarahisar with a game in hand as well. So for Pack, it's a must-win game if they're going to stay in the hunt for finals. This is going to test the fielders, and it's going to be messed up. 2 fielders come together, is knocked away. It's another 4 runs. 4 carreras más. Afyonkarahisar making the most. I think the long on actually chased the ball a bit out to mid-wicket after that previous boundary. Jamil gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Nice for the over. Lodi says, yep, I'll take a single. Give me the strike. As that over goes supersonic for Robin Ahmed. A fair bit of it was his own doing as well, you'd have to say. And Afyonkarahisar, just like that, after 4 overs, 62 without loss. Don't forget when these two teams met in match 27, Afyonkarahisar only scored 78 in the whole 10 overs. They're 62 off 4, and they're flying right now. Robin might be back on the bench for a little while after that over. His extra ball's getting cashed in. Probably would feel the misfield wasn't really his fault. Lodi 46 and counting. Go back to Sofia here, who bowled the first over. Trying to get this breakthrough. Oh, it's a great shot by Lodi, and that's going to be his 50. Maximo! And Afyonkarahisar, they're right up with this. You can feel the energy. It's his 4th half century of the series, a model of consistency. 52 off just 20 balls. Sofia rolling the dice with the short ball and missing out. Got to pitch up, I think. Just probably chest high. He snapped onto that back foot. Lodi, 50, but the job only partly done. It seems to be judging the bounce pretty well at the moment. This time he finds the fielder. Dalian, 6 off 7, being given an opportunity. He's a player I first saw playing for Afyonkarahisar at the ECL earlier this year as the Turkish champions. It's really good to see them there. And, I mean, I've already seen a lot of improvement, I think, since that experience for them. That's pretty well hit as well by Dalian. That'll get past the fielder. Well, this youngster has a lot of talent. I think he'll be known for a while as the kind of foot of God fielder with that brilliant catch the other day, but there's so much more to him. That wasn't an easy ball to go and dig out either. He moves to double figures. A little bit short, doesn't really time it this time. As Dalian, though, he does get the ball to kind of spin around one fielder. Dalian has to change course. Yeah, Dalian, he's got a birthday coming up, actually. He's almost 17 years old, so he's still 16. I love the bravery of some of these native European cricketers. Just learning the game. That little inside edge, that'll probably run away with the vortex. That's always running for 4 more. So you make your own luck. They hustle back for 2. And next ball disappears to the boundary. So Sofia being brought back. Hasn't really gone to plan. Last ball of the over. It's been 17 off this so far. Whack. Really, it was a tough chance, but it's a tougher result. As Sofia's over goes magical. This one screen back. Maybe took the fingertips. Watch it here. Bang. Yeah, you can understand him having second thoughts about going for that. It will be the end of the over. And supersonic, then magical. 52 coming off the last 2. What an incredible start this is for Afyonkarahisar SHS. 83 without loss after 5. ECC coming up. Talking about the fact that it's under 7 weeks now. And you can see that Bulgaria are in Group 1. What an interesting way to start our 4-week ECC period as well, with Isle of Man heading up that group. Got Estonia in there, having a pretty good year. Got Croatia. We just were there, weren't we? We saw them lose 5-0 to Spain, but obviously Spain, pretty formidable opposition. They were competitive in bursts there. Turkey, who you see actually some of their players right now in the Afyonkarahisar team, and Slovenia, who actually had a win over Croatia in the ECS last year. Slovenia making their debut at the Cardinal Oval. First time we've seen their national team. As new over starts, we'll start with a wide. Hamadel goes wide of the line. And yeah, just speaking of Turkey and Bulgaria being in the same group. So yeah, interesting. And also, I had a question, I think, about Abdullah Lodi. Has he played for Turkey? And he has. Yeah, he's played T20 internationals. High score of 36. That's a fraction short, and Lodi's in a mood now. Maximo! That one miles into the trees. And Lodi now has his highest score on ECN. Goes past the 57 he scored earlier in the tournament. Just don't bowl short to him. It's not going to end well. He actually made his debut for Turkey in the sub-regional T20 qualifiers in Italy earlier this year. Just a couple of months ago now. And speaking of Rome and Italy, that's where we'll be next week. Monday we'll start a new European cricket series. Yeah, just knocks this one for a single. And obviously we've seen Abdullah Lodi also previously for St. Bernard Zafar as well as Istanbul KSK. So obviously, trying to establish himself in the scene. He's a slightly mature player, being 31 years of age. Full toss. Dalian decides to go leg side with it. Does he find the gap? Not quite. He's playing his role pretty well, though, Kurusat. Mentioned with Kurusat, I know you can't see under the helmet, but he has probably one of the most iconic hair. It's not even a style, just like his hair. Could have its own Instagram and do very well. Little glance here, and Ahmadel gets the line wrong. Lodi to 64, setting up a bit of magic. Yeah, with 3 points between these two on the table, let's say if Afyonkarahisar could continue in this vein and even take all 4 points about this, they'd actually leapfrog Pat Falcons, and that's even with a game in hand. So it really puts him in a great position to attack the 4. I want to say hi to Jacob in Estonia. Today to you. Hopefully you're well, Jacob. Vinny here from the studio, taking through the rest of the day. Charlie, enjoying an afternoon off. And Rico will be back in action tomorrow, first up. Pretty well bowled by Ahmadel. Could have used that ball a while ago, I think. He's misfielded 2 or 3 times, but luckily it doesn't cost a run. Still a ball to go in this 6th over. Last ball in Ahmadjel's spell coming up. They haven't gone to a 5th bowler yet, so I think they're kind of forced into that next over. Yeah, counterproductive footwear there from Lodi. He's batting so well. No need to probably do that. Just kind of stand and deliver. Makes this impossible to hit. But it was a good ball from Ahmadel. It finishes well, but a bit of damage done before that. None for 23 for him. And 6 overs in. Afyonkarahisar are 96 without loss. Hello to John Gray. Nice to see you in the chat. Christopher Ward as well. Yeah, Aiden, hopefully that answered your question as well about Lodi and the fact, yeah, he has played T20I cricket for Turkey. Made his debut in June in Rome. So starting you over. First one's a bit of a miss hit. Hangs up in the air but falls safely. Dalian gets away with it. Gets a single. Gets the main man back on strike. Oh no, it's hit the power lines. All right, well, does that get rebowled? If it's rebowled, then Dalian should come back on strike. Yeah, well, let me see, because they've scored that as 1, but the umpire is calling it dead. And so, yeah, I think, yeah, Dalian's being told you have to go back on strike. I mentioned earlier, I'm not a fan of this local rule. I actually think it kind of, it makes more unjust outcomes. As in the air, it's the power lines, come straight down. I would just play that as 1. I just play the result. The next result is going to be a dot. Yeah, I think it just causes so much confusion as well. Did it hit the lines? Did it not? That's just my personal opinion. Wow, Dalian. He's not going to say single this time. He's going to say 6. Maximo! That's a really good bit of hitting from the youngster. His first 6 of the innings. 3rd of his ECN career. Tries it again next ball. 100's up now for Afyonkarahisar as well. Yeah, I think by making it a dead ball and rebowled, it's better than it used to be. It used to just be a dot and not rebowled, which I felt was very unfair. I just think you're making the result something that it definitely isn't. Probably 90% of the time, the result won't change because the ball hit the power lines. And if it does change, sometimes it'll help the fielders, sometimes it'll help the batters. It all evens out. Will flick away this time. Gets by the fielder. Running away and 4 runs. So Lodi moves to 68. What an opening partnership this has been. They've had some opportunities in there. Remember, Dalian was dropped behind. He had like a tough one for the bowler as well. But yeah, good footwork there from Lodi. Turns into a big hanging full toss and clips it away. Obviously, this outfield is among the fastest that we have in European cricket. Get a ball. This one cops him on the back leg. Just skids on. Good leave there from Lodi. 68. Can we have a bit of history here? Clunks this one. Hurries onto him again. It turns out to be a decent over. But still, Afyonkarahisar well on top. 110 without loss after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Still 2 more days of the group stage. And the Stars will be up. And it's a big day for the Falcons actually tomorrow. They'll play 3 times. Same with the Spartans. All Stars will be sighted. Afyonkarahisar will have a couple of games in there. Stars up first, and then they have the rest of the day off. You can join Rico Four, who's back, and Charlie will be back as well tomorrow. 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe. And 11 in India as we start new over. Again, not really attacking that ball. Will allow 2 at the moment. Lodi gets back on strike, and well, one thing's for sure, he's looking for an even bigger milestone than a half century, if you know what I'm trying to say. Flicked away. He's going to get 4 more here. He's batted very intelligently. Moves to 75. Lovely little tap away. Dismissive, wasn't it? Cracked away again. This will test the fielder. And he can't pass the test. It goes through. It's going to be 4 more. Lodi on a heater right now. Might as well just come out and say it. No Turkish batter has ever scored a century on the network. Been thinking it for about 20 runs, but now I'm going to say it out loud. Just seems he's got the rub of the green here. Tortuga sighted at long on. There's 4. Well, that's too short as well, and that's going to go the journey. 85 now for Lodi. Just again, so good on the pull. Yeah, Dave was asking, is it the same as having a tree or an animal in the outfield? Yeah, unless something's expressly decided that it's a boundary or a dead ball, then it's just nothing. So you can have a tree in the outfield, doesn't make it 4, unless it's stated. So yeah, having an object on the field, so it doesn't happen very much anymore, isn't necessarily a game changer. He's going to take 1 here. Again, respect for that. Lodi's motored past his previous high score now, which was 57. Yeah, Spider Cam, it's dead ball as well. That's a very modern one. Dr. De Soto, good to see you, and you're exactly right. Dalian, nice hands from him. But, oh no, we could have a run out here, bowlers, and it'll be gone. So yeah, an interesting one here. Dalian took a long time to get going. Interesting to see kind of who ran and who didn't. Well, I can kind of tell you who ran and who didn't, but we'll just have a look at it on the replay. Dalian, actually, I like the way he just basically ran and changed his mind. And once you start, you got to kind of keep going with it. Otherwise, it would have been Lodi that was run out. So Dalian, well, he'll be disappointed to throw his wicket away like that. Yeah, maybe he got spooked by the ball being fielded. But yeah, I think if you both go straight away, you probably get away with it. Anyway, he'll be run out first to go. And finally, this opening partnership is broken at 127. Also, end of the 8th over, 127 for 1. The other thing is they need to swap back because the new batter should be on strike. And there we go. He can't discount the work of the officials. They've got to keep their eyes on so many different things. It's Mechat Öztürk, and one of the fan favourites coming out. Swing and a miss first up. Afyonkarahisar that kind of grabbed that, got it back to the bowler. 86 though. 2 overs to go in the innings. Ozturk will get his first run here. Dragged out to... Will just be the one. Lodi chasing a bit of history. We're getting closer, aren't we? 98 centuries. Feels like when, not if, it'll happen in Bulgaria. You never know. Lodi loads up again. This one will find the outfielder. Yeah, 98. I might say what's a shoe-in, but it's not really. I mean, sometimes we go through runs where we don't see centuries as well. Especially we've seemed to have had a lot of chases in this series, a lot of low chases. Maybe we would have seen more had we had some of the batting first more often. Ozturk walks at this, hits it down the field. Again, making it tough, and that's not going to help. It's booted by Ahmadel. Now 14 rows back into his own net. And would this be fielded by the other fielder? We'll definitely never know now because it gets hoofed away. That's why just a lack of communication there hurting. Fraction short. Ozturk turns on this and puts it out of the ground. Maximo! Match it. I'm going to say he's one guy. I'm always happy to see him. He got some Turkish delights. This time he's got a Turkish delight off the middle of the bat. And out of the ground, 6 runs. Afyonkarahisar looking nothing like the team that kind of staggered to 78 when these two teams last met on Saturday. Goes after this and gets a piece of it as well. That's Maximo back-to-back for Ozturk. And the Turks, well, they're looking not just strong, but very strong here. Maybe eyeing off a 4-point chance, end of the over. 145 for 1. Had a question from John Gray. Says hasn't spotted the power lines yet. Sometimes that can be hard to see on the screen, but they're basically probably halfway. I'd probably say they're about even with the back of the circle behind the keeper, but they run just kind of perfectly perpendicular to the pitch. So yeah, if you drew a line left to right on your screen, probably about, yeah, well, halfway between the batter and the boundary behind him. That's where the power lines are. Last over to come then. Robin Ahmed has a bit of a shocker, even though he battled back first half of that over. Ends up going 49 in his 2 overs. And if you can get up, say get 160s, then you're basically asking Pack Falcons to get kind of 112, 115 to even take a point out of the game. Remember, these two are pretty close together on the ladder. Newman Jamil to get the last over. Starts with a big wide. Played away. Finds the field. And Lodi doesn't want to go. I know, yeah, probably you think it's not often you're knocking on the door of 100, so he probably deserves the chance to go for it. Ozturk probably not that impressed because he knows that he's made a very good start. I will say Jamil's got to be kind of kinking the action here. Probably give an opportunity to try and fix it. But yeah, a bit better there. But Lodi is going to pick it up and he's going to get it just down to the ground. Maximo! And he moves into the 90s for the first time. The 150s up as well for Afyonkarahisar. 93 for Abdullah Lodi. Still 4 balls to go. Goes straight, hits this as well. Bangs into the camera tower. That's going to be 4 more. He's knocking on the door now. 97 not out. He's faced the majority of the balls in this innings. He's faced 38, in fact. Long on creeping around. It wasn't too far away from being 6, actually. It's not a big boundary down there. So we got some history coming up. 97, I wonder. And also, I think we might get another warning. I know it's a tough one. Jamil has been brought on, not a usual bowler, but he's obviously going to get a bit of counselling about the action. Still got a few kinks there. That's a lot better, though. But could this be a first ever 100? It is. It's a big moment for Lodi. 103 off 39 balls. And he becomes the first Turkish batter to ever score a century on ECN. And you can see how much it means to him. It's a huge moment for him. A player who made his T20 international debut just 2 months ago in Rome. But now he's in Bulgaria and he's played a blinder of a knock. It takes his team plus 160 and there's still time to party. 6 Maximos and 12 fours, and that knock striking at over 260. Abdullah Lodi, take a bow. And what a way to bring it up. Really good shot, straight down the ground. Jamil in a tough spot. Oh, almost gets him here. We'll get a slight reprieve there. Just maybe have a look there. I think that bat's down before the ball hits the stumps. It is just. Now, time for the curtain call for Lodi. $162. Yeah, so you're talking now kind of 115-ish to even get a point out of this. Never mind the whole thing. And he's going to finish by hitting straight and hitting long. But it's going to find the fielder, so he'll go off the very last ball of the innings. Jamil will end up with a wicket. But the damage was done. 162 off the 10 overs for Afyonkarahisar. What a big moment for Lodi. Got to be thrilled for him. This is a big responsibility for this side. Trying to get... might even propel them into finals contention. But this is his moment right now. And he acknowledges his team and all the space. You got to say, he'll never forget, I'm sure, for Turkish cricket supporters as well. Let's be honest, they haven't always had it smooth sailing in their ECN journey. But the Turks will be up and about, and well, probably more important than the individual contribution, puts their team in great shape. 162 off the 10 overs. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first one. Dalian was an interesting choice to partner Lodi at the top, but I tell you what, got a bit innovative, didn't he? Went full jump cut. Lodi, to be honest, they didn't bowl to him too well. Now look at every single over being double digits, so really, Falcons didn't have the answers. That one went down, Dalian had a life, and it was kind of time for an all-you-can-eat buffet. The full tosses came out. There's one ball that went for 16 alone. That set up a magical kind of middle. Actually, 31 off the fourth of a supersonic. 21 of Sofia, who was brought back to kind of stop the bleeding. It got worse, and some of it was self-inflicted as well, you'd have to say, for Pat Falcons CC Viran. That was the 50. Well, to kind of dominate the strike to Lodi. Sense of theatre about him as well. Dalian, again, I think he's a really exciting prospect. Not quite 17 years of age. But it's exciting times now. We're on 100 hundreds watch because that's century number 99 of the year. And, well, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? Pat Falcons come out maybe a little bit cold, but against a team they were able to beat fairly comfortably last time. Different story this time. This was the run out where Dalian kind of called and didn't listen to his own call and got run out comfortably. Ozturk came out. He was pretty useful when he did get to face 2 sixes and a 4 of his 5 balls faced. See, they mentioned again, very experienced campaigner now in ECN cricket. He went bang, but then the stage was set, wasn't it? Lodi needed to get it done in the last over. And that one got him close. That one got him even closer. One more would do the trick, and that was the one. Put him over the 3 figures for the first time. First ever Turkish bat to score a century on ECN. A huge moment for Abdullah Lodi. And no one better than Mechet Zaga as well to be there to congratulate him first. And to be fair to Falcons, they were pretty sporting as well and acknowledging that achievement. He would fall off the last ball before he could advance the score any further, but 162, a formidable score. Quick calculations. I think it means that Pac Falcons will need 114 to even get a point out of this game. The victory target of 163. That man, Abdullah Lodi, breakout innings for him. 6 sixes and 12 fours, and his 103 off 41 balls. So he does face quite a few, and he does plenty with them, striking at over 2.5 runs a ball. Dalian was actually great to see at the top of the order. He was able to strike 27 off 16, 4 fours and a maximum of his own. He was run out late in the piece. Oster came and made a little bit of a cameo, 17 off 5. Extras, probably about regular for what we've seen in the series, but they seem to come at inopportune moments. A couple of no-ball free hits were cashed in. Just the run out there, and Jamil, who probably will have more questions than answers after his over. He went 1 for 17. Only wicket to the bowlers going off the last ball. Yeah, no one really had the antidote, did they? As Afyonkarahisar, after only scoring 78 last time these two teams met, this time they get 162. We'll be back after a short break with the chase. 163 for Falcons to pull off an unlikely victory. 114 to even get a point out of this. So Afyonkarahisar on the back of that century from Lodi, they'll be sensing an opportunity to leapfrog one of their rivals for finals qualification. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Back soon with the final innings of day 9. Here in Bulgaria, you're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the final innings of day number 9 in this European Cricket Series. Sofia, Bulgaria, the current location. In fact, just have a few more places to visit before we get back to Kartama Oval for the Euros of cricket starting September 23, being Rome, then Vienna, then Zagreb in Croatia. Story so far, a little bit of history in the first half of this one because Abdullah Lodi scored the first ever century by a Turkish batter on the network, 103 or 41, setting up a score of 162 off the 10 overs. And you can see 113 or less. That's what I think Afyonkarahisar will be focused on. If they could do that, they actually go above Pack Falcons on the ladder. 3-1 will get them closer to them, but not quite over the top, although they do have a game in hand. So yeah, I think that 113 or less is something that Afyonkarahisar will be pretty focused on, and Falcons will be pretty focused on getting past it as well. Here's Ozturk to get us going. First one is going to be up in the air, hanging, and almost taken in. Well, that would have been a dramatic catch. That's Eliz. Kind of ran with the flight of it, ended up getting a hand to it, but it's got to go down as a chance first ball. See here, gets it. Probably could have gone with 2. It wasn't like it was a big stretch by the time he got there. Ahmed gets lucky and gets off the mark when he might have been gone for a royal duck. Next one, Usman Ul-Haq, the keeper. And watches one go down the leg side. Pretty good areas by Ozturk. Another good ball from Ozturk, building pressure here. Usman finding it hard dealing with that mode of attack. Now he gets something that's closer to him. Little inside edge, runs away very quickly. I don't think we've seen too many races won against the Vortex. And we're not going to start now. Ozturk probably didn't need to change his attack. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but it was working well outside the off stump. He got a bit greedy, went at the stumps, and Ali Ozdemir, well, he tried to do what many have tried and failed. He becomes a statistic. First boundary of the innings then for Pack Falcons. And this last ball, it's probably fine. We'll see it on the replay. It, to me, looks like it's over the line. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think they're at the point of the crease. It's not fully outside the line. Nice ball, the over. That's pretty good overall, things considered by Ozturk. So it's 6 without loss after 1. Just a reminder, that wide interpretation outline belongs to the bowler. Even if you get a little bit of that line, that should be legal, and it's judged on the offside as the ball passes the popping crease. 15 matches since the Golden Balls. That's pretty much 3 days of cricket. Had one on Saturday night. We've had Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Here we are. Now, it was in a kind of, it's just called a late-ish match that Golden Ball fell the other day. In the ECSW, here's Dalian. Opens the bowling for Afyonkarahisar. Up in the air, should be caught. It is caught. Yilmaz leads from the front, takes the catch. And Hamad's going to go second ball. It's remarkably similar to where the first ball he faced went up and in that point region this time. Keeper didn't have to back. It was pretty much straight down the throat of Murat Yilmaz, and the first wicket falls 6 for 1. Steps across. It's hard to say what he's really trying to do with that. Maybe trying to blast it off the back foot down the ground, but not easy. Falcons, they've had last couple of games where they've really struggled. Just 1 point out of their last 8. They've Admittedly, they were against CC Academic, Sofia, and also Sofia Stars. New batter is Farouk, and he's going to start with the boundary. So Dalian getting the line wrong. I wonder how long they'll continue to think they can get this 160 on. I don't see it very often. But it is a very fast ground, kind of counteracted by the fact that it's a slightly tricky pitch. Oh, lucky one. French Cup. And Vortex says, thank you very much. Vortex is expanding. I always used to just call it kind of top left of screen, but really, to be honest, I mean, the whole ground's Vortex. Anything behind the batter just gets sucked in. And, yeah, chase it all you like. It's going to go miles past the boundary. This one carved away. And a fantastic effort on the boundary, but that's going to be a Maximo. Now Farouk making a difference. Hey, look, if it's his day, maybe it's not a bad thing that he comes out so early with the lost the early wicket. You need someone to have a pretty big individual contribution, you'd think, if you're going to chase this down. Bowen asking what happened to Elek. I will say, I remember Elek a lot. I'm playing for Turkey and playing at the Khartoum Oval, but I remember with the Turkish side, it is a club side, so it's not a national side. They do probably have a couple of players that have been drafted in. Fraction short, that's hit pretty hard, and that's going to run away for 4. Dalian can't quite get it right. You can see the difference between a player like Ozturk who bowled the first over and then Dalian. Dalian's just less experienced, less kind of in control of where they're going. The good balls are still good, but it's the in-betweens that are the problem. Yeah, so I guess we'll see if Ishak Elek's in the Turkish side for the ECC. Much better ball from Dalian. Has a better result as well. It'll just be a single, so that over ends up going for 19, and after 2 overs, Pac Falcons are 25 for 1. And I mentioned earlier, Bulgaria and Turkey are in the same group, so they're going to have to face off. You can see that 3 points the margin. So if it's a normal win for Afyonkarahisar, Pac Falcons will still keep their point, so the margin will close to 1. But if they could take all the points here, basically keep Pac Falcons below that 114 you see on your screen, so 113 or less, then they would take all 4 points out of this game. Thanks for the random question, though, Pawan. All right, here's Durmaz to bowl. So that's a pretty good one. Full and outside the off stump. Farouk tries to drag it leg side and fails. Nice take behind the stumps as well. Mertkan Phillies in the role. Oh, defense pops up. Farouk was getting a bit circumspect there. A little bit unsure of what it was going to do off the surface. Getting good length once again. Hits the bottom of the bat. Dalian eventually will pick it up. Usman yet to really get going. Does have one boundary. 4 dots as well to his name. No full toss. Looks straight down at the bat as if it was the bat's fault. Probably just losing his shape slightly. Thinks he's cracked it, so he wants a new one. Let's have a look. Again, probably that's one you need to try and hit straight at the sight screen. Just dragged it. So, frustration at the moment for Pack Falcons. Can't really get going. Farouk's been a bright spot, but it's a big mountain to climb. Just organising the change of bat at the moment. Gives me a chance to say hi to a few people. And Dave, yeah, I did see that there's a bit of a push to get into the Carlton Roval. I suppose we'll have to see what we can do about that. Hello to Kroom as well. A few people heading off. And Kroom, want to say congratulations. 16 months he's been a member. Just acknowledging also the fantastic century we saw in the first half from Abdullah Lodi. Anyway, good to go is Usman. Now plays a similar kind of shot. So we don't really know what the middle of the new bat's going to be like yet. Got to say the Afyonkarahisar shirts as well. There's always a lot of talk about them. A lot of people had it as their favourite shirts of the ECL. It's always a feature to see what the teams will be wearing. And let's just say there's a lot going on. Is that something you'd find in a museum? Flicked away by Farouk. I only get a single here, so every time it's only a single, it's a decent result for the fielding side. That was a pretty good over from Durmaz. Only concedes 3. And it's 28 for 1 after 3. Yeah, when people say, okay, what colour do they wear? Afyonkarahisar, I'm often just saying most of them. I will say the ones that stand out, kind of the purple and the kind of mustardy yellow, and yeah, a little bit of black in there as well. But there's also this light blue. Almost like you threw a dart or threw a few darts at the colour palette. Said, all right, we're going to go with that. I think they look a bit Baltimore Ravens, if you know your NFL. Tell us what you think in the chat. Anyway, shake, rattle, and roll. Sina, who's going to get over 4. Gets the first one to do a bit on Farouk, who misses out the cut. One thing about Ozdemir is running it kind of slip where he thinks it'll go if he misses it, but then if he hits it, he's going to get wrong-footed. Probably just pick a line and stay on it. Just a tip. See, we'll maybe have that replay again of that exact angle. Just have a look at the top left of your screen. Ozdemir, he's running basically to where the ball will go if the keeper misses it, but then the keeper shouldn't miss it, right? Look, if he wants to start there, just start there. Because if it gets hit to where he was originally, there's no way he's going to catch it. Oh, that one is blasted by Farouk. That's more like it. He'll go Maximo. Whacked away. Big blast from Umar Farouk. Taking a while, but we have seen the ball disappear into the trees this innings. Yeah, Farouk's a guy. I've seen him playing before for Barbarians. Barbarians, by the way. He, remember, I think they've had 2 golden balls. Just put that up on my sheet. But yeah, they've definitely had 1. Got a feeling they've actually played 2 golden balls. The kind of spirit of the Buttons is mostly in the Blacksmiths these days. And that one is hit miles in the air. Fielder comes around. Oh, unfortunately, couldn't quite hold on. Durmaz had a lot to do though, didn't he? The Barbarians, they have played 2 golden balls. And they're one of 3 teams to have played 2 golden balls, but still not won one. Which kind of feels like a shame, doesn't it? One against MU Plovdiv, 10th of July 2021. That was quite a dramatic game. That was in the eliminator. And we also had one that involved them last year against Academic MU Sofia, now known as CC Academic Sofia. Unfortunately, one of them they were batting, one of them they were bowling, but neither of them they won. Barbarians. Last ball, the 4th over. Or not. Good take. Been impressed with the keeping of Phillies. He's wearing the helmet, as we saw actually in Croatia last weekend. That can be a pretty good move, even when you're standing back behind the stumps, just for one that does something unexpected. Maybe you take it on the second bounce. Maybe it's for a throw when it comes back to you. Might hit the edge of the pitch or something. Edge, and oh, he's dropped it, and it's exactly what I said he shouldn't do. Worked out perfectly, and he still dropped it. Oh, give us a load of this one. It's the wandering slip. He started kind of third, and then he says, okay, well, I'm just going to anticipate to my left, goes through the keeper. Couldn't have worked out any better for him. Down it goes. Maybe I should stick to commentating, not coaching. End of the 4th over, and the score is 38 for 1. But what I will say, in my defence, is if he was standing still trying to catch that, it probably would have been an easy catch. Just stand where you... Stand in a position. Don't move off that if you're in the kind of, let's say, the edgy quarter where you're reacting to unexpected events. So there's no point reacting to what's actually happening. You need to react to a deflection normally. Dalian gets a second over. First one hit back down the ground. Kind of bounces off for Ruki. He'll keep it to a single. Pretty good fielding in the end. There's the equation for a point. So that's crept up now to almost 13 and over. That's looking a long way off at the moment. And this will be a huge boost. Afyonkarahisar would more than cancel out the loss that they had to Pac Falcons last time around. That one's hit and hit very well. It's a blast through the fielder and end up going for 4. Usman fighting back. Just his second boundary. Again, doesn't move the feet a lot, but throws the hands at it. 4 carreras. This one angles in, and Usman will be able to manage a single. There's a bit of fancy footwork. Not quite as fancy as Dalian, who's bowling right now, was able to provide. Haven't seen the latest figures on that, but that has gone super viral, hasn't it? Yeah, do you want to have a look at it? This is what we had the other day. Unbelievable, really. And he literally asks the question like, whoa, well, okay, is that out? Answer, yeah, it was out. Great stuff by Spring Media, bringing that back for us. That one's hit pretty well by Farouk. That's going to race away for 4 more. Dalian, just like to see him going a little bit fuller here. Not let the batters settle on that back foot. Good cricket shot, though. Take nothing away from Farouk, who's really been the only real shining light of this inning so far for Pac Falcons. He's 35 off 16 now. It'll be a wide. Just misses the line. Shout out to the umpires. The men in blue now. We're men in black, but already some pretty good feedback on those blue umpiring shirts. It's keeping them a little bit cooler in the summer sun. That's a lot better from Dalian. Goes fuller. he has a better result. Hello to Chris Smith. Hopefully you're well. Always great to see you. We're back on deck on Monday for the start of ECS Italy in Rome. 50's up, by the way, here for Pack Falcons. I'll be with Nish for the first part. Rico will join from Bulgaria. Hit but doesn't escape the infield. Oh, that's out. That's lazy running from Usman. And they're going to check this, but he might as well start walking. Helmets off. I want to start taking the pads off. Probably also, it's kind of a retired out without retiring out. Saying, look, if this hits the stumps, it's probably a sign. Yep. It is adios, amigo. Great bit of fielding, though, to hit the stumps in the first place. But I think, Huck's pretty much batted half the innings for 10. Hasn't been able to do too much. Probably time to get some fresh blood out there. So, yeah, normally I'd be a bit more critical of that, but really, I think it might have just been his time. Yilmaz with a fantastic bit of fielding to hit the stumps. Take nothing away from that. Got low to the ground first and then basically gave himself a chance. Dalian as well to kind of get some sort of position, get back behind the stumps, but had to be directed it was. A really good bit of work from Afyonkarahisar in the field. And Pack Falcons now 50 for 2 after 5 overs. New batter will have to face up. Start of a new over. Sofia Ahmed. Oh, is that carried? He's nicked it. We're going to have to see this here. He's been given. I heard the nick. But let's check it out in the replay. Does it carry to the keeper? I think the answer is yes. The umpire gives on the field. They have to go super slow here. Or does that bounce first? Look. Oh, it's bounced. It's going to be not out. To be fair, the keeper probably felt it carried because it just happened so quickly. And he's kind of had his head turned. But that's going to be overturned. So it won't be out in the end. So that's actually really good use of the facilities there. It'll just be a dot ball. Driven away this time, and it's going to be 4. So Sofia, well, he pretty much walked the plank, didn't he? He was turned around, told to go back. I will also say that the young keeper there, Phillies, I honestly, genuinely think he caught that because he turns his head to protect himself, and he just feels the ball go into the gloves. So it happened so quickly and about so close to his gloves. I don't think that it's a case of claiming one he knew he hadn't caught. As this will run away. Pretty well knocked down there. Again, long throw to the bowler's end. But yeah, I've got to say well done to the officials. They get that right straight away. I've got to admit, live, I thought, yeah, okay, guess it has carried. It was low for sure, but some of those things are very hard to pick up with the human eye. Down the leg side. I'll take the pad. That's Vortex. Runs past it once. Bit of kick. How do you do? Farouk 36. Needs more. 13 and over required to save a point. Stay ahead on the ladder. Hits this and hits this one pretty hard, and it's going to blast through Dalian. Well, it's not the first time we've seen it, not the last. Chris, sorry to hear you're not too well. Had to go to the doctors. Hopefully you can get a bit of ECN therapy to keep you company while you're recovering. High, and guess who? There he is. It's going to be dropped. Well, Mr. Mir, he's been a bit of a lightning rod for attention, hasn't he? Yeah, does everything right. I think his hands just came apart at the last moment, so it'll be a life for Farouk. It's the end of 6 over 62 for 2. Ozturk's going to come back. Really trying to kind of ice this point, I think. Bowled pretty well in the first over. He's got a kind of French cut away once to the boundary. Didn't go for a lot else. It's good bowling. Really good bowling. 52 off 23, and remember that's just for a point as well. Wow, a little bit of a one-hand standing sweep. That's a great shot, actually. Maximal for Farouk. Riding his luck here all the way to the back. Ends up just timing this one away. It was a slow ball, actually. So I had to reach for it. And yeah, not huge boundaries here at Vasilevsky. The way that God made this ground, there's only so much that's flat-ish. 46 off 22 for a point now. Ozturk, let's get back to basics. And every time you've pitched up outside the off stump, hasn't been hurt. Just hit into the edge of the pitch, but they will get a single. Farouk to 48. Sofia, one boundary so far. Survived and almost caught behind first ball that he faced. He's a little bit late on this one, but we'll work it away for one. Afyonkarahisar, what I like about them, I mean, they're very different to almost any other team we'll see in the European Cricket Series this year. Just their makeup, the fact, you know, obviously they've had to travel. Not always easy, obviously, at this level of cricket. Well, that one belted back, and that's a very good stop down there by Faruqi. And the first thing is, non-striker was under attack. Sofia did well to get out of the way, but have a look here. Have a look at that Tortuga that it takes. I don't know if you can see that one more time if we've got time, but just have a look at the sideways on that. And when you see balls going through outfielders, then you can understand how it happens. That'll be the end of the over. So 71 for 2 after 7. Ozturk ends up with pretty good analysis. None for 15. Just have a look at it. We'll try to slow this down for about here. I mean, how he stopped that, I've got no idea. Fantastic reflexes by Faruqi. I suppose when you're here at the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground, my mantra would be expect the unexpected. So 71 for 2 after 7. Don't forget, we still have more cricket coming your way tomorrow. We have the second last day of the qualifying matches, starting with the Stars versus the Falcons. That'll be a big one. Rico Full will be back from a few days off as well. As Farouk is going to lift this one up and out of the ground. That'll be his 50. He brings it up off 25 balls. It's been a bit of a lone hand, hasn't it, from Umar. But he will bring up the half century. His fourth six does it, 5 fours as well. Can he lift them at least to a point? If they do get a point out of this game, they stay above Afyonkarahisar on the ladder. Pretty good looking cut shot that time, but it gets mishandled. Having said that, stops a stop at this stage, I think. Also gets Farouk to the other end. Absolutely smashed. Flies away. Tough catch because you're looking into the sun as well. Runs at this, but it will be called wide. Yeah, Rico's back on deck tomorrow. Charlie will be back as well. Starting same regular time here in Bulgaria, 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. Right, that one's up in the air, holding up and taken. Yeah, Afyonkarahisar have certainly taken pride in trying to improve their fielding. Sofia is going to be the next one to go. And once again, we see it's that offside line doing the trick. And well, Murat Yilmaz, who takes that catch, that's 2 catches and a direct hit run out in this inning so far. And that's pretty good technique. Watches it, fingers pointed to the sky. Sofia becomes the 3rd to go. And Murat's been involved in all 3. 79 for 3. Robin Ahmed comes to the crease. He goes for it straight away as well. This holds up in the air, but not for too long. Just a single. Yeah, Afyonkarahisar will be thrilled with how things are working out for them here in this game. This is pretty full and worked away. Long chase out there, but fairly easy for Dalian. We saw Afyonkarahisar earlier on the day. They went down to Sofia Stars. And that was a game where they couldn't get a point. So the fact that they look like they're going to catch up and get all 4 here, it kind of makes up for that. And like I said, probably most importantly, it gets them ahead of Falcons, fellow challengers for the top 4. Robin gets his way a little bit quicker, but it does get through Dalian this time. The youngster puts in a big effort, but that'll be 4. Just 2 overs to go in the day then. And Pat Falcons still in the hunt for that point, 85 for 3. Needing 29 off the last 2 overs of the day. To be honest, we haven't seen a 5th bowler yet, so they're going to have to go to 2 different bowlers, which isn't normally the optimum strategy. Because it means if your 5th bowler bowls well, he can't bowl 2. He's limited to 1. Looks like it's going to be Amit Koskan who will bowl the 9th. Big over this. 29 required for Pat Falcons to salvage a point. And it's going to start with a powerful pull shot that's going to go out of the ground. Maximo Farouk really hasn't had a lot of support at all in this innings. He's now 63 out of 91. The thing is, other players have had balls to face. So he's now 63 off 28. Other players are 22 off 21. So yeah, not a lot of support at the other end. This is probably going to fly as well. Runs away and 4 more. Oh well, let's not put that 4 points in the book just yet for Afyonkarahisar. As Farouk is dealing 67 off 29 now. And Koskan will just get this over. Someone else will have to bowl the last over. This could be the difference between these teams qualifying or not. It's a good comeback from Koskan. (19 off 9) now for a point. Of course, it's added such an interesting dimension to ECN cricket, hasn't it? This expanded point system. 4 up for grabs every game. Big win, you can scoop the points. That's belted, absolutely belted by Farouk. But what a fantastic stop by Dalian. I didn't really give him a prayer just because of how hard that was hit. But just have a look at it. Fantastic hand-eye coordination that he's got. And you kind of feel the frustration from Farouk there. See, now he's at the non-strikers end. He has to watch. Robin Ahmed will be hoping he can contribute. 18 off 8. Potentially a stop that might be important if they do get all the points. And it will have immediate effect because Robin Ahmed gets castled by Koskan. And just how important was that stop from Dalian in creating that? That just shows you can do it with his hands as well. We've seen it before. In the end, I think this took a little bit of body on the way through. Maybe, maybe not, but the stumps get messed up. Maybe it was just straight through, but yeah, credit to Amit Koskan. Batter misses, he hits, and that's 4 wickets down. 1 ball to go in the 9th over, and the score is 96 for 4. Shahidul Islam gets good run first up, gets through the keeper. They probably won't want to run even if they could have, only because they want Farouk on strike, but that's a pretty good Yorker. And a decent over when you think about it. I think Dalian's stop was really important there. So the end of 9 overs, 96 for 4. Now, Pack Falcons need 18 off this over if they're going to take a point off Afyonkarahisar. And if they can do that, they will finish the day in 5th place. Otherwise, it will be Afyonkarahisar in 5th place and Pack Falcons. They don't take a single point. They don't take 18 runs out of this over. They will have to go into 6th and really sink further in their prospects of manufacturing a path into the final 4. Faruqi will get 1 over here. Tries to defend 18. Farouk, first up, is going to get a boundary. It's a good start. Farouk will probably feel that he should just face every single ball here. Probably doesn't want a single. He thinks that if he takes a single and gives up the strike, he might never get it back, and there's prospects of getting this 18 might slip away. Faruqi. Key here, don't give Farouk anything that he can pull. Don't give him anything he can get under. Try and bounce ball in the crease. It's a good cut shot first up. 14 off 5. Gets it, and it's going to go straight, and it's going to go over the boundary as well. Oh, that one certainly wasn't comprehensive from Farouk, but he gets just enough. Have a look at the fielders coming together. But Maximal, 6 runs the result. 8 off 4 now, and that's going to go as well. So really, Pack Falcons should get a point now. I've got to say, still think they might have just mismanaged their bowlers a bit by bowling 4 bowlers out. And now, well, they need a bit of a miracle here, wouldn't they? Again, smart from Farouk. Didn't take the single last ball last over when it was probably on. Says, right, I need to be facing, and I need to do this myself. So now basically you need 2 dot balls out of 3, at least, if you're Afyonkarahisar. Hits down the ground. Will he take on the 1? He will. Okay, so this is interesting now. So, now they're going to go for it. Oh, that's going to be it as far as the point. I was saying it would make an interesting situation because if you had Islam on strike, he's a new batter. So there's a chance you might see a couple of dots on him. But in the end, that throw coming back and Faruqi not grabbing it pretty much does it. And Farouk doesn't quite have time to get his 100 either. Well, probably should have been stumped there, but isn't. So, hey, Pack Falcons, it'll feel like a kind of mini win in the end, I think. And here's the last ball of the day coming up. Pretty close, in fact, it's going to be given out. So it's going to finish with, oh no, that could have gone a lot worse. But anyway, it's been given LBW, so Islam will go for a second ball. Derek, Farouk almost gets the ball in the back of their head. So thank him for the 86 not out. But Faruqi will take a wicket in the end. He'll be thrilled with that. I think the most important thing is they get the win here. They might just feel it was a bit of a missed opportunity. Afyonkarahisar to take all 4 points. And pretty much through Farouk alone, 86. And I'm a little bit surprised that they're not able to take all 4 points. By the way, just correcting myself, Farouk was the man. LBW off the last ball. As Faruqi picked up his wicket, but in the end, I suppose if you offer them the 3 points, they'll probably take it. Just think it was a little bit of a An opportunity missed there for Afyonkarahisar to maybe push another point up. We know it. They are going to make the 4. It's going to be only just. Still love the way they play their cricket. Pack Falcons, they'll have to kind of smarten up. They've got a big day tomorrow. And obviously, Rico will be back on deck with Charlie. Pack Falcon have 3 games. They play the 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Afyonkarahisar also will be in action tomorrow against the Spartans a couple of times, actually, in the 3rd and the last game of the day. We will start, though, with Sofia Stars versus the Falcons in match 47. 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe and 11 in India. Rico Full will be back on deck with Charlie Hunt for that one. Right, lights, camera, action. Let's bring it home here. Last innings of the day, and it was a sizable target, wasn't it? 163 required. We saw that first ball. Tough one went down, but I've got to say that Murat Yilmaz thought he fielded really well in this innings. You also, the bowlers, I think what you see there from Afyonkarahisar, the Turkish club, when they get it right, then good things generally tended to happen. A lot of the runs did come off some bad balls. Take nothing away from Umar Farouk, who came in and struck the ball pretty well. 86 off 37 in the end, 7 Maximos, 7 fours. That one went down, but to be honest, most of the fielding was all right. Having said that, I think you'll probably see a few that did escape the clutches of the Turkish fielders. But, you know, they had the runs on the board. So they really had to focus on that 113 or less, 113 or less. This was a great bit of fielding. Usman laboured for 10 through half the innings. He had to go run out. That was an interesting one, wasn't it? Almost looked like the keeper scooped under that. The replay saved Sofia, who got to continue his innings. Would hit 4, but he wouldn't hit too many more than that. Fortunately, it was a bit of a hot spot as well for the Turks. They couldn't hold on to that catch. Farouk just continued on his merry way. All 7 of the Maximos in that 10 overs were off his bat. Crept in towards 100, but it wasn't to be as far as the 100th of the year, and it wasn't to be as far as Falcons having a realistic chance of being in the game. That one went down as well. I think they were pretty courageous, I think. Just the fact that they had to bowl a 6th bowler. And Koskon, I think, probably did enough. If you saw the back end of his over, bowled their 9th. You would have loved to have given him a 2nd over, but they didn't do that. They couldn't do that because they bowled their first 4 bowlers 2 each and bowled them out. Koskon did find the target there, getting through Robin Armbet, who had a bit of a game to forget. It was a bit of a consolation, so to speak, even though it was almost, let's just say, a noteworthy finish to the game. Farouk goes for 86. Great innings from him. He does drag his team over the line in the end. And that 86 stands out, doesn't it? Because no one else gets more than 10 in that innings for Pack Falcons CC Viren. Had to work really hard to get that 1 point. And only that 1 point out of the game does keep them ahead of Afyonkarahisar on the ladder. 7-4, 7-6s for Farouk. Well, it's a bittersweet feeling performing in a losing side. But he does score his first ever ECN half century. It turns out to be a biggie. In fact, his previous highest score on the network was the 37 not out that he scored against Pleven earlier in this series. Bowling wise, well, I think a couple of standouts there. Ozturk, I think, was very difficult to deal with when he got it right, when he got it one side of the wicket. Durmaz as well, 9 for 13. They put themselves in a good position to be able to take all 4 points. Dalyan was a bit hit and miss, the youngster, 1 for 31 with wickets, but they couldn't defend the 28, I think it was, that they needed to if they were to take all 4 points. There's the power lines, John. If you're still with us, I know you're asking where they are. That shows really well from that drone shot. So Lodi, for me, he's still the player of the match for that 103. The 99 cent ECS season. To give you an idea, just 2 seasons ago, we only had 13 for the whole season, 58 last year. And now surely this will be the year where we bring you 100 hundreds for the first time. Thanks to Kroom and everyone else that's still in the chat. I can see that John Gray is just signing off. A lot of people also excited for the return of Rico tomorrow, and Charlie will be back as well for day 10. Just 2 days of the group matches to go. We'll kick it off with the Stars, their only appearance of the day. Can they get it done against Pack Falcon? All you Pavel Florin fans as well, don't you worry. Spartans, they'll be back. They've got a big day actually, playing 3 times. Can the grenade launching bodyguard provide a few more highlights and maybe a few dances as well? Just a reminder, if you haven't already, please like this video if you're watching on YouTube. And also, don't forget to tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and the home of European Cricket, europeancricket.com, for all the information, including all the squads. And I do believe the squad for Gibraltar was announced today. They'll filter through to the website, europeancricket.com. It also has information for Rome that's coming up next week. On behalf of Charlie and, of course, everyone at the European Cricket family, I'm going to take a back seat for a few days, but I will be back for the start of Rome. Who will it be, though, that takes out the Bulgarian title? Yet to wait and see. Join Rico back in the box and Charlie tomorrow for day 11. But until then, here's the best bits of day 10 live from Bulgaria. This has been the European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, saying see you soon for more action right here on ECN. Hasta mañana.